Καλώς ήρθατε στην 20η έκδοση του GRNOG, στο Σεράφιο αυτή τη φορά, του Δήμου Αθηναίων. Έχουμε ένα αρκετά busy πρόγραμμα μπροστά στην ημέρα, οπότε δεν θέλω να καθυστερήσουμε, ας ξεκινήσουμε ευθύς αμέσως. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω καταρχάς τον κύριο Λάζαρο Καραούλη, ο οποίος είναι ο CEO της ΔΑΕΜ του Δήμου Αθηναίων, ο οποίος είναι ο νέος χώρος που ερχόμαστε εδώ για να φιλοξενήσουμε τις εκδηλώσεις μας, να απευθύνει έτσι ένα χαιρετισμό, μια καλημέρα. Και μετά θα ξεκινήσουμε με μια εισαγωγή για το GRNOG 20 και θα προχωρήσουμε στις παρουσιάσεις. Κύριε Καραούλη, ευχαριστώ.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά που βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ. Ευχαριστούμε που επιλέξατε το Σεράφιο για την δραστηριότητά σας, για την εκδήλωσή σας. Ως Διευθύνων Σύμβουλος της ΔΑΕΜ, αλλά και ως συνάδελφος, χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που είμαι ανάμεσα σε ανθρώπους της τεχνολογίας, σε ανθρώπους δικτύων και μου έρχονται αναμνήσεις και από τα φοιτητικά μου χρόνια που διαβάζαμε δίκτυα υπολογιστών, που δεν είχαμε τη δυνατότητα του ίντερνετ και προσπαθούσαμε με dial-up συνδέσεις να ακούμε αυτούς τους διάφορους παλιούς ήχους, να προσπαθούμε να μπούμε στο ίντερνετ, να μαζέψουμε πληροφορίες, να διαβάσουμε. Και ήταν πραγματικά μια εποχή που δεν υπήρχαν δίκτυα, δεν υπήρχαν smartphone, δεν υπήρχε τίποτα και ήταν μόλις 20 χρόνια πριν. Και όλη αυτή η διαδικασία μας φέρνει τώρα σήμερα εδώ για να αντιληφθούμε πού βρισκόμασταν και πού είμαστε σήμερα και πόσο γρήγορα αλλάζει η τεχνολογία, τα δίκτυα. Θυμάμαι προσπαθούσαμε και ως τεχνικός και στο Πανελλήνιο Σχολικό Δίκτυο που είδα εδώ και διάφορους παλιούς συναδέλφους να συνδέσουμε τα δίκτυα στα σχολεία. Προσπαθούσαμε να φτιάξουμε Wi-Fi με διάφορα συστήματα και πατέντες που μας έδινε η ΕΛΑΚ με OpenMesh τεχνολογία. Με τα δίκτυα, τα AWMN εδώ στην Αθήνα προσπαθούσαμε να βρούμε μεγαλύτερης ποιότητας ταχύτητες και όλα αυτά μας φέρανε εδώ στο σήμερα, όπου όλα έχουν αλλάξει. Υπάρχει μια τελώς διαφορετική πραγματικότητα, διανύοντας βέβαια και τώρα από την πλευρά της Δημοτικής Αρχής που βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ, της Νέας Δημοτικής Αρχής του Χαριδούκα. Το όραμά μας για την Αθήνα αποτελεί θέλουμε μια Αθήνα ψηφιακά προσβάσιμη, λειτουργική, ασφαλή και για να το πετύχουμε αυτό η ΔΑΕΜ λειτουργεί ως τεχνολογικός και ψηφιακός βραχίωνας που μετασχηματίζει ριζικά τις υποδομές της πρωτεύουσας. Ως Δήμος Αθηναίων μπορώ πλέον να σας απαριθμίσω τα σημαντικότερα έργα υποδομής τα οποία έχουμε κάνει, έχουμε υλοποιήσει και διαχειριζόμαστε και τα οποία αποδεικνύουν έμπρακτα την αλλαγή κλίμακας που έχουμε υποστεί. Ως μέλος RIPE and GRIX Internet Exchange κοινότητας, είμαστε ο πρώτος Δήμος στη χώρα που έγινε μέλος στο RIPE. Διαθέτουμε δικό μας BGP ASN, δικό μας AP Range, IPv4, IPv6, απευθείας διασύνδεση στο GR Internet Exchange και εξασφαλίζουμε υπερσύγχρονες ταχύτητες ανεξάρτητα από παρόχους, αδιάλειπτη παροχή και παρέχουμε οικονομίες κλίμακας. Έχουμε ιδιόκτητες σύνες και Dark Fiber REU. Διαθέτουμε δικές μας οπτικές σύνες, έχουμε μισθώσει Dark Fibers, μέσω των οποίων διασυνδέουμε κρισιμότερα κτίρια και τις υπηρεσίες μας πάνω από 10 Gigabit. Έχουμε μικροκυματικές ζεύξεις. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει 2 κεντρικούς κόμβους στο Λυκαβητό και στον Ημιτό. Μέσω αυτών λειτουργούν δεκάδες μικροκυματικές ζεύξεις με εφεδρικές οδεύσεις και σε περίπτωση βλάβης του οπτικού δικτύου. Έχουμε στήσει μητροπολιτικό δίκτυο στην ουσία με τη συνδυαστική χρήση οπτικών ινών, μικροκυμάτων και λοιπόν τεχνολογιών. Αναπτύξαμε ένα μεγάλο μητροπολιτικό δίκτυο, το οποίο εκτείνεται εντός και εκτός του συνόρου του Δήμου σε πάνω από 100 κύρια σημεία. Ο Βαγγέλης ο Κουτρούμπας εδώ μας έχει βοηθήσει και στο γραφείο μου υπάρχει μια απεικόνηση όλου του δικτύου του Δήμου Αθηνών, το οποίο όποιος το βλέπει πραγματικά είναι εντυπωσιακό. Υπάρχει ένα ιδιόκτητο data center, όπου διατηρούμε αυτόνομο το data center και φιλοξενούνται περισσότερες υπηρεσίες μας. Έχουμε εξοπλισμένο με πολλαπλά συστήματα κλιματισμού, UPS, γεννήτριες και συστήματα ασφαλείας πρόσβασης. Τα τηλέφωνά μας είναι τα περισσότερα με IP τηλεφωνία, το ιστορικό μας δίκτυο δηλαδή και όλες τις τηλεπικοινωνίες, οπότε έχουμε μηδενικό κόστος. Έχουμε private cloud, λειτουργούμε με το δικό μας ιδιωτικό cloud, το οποίο φιλοξενείται η πλειοψηφία των εφαρμογών μας, είτε πρόκειται για εσωτερικά συστήματα είτε για ψηφιακές υπηρεσίες προς τους πολίτες. Έχουμε monitoring υποδομών. Είναι αυτό που είπα και πριν. Εφαρμόζουμε πολλαπλά συστήματα monitoring των υποδομών του δικτύου μας, 24ωρη παρακολούθηση για την πλήρως αδιάλειπτη λειτουργία τους. Off-site backup, τα αντίγραφα ασφαλείας και κυβερνοασφάλεια φυσικά. Επενδύουμε συνεχώς σε next generation firewalls, endpoint protection and cloud protection. Παράλληλα, έχουμε δημιουργήσει ένα επιχειρησιακό Security Operation Center με το οποίο παρακολουθούνται τα πάντα για την άμεση πρόληψη κινδύνων. Τέλος, έχουμε στήσει ένα δίκτυο Wi-Fi hotspots, πάνω από 35 σημεία εντός συνόρων των Δήμων, τα οποία διαρκώς αυξάνονται και έχουμε εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες που τα έχουν χρησιμοποιήσει. Κλείνοντας, θέλω να τονίσω ότι η ΔΑΕΜ, σε συνεργασία με τη Διεύθυνση Στρατηγικού Σχεδιασμού του Δήμου Αθηναίων, η κοινότητα του GRNOG αποτελεί για μας ένα πολύτιμο φάρο τεχνογνωσίας. Οι προκλήσεις της επόμενης μέρας στις τηλεπικοινωνίες και τις υποδομές απαιτούν συνεργασία, ανοιχτά μυαλά και κοινή φιλοσοφία. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες σας.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ για τη φιλοξενία. I will switch now to English. So welcome to GRNOG 20. This is a new venue for us. And thank you for the hospitality and for all the technical support that we have received in this venue. We do hope that this will be, let's say, our new home for the future. As you know, we are holding twice per year events, so I think it's a nice opportunity for us to be this venue. So without further ado, I will briefly go through some introduction administrativia, let's say. And then we will kick off the presentation. No, Bobby. Okay. As said, welcome to GRNOG 20. My name is Michalis Konomakos, together with Andreas Polirakis, Kostas Zorbadellos, Fenol Liabotis, Tasos Karaliotas, and Katerina Tsopanoglou. We are organizing twice per year these events, and we are trying to get together the Greek community and the international community as well. What is GRNOG? Actually, GRNOG, as it's stated in Greek, it's the place where Greek networkers meet. Nowadays, it's not only Greek networkers, but it's like an international fora. But our main focus is towards computer networks, with, let's say, having a more specific view on the Greek ecosystem. For your information, we urge you to go and check our privacy policy. As you know, we are having this type of badges where you have your name, surname, and your affiliated company. This is one thing, and on top of that, be advised that the sessions are recorded, live streamed, and there will be some photos from the event on social media and other press. We run this community, let's say, by having a member-type policy. This is in order to somehow address people of likewise mindset that are interested in the community. So most probably you are a member of this community already. We have a specific members area in our website. We are running a Slack workspace and a mailing list. And also we are open to guests attending these events. So if you are a first-time comer to this type of events, or you are not familiar with the community, we typically urge you to come on a guest basis, and then if you feel that you're comfortable, that you have some likewise interest, feel free to become a member of the community. So some administrativia, please don't forget to register at the front desk and get your badge and your free t-shirt. Our sessions are recorded and are streamed on YouTube and on Diablos, which is a GRNet service. The SSID for the Wi-Fi is GRNOG, and the password, the key is password@GRNOG. And feel free to fill in the survey and rate the presentation and the overall experience on the event by using this link. Of course, feel free to follow us, comment, like, whatever on our online social media presence. So, okay, this is a previous, as it seems, not updated presentation anyway. We have some supporting companies. It should be in this section, doesn't mind. The purpose is that there is a simple process whereby you can declare as a company level, let's say, your support to the community, that you help members and your employees to attend this type of events, and that you are supporting the cause of GRNOG. And in that case, you have a specific, let's say, place in our website. Of course, this type of events comes with a cost in terms of organizing these events. So we would like to thank all our sponsors, the permanent ones in the sense of patrons, or the recurring ones, as well as the specific ones just for this event. So for the GRNOG patrons, we would like to thank AGC Trust, Digital Realty, Flex Optics, GRNet, and Lancome. For this event, the sponsors are AT Data and RIPE NCC, and the silver sponsor, DECIX, Synapscom, and the whole platform that we're using for the IT, let's say, which is powered by the GRNOG Alliance. So this is the agenda. We have a couple of presentations to go through the day. Most importantly, since some of you are here for the social part as well of the event, be advised for the breaks that we have around 11:20 for a coffee, and then for lunch. And another one at 3:30 for a coffee break, and we will end the session around 6 o'clock in the evening. Following that, we will have a party/social event happening nearby in Felicita Aperitivo and Wine Bar in Athens. It's required that you are registered for this event. So we will be more than happy to welcome you on that venue and continue, the social aspect of the community there. So without further ado, I would like to start right away the event and welcome a friend, Flavio, from Namex. He's the CTO, and he will be reporting peering stuff to us. So Flavio, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so hello everyone, and good morning. Very happy to be here. Thanks for having me today. It is very, very great to stay here in Athens and join your beautiful community. My name is Flavio Luciani, and I am the CTO of Namex. Namex is one of the Italian internet exchange point. We have our main POP in Rome, where we have our home data center, and also we extend our services through several third-party telehouses in town. But also we have a couple of points in the south of Italy, in Napoli and Bari, and another point in Tirana. So several POPs across the south of Europe, and many collaborations with internet exchange in the Balkans area. But this is not a presentation about Namex, just to introduce myself. And this is a presentation that comes from a paper that I recently written together with John Suter. John Suter was for more than 20 years the CEO of links, the London Internet Exchange point. And this presentation actually is a teaser of a 30 pages paper that you can download on internet and on, for example, Ripe Labs and several technical blogs in the industry. And we have tried to analyze the peering market at a global way in terms of trends, transformations, and the dynamics behind the internet interconnection industry. But but why this paper? Because I usually travel around the world and I attend several conferences, and usually I've heard a surrounding noise around internet exchange points, a growing narrative that suggests that IXPs are in a sort of way declining and losing relevance. And because this is the joke I usually say, that because I had to feed 3 children, I had to justify my salary, and I would to say something about the industry and that exchanges are not in declining, and say this is a spoiler, so we are not in decline, we are not losing relevance. But with data, I can justify, of course, this assumption. And let me show you, in fact, a first graph, because probably the problem is to use, let me say, traditional indicators to measure internet exchange. But if we see, for example, a broader indicator, such as the growth in the number of internet exchange points at a global level, we can see that this indicator is strongly increasing, especially if you see that the black line is the total amount of exchanges around the world that they are growing. And you can see also the colored lines divided into local areas. And this is a very good indicator that probably says that there is a strong demand of especially emerging internet exchange points. And of course, this is in a sort of way justify the need to talk about the exchange in terms of very important in the industry, and they are very relevant in the industry of interconnection. But there is several perceptions and that they are fed by observations that usually people use to say that exchanges are declining. The first one is a slower growth in some large and mature markets. For example, the north of Europe. Europe is a region where we can see, especially in the north, where there are the major hubs in UK, in the Netherlands, and also in Germany, and there is a slower growth, a sort of stabilization in the market. Then there is a second fact, and it is a stabilization of the traditional indicators. When I say traditional indicators, I mean the number of network interconnected to an exchange and the capacity allocated to the fabric of the exchange itself. Then the third one is the increasing of alternative and different model of interconnect. For example, PNIs in network caching, edge architecture, and also a greater visibility of these alternative interconnection models. But so what is really happening? So we are experiencing a decline in terms of the peering service, or there is an evolution, or we are in a phase that probably we have experienced also 20 years ago in the mid-2000s, where we had not the same situation, but something of similar. And this is the goal of this paper. And yeah, this is a spoiler because it is a teaser. I cannot go through the deep details. You can read the paper, of course, but this is the core thesis of the paper. So the first one, that the peering market is not declining, and as I mentioned before, there is a strong demand of new exchanges around the world, and also the global traffic is continuing to grow more and more. Then there are, of course, a different kind of interconnection model, not only the peering, one, and probably we are going through a structural transformation in the ecosystem. So together with the peering service, we have other alternative model, PNIs, in network caching, and other models. the traffic continues to grow, and also the traditional metrics are not probably sufficient or enough to define what is happening in terms of growing of exchanges. I repeat, when I say traditional metrics, I mean the network operators interconnected to an exchange and also the capacity allocated to the peering fabric. But of course, there are, as I mentioned before, at least 4 misinterpretations that say that exchanges are declining. The first one, a slowdown in mature XPs, because as I said before, large European, for example, I consider Europe and the north of Europe, in Amsterdam, in London, in Frankfurt, the big XPs have reached a level of maturity, and of course they are experiencing a slower in terms of growth, in terms of traffic exchanged. Then there is a visibility problem because part of the traffic is not visible through the fabrics, but there are a lot of traffic, and probably most of the traffic is exchanged through PNIs, for example, or other interconnection model, and this creates a sort of distortion in the observable indicators. There is, of course, a change from the hyperscalers and the big giants in terms of peering policies, because they are becoming more and more selective. Selective means that they allow the peering only with certain network operators and not through the route servers infrastructure. And this is an example of that. There is also a change in the model. For example, this is an example of an email that I sent to Namex members just to say that Google wasn't peer through our fabric anymore, and also so they started to peer because they have a new model to interconnect with large carriers, and also they have removed from several points also the caches. But there is no slowdown everywhere, because there are also examples here, Amazon, Meta, Akamai, Microsoft, in terms of using the traditional indicators in terms of growth in capacity and number of exchanges, though they are growing, and this is a positive aspect of the story. So we are experiencing probably a structural changes in traffic, because the traffic is concentrated in the hands of few, let me say, not so many large content providers, so content delivery net content providers, so hyper giants, and smaller networks are joining the ecosystem more and more, but they are not contributing. The impact that they have on the traffic growth is not so relevant, and also the change is in terms of alternative interconnection model together with the peering one. That's because these structural changes in traffic is bringing a sort of new interconnection, a hierarchy where the public peering is, don't laugh, Esther, because the picture. This new interconnection hierarchy sees the public peering on top, because it remains an important service through internet exchange for the industry. But together with the peering service, we can see also in parallel, for example, as I mentioned before, PNIs for high volume of traffic, and also in network caching, because they are very useful for content providers and content delivery networks to be closer and closer to end users, and also the growth of edge architecture. I don't want to go in depth to the full analysis, but just to give you some numbers and some graph. As I mentioned before, Europe is experiencing a stabilization in the market, especially the global hubs in the north of Europe, but not only, because also in the south of Europe, center of Europe, we are experiencing more or less the same. And here you can see, for example, United Kingdom, and the indicators are number of members, the total number of members, and the total of capacity allocated through Internet Exchange to the fabric, so the peering platforms of exchanges. The Netherlands, you can see in the last year, probably the same. And also we have Germany, a very strong stabilization in the market. But if we move to, for example, Asia, Africa, Latin America, we can see something of different. For example, this is Africa, and let me show you a couple of graphs. One about Kenya. Africa is a very complex region in the world, because not every country there is the liberalization of the telecom market, and that's because there is no space for growing in terms of exchanges and interconnection industry. But in general, Kenya and Nigeria are very good examples of emerging internet exchange points, where also some of the North European exchanges are establishing some POPs there. Nigeria is experiencing a strong growth, as well as also Kenya, the same. We can move to Asia, despite the, let me say, not complex situation in terms of islands and the geography in general. Philippines are experiencing a strong growth, as well as Indonesia and Japan. Japan has a very, you can read on the paper, has a very similar story as some European XPs, but also here, despite of a complex geography, they are experiencing a growth in number of network operators interconnected, and also the capacity through the peering fabric. Going to Latin America, probably Latin America also is very interesting, because there is first IXBR is the major internet exchange in the world, more than, I don't know, 40 terabit per second exchange publicly, and more than 2,000 autonomous system numbers interconnected. But in general, apart from IXBR, Cabas in Argentina and Chile, they are these three big hubs where they have a similar situation of the north of Europe, a stabilization in the pattern. Emerging countries are experiencing a growth. Mexico, Colombia, in this case, and Peru. But many of these countries are experiencing a very strong growth in terms of traffic exchanged. This is the more or less, and very briefly, the picture of and the situation around the world. So we have mature markets and emerging markets, and the difference is very, so USC seeing the difference between them. So there is a strong growth with a stabilization. But in general, what makes an XP successful? There are several factors. And the first one, for example, we have seen Kenya and Nigeria, the telecom market liberalization, because competition is a necessary condition for the peering and interconnection ecosystem. Second one, local content and eyeballs. So we have to see a domestic demand in the main driver of exchange growth. Population scale also is another important element of the story, and also data center ecosystems, because in general exchanges don't grow without a carrier neutral data center ecosystem behind, and this is very important. The example of Rome, for example, in Namex, in 2008, we have decided to sell colocation services in Rome, because there weren't neutral data centers in town, and in order to provide the peering service and interconnection service, we needed, of course, a data center for space power for network operators. There is also, apart from the successful of the success to grow an internet exchange, we are now experiencing, this is probably the important part of the paper. So there is no stabilization, but a transformation in the role of XPs, because we are not only a peering point, but we are moving to platforms, because also new participants are joining the ecosystem, for example, banks, financial services. And that's because we have to also enlarge the services that we usually provide to internet service providers. So not only peering, but platform to interconnect in the wider way of the term. Of course, and this is probably another important point, we don't have to think about internet exchange only in terms of quantity of traffic. Quantity of traffic is not an indicator today, but we have to think about the quality of traffic, because improving the adjacencies between network operators, that this can give to network operators itself a major control to the internet flows, traffic flows. And that's because keep local, traffic global, this slogan is very, let me say, very important also today. And this is, in my opinion, probably the future of the peering. So we can talk about edge and ultra-low latency, new services, artificial intelligence, IoT, but the main fact is the geopolitical relevance, and that's because the locality of the traffic is, in my opinion, one of the important points in the story. That's because exchanges are not losing relevance in the future, but they are becoming more and more important than today because of the locality of the exchange of the traffic. And this is my conclusions. I have only a couple of minutes left. So peering is transforming, is not declining, and I'm safe. And traffic continues to grow around the world, especially when there is a strong demand of emerging internet exchange point. Of course, local and regional ecosystem in terms of locality of the traffic will become increasingly important. IXPs are becoming also a strategic infrastructure, because they have a role in the country, and especially, for example, our example in Italy. So we are a very strong partnership with the National Cybersecurity Agency, for example, and also for resilience, security, and that they are, in my opinion, also the key drivers of this transformation. So growth will continue globally, and exchanges are becoming very important. So they are just important, but they are becoming also more strategic in the next future. And thank you. If you have any questions, very happy to answer.
Yes, Flavio, thank you very much. We have 5 minutes for questions, if there are any. I have one as well.
Hi, Flavio. This is Andreas Polirakis from GRNOG and Digital Realty. Thank you for the presentation. I completely agree with the conclusions. I have argued about them many times, but it's very interesting to see the data that actually support these arguments. Something that I think that you didn't mention, or maybe I missed, is that a reason for seeing the traffic not growing so much is also the fact that the exchanges become more and more distributed. So, and there's much more competition in every market. So, if you look at a specific internet exchange, maybe you see the traffic not growing that fast. But if you gather all the peering traffic in the country, then you get the conclusion. My question, though, is you spoke about how internet exchanges are being undergo a transformation. My question is how easy or difficult is for the customers to adapt to this transformation? How easy for them is it to handle the fact that there might be multiple internet exchanges within the same country or the same metro? Is it something that you see that, let's say, might stop some customers, or obviously there's a bigger training that they need to go. But is it a problem, or is it something that they can relatively easily cope?
Yeah. It is a big problem, especially if you think about new actors in the ecosystem, for example, enterprises, because they need directly the service from internet exchange, but they don't know nothing about peering, interconnection, and how to use a data center and this kind of stuff. Also for the new and emerging internet service providers, and because they are essentially very small, and when they join an internet exchange, they don't have the know-how to use at its best the internet exchange services. That because it is not covered inside the paper, but one of the in my opinion, one of the important service that an XP needs to provide is also the formative aspect, let me say, so in terms of courses and training on the job. There are several exchanges that they do something in this way. For example, in Namex, we have worked on a digital twin infrastructure, so a carbon copy of Namex in a protect and safe environment where very small customers and new actors can try the peering service, especially in terms of routing security, if they have done everything correctly before moving into production. Another service that we usually do for our customers is to become independent in terms of autonomous systems, so the interaction with, for example, the regional internet registry to get autonomous system numbers, prefixes, IP prefixes, and so on. So I think it is a big challenge, this one, and probably an exchange needs to cover this part by providing also sort of courses and support to administrative support to use, for example, at its best, the BGP protocol, this kind of stuff. I don't know if it answers your question.
Are there any other questions? If not, I would like to have a question myself. So you described, let's say, an overall overview on a global scale, although I'm pretty sure that the adoption of IXPs on a global scale is totally different per continent, or even per country, or even per region, let's say. And I'm pretty sure that each continent, region, country has a totally different, or even person itself has a totally different perception of what an IXP is and what an IXP does. So I totally agree with most of the conclusions of the paper, especially about the importance and the significance of let's say, the distributed IXPs. But I would like to ask you a question regarding the big operators of IXPs, especially in Europe. You mentioned in the paper that, and in your presentation, that there is a shift in how big customers, big hyperscalers do peering over exchanges. So do you think that maybe importance is not the right word, but anyway, let me use that word, the importance of the big hubs in the FLAP region on an IXP level will have an impact on the fact that the big guys have shifted traffic away from the exchange, or some other way of doing peering?
Yeah, the impact that you can see is in terms of the public traffic exchange through the peering platform, but they still need exchanges because they need to, especially because they want to use different and alternative interconnection model. They need to meet the
was not so much about whether they need or not. The answer is obvious to every one of us, at least to me. But
do you mean the impact?
The real question is, what is the incremental value of interconnected in a big exchange that nowadays no hyperscaler is spinning over the peering platform, rather than stay in your local exchange in the country? There is any real value for a network, a small network, an enterprise network?
I agree. And there is, of course, because you can be, if you want to meet the majority of network operators in a local ecosystem, for example, not because Namex, but also because I work for Namex and I know this company very well since 20 years, and I'm old. And if you want to meet the majority of local Italian network operators, you have to join the two major hubs. And yeah, there are also telehouses, and especially in the north of Italy, an ecosystem of data center carrier neutral. But if you want to join more than, I don't know, 400, 500 local internet service provider in Italy, you have to join the exchanges. So, I mean, this is probably the answer. And it remains for many, many years. So I think that probably the situation won't change in the next future.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other question? Okay, thank you, Flavio.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, following that, we would like to welcome Stavros from AMSIX to guide us through the routing registry landscape. Stavros.
Okay, right. Good morning, everyone. I'll do the presentation in English because of our international friends here. But later on, if you want, you can do questions in Greek as well. I don't mind. And congratulations to the GRNOG community for the new space. We needed that space very much. So I'm here to present you analysis and a comprehensive analysis of the IRR landscape, a job that was done as a collaborative project between AMSIX and DGIX. And more specifically from the DGIX side were the guys from the research group, so Matthias, Daniel, and Tobias. And yeah, we already done this presentation in a couple of RIPE meetings, but I would like to walk you through this subject. So let's go, because it's a very tough presentation. So why this presentation? Why this analysis and why those results? The story behind is that we had a BCP proposal that was introduced back in the RIPE meetings, when the proposal was actually saying to the people, to the community, that IXP operators must use only the official IRR databases or the official delegations of those in order to create route server filters. And because such a policy actually will introduce a massive move of RPSL objects, and because nobody wants to lose traffic, that means the proposal had to introduce also a grace period of 12 months, where actually the list of the 5 IRR databases expanded with 4 extra databases that are not officials, and those databases are RADB, RIPE non-auth, entity level 3. So that actually gives the time and the motivation of the people to start moving objects into the official databases and not lose traffic. And in general, we had quite some positive reactions from the community. However, there were, of course, some voices of people that actually raised some concerns and questions, like, for example, if the authoritative IRR databases represent the operators better than the third-party databases, and actually, if what you guys are doing is the juice or the squeeze or not, or maybe we can just wait for RPKI to take over the world and rule the world. And of course, the most valid question for me is about what do you guys think about the legacy space? What about the legacy space? What is the impact over there? Can be transferred or not? So we had to dig into those questions and reply to the concerns of the people. So, as I said, AMSIX and DGIX joined forces. They put the brains together and came up with a methodology on how to answer those questions. So the methodology was started by, first of all, taking the dumps, the whois dumps from all the 5 RRRs and also from the 14th third-party databases. We also included BGP data from the dumps from the route servers of AMSIX and DGIX, but also we included MRT dumps from the RIPE risk collectors. Of course, we included the RPKI ROA repository data, some specific sources of RARs about legacy, and we even included NRO delegation files from the 5 years, so in order for us to be very accurate with our results. But the most important was that we talked a lot with RIRs. We exchanged a lot of emails with colleagues from RIPE, Afrinic, ARIN, and so on, in order to clarify questions and make sure that what we understand is actually what they are doing, and be very precise with our results. So based on that, we could start answering questions like the one you see in the screen. For example, do authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs? This is the first question we tried to answer. And to answer this, we had to go to our first graph here. As you can see here in this graph, on the horizontal axis, we have the databases. On the left side are the third-party databases. On the right side are the official databases. And the bars actually representing object share. And this is about route objects, ASets, and outnom. And as you can see from the bars, from the results, when we talk about route objects, the share is almost the same. So between authoritative and third-party databases, 46 for the authoritative, 54 for the third-party. But when we start looking into ASets, things are shifting. And as you can see here, the majority of the objects, 60% of those, belong to authoritative databases. When we talk about outnom objects, the things are completely different. The message is very clear. If you are looking for an outnom object, you have to go to an authoritative database, because on the third party you can find only 21%. Then the second question was about if the networks are using multiple IRR databases. And to answer this question, we had to come with these creative heat maps, where actually on the horizontal axis you can see the occurrences of usage on the authoritative databases, and on the vertical axis you can see the occurrences of usage on the third-party databases. And as you can see on the left side, 33% of ASs actually use 1 to 2 third-party IRRs only, while 60% of ASs use 1 authoritative database plus 1 or 2 third-party databases. And this is for the route objects. When we go to ASets, the scenery changes completely. And as you can see here, 38% of ASs use only 1 third-party database to store the ASet, while 58% of ASs use only 1 authoritative IRR to store the ASet. Then we started looking into the global or local relevance of the databases, actually looking into the scope, why those databases exist, what they serve, what is the purpose. So as you can see on the horizontal axis, we have all the databases listed, and with this graph we try to check the relevance. On the left side, we have databases that they hold very small share of objects, less than 1%. However, those databases, because they have very small percentage, that's why they are a bit gray, the color is not very strong. However, they have high local significance, means that they serve local communities, the purpose of local communities. For example, Canary, as you can see here, is a small database that holds objects for the local Canadian operators, for the local networks. But when we go in the middle of this graph, we can see the authoritative databases, the well-known authoritative databases, where actually, as you can see, they're mostly localized. More than 90% of their objects represent networks that exist in their region. And that's really good. However, when we start looking into the third-party databases, we can see here 3 major players that actually have very low, less than 50% of significance, of local significance. That means that they represent objects and networks that are located somewhere around the world. Then there was this critical question about how often the objects are being updated. Because the more often they are being updated, then the more sure you are that the content is relevant to you. So we created this CDF graph over here, that has results both for ASH and route object, and of course for authoritative and third party. If the graph is more to the left, to the high and the left, that means it's a good performance. But if you are more to the right and lower, that means this is a bad performance. And we can see that the route objects in authoritative RRs are updated much more frequently. But when it comes to ASZ, the updates look a bit better, but this is because of the TC database. If actually we take out TC database from this graph, from the results, and we replot, we will see the graph, we will see this line moving to the right significantly. And then route objects in authoritative RRs are updated much more regularly, as we can see here. Then the other question is if the objects match with the DFZ zone. That's one question that I know many of us as operators as well looking into very frequently when they do troubleshooting. So we had to create this graph as well. Where on the horizontal axis we have the misalignments with the DFZ in terms of origin, and on the vertical axis actually we have orphan objects, and then we put the databases, we plot them according to their content, and if you are more to the right is a bad performance, top and right is bad performance, bottom and left is good performance. We can see here that TC is the likely winner, but as I said, TC is a very exceptional case. Although it's a third-party databases, we had these results and we chatted with them. We exchanged a lot of emails to see, okay, why guys you have this performance which is extraordinary. But the TC people said that they have strict rules, regulations, and policies when it comes to putting objects into the database, and they talk a lot with the local community. So what they do and what they put into the database is actually double or triple checked. And that means the results are extraordinary for TC. But that's an exceptional case. As we can see, for the rest of the third-party databases, the alignment with the DFZ is much worse, which is not the case with authoritative databases. For the authoritative ones, we can see that the alignment with the DFZ it's much better. It depicts much better the reality. So, do authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs? The answer is yes. We can see that authoritative IRR databases are less in conflict with the DFZ and have higher object update frequency. And the only exception goes the TC, which is a highly localized database in LACNIC area and holds less than 1% of the global route objects. And yeah, so people then asked, okay, you guys do all this work, does the juice or the squeeze? And to answer this question, we had to check the quality of the data. So we started looking to the quality of the data, and we came up with this rather complicated graph, where actually we checked about conflicting, duplication, and relevance and vulnerability of route object across all RR databases. And on the left side, we have the third-party databases. The authoritative ones are on the right side, but they're grayed out because it's not relevant, this work for them. And as we can see here on the left side, we identified in RADB about 1 million route objects that conflict either with the RPKI or the official RR databases, or they have somehow some type of duplication and irrelevance, either with the RPKI or the official databases as well. But also we identified around 200,000 objects, which we call them vulnerable because they exist only in RADB, and you cannot find information about those objects anywhere else, either in official databases or RPKI or somewhere documented. And then we could see that the rest of the databases, the third-party databases, have comparable shares and can be observed. A similar pattern can be observed. Then we started looking more into this graph, but in conjunction with the AM6 and DKIX route tables. And then we can see that if we take this methodology and we apply to the route tables, we have around 36,000 vulnerable objects in AM6 and 56,000 vulnerable objects in DKIX. And the majority of those objects actually rely on RADB. So is the juice worth the squeeze? We will say yes, because there are still 230,000 route objects that are only stored in third-party databases that can be easily hijacked, and if they're hijacked, can lead to malicious actions like DDoS attacks or any other attacks where people might think they're good, but in reality they are not. And as I said, it's 36,000 to 56,000 for AMP6 so it's not about some few hundreds of objects. And then the most critical question about the legacy space, something that nobody wants to look into that and nobody wants to answer this question. So we had to look into that. But okay, what is legacy space? And I think something that all of you over there know, that the legacy space in general is space that is allocated to organizations before the 5 RIRs were established. The problem is that not all RIRs established at the same time. For example, we have the oldest, which is RIPE NCC, which founded in April 1992, and we have AFRENIC, which is the youngest and established on October 2004. So they didn't establish at the same time, and they are covering the needs of different regions. So they handle the legacy space not at the same, with the same methodology. To be able to answer these questions, so actually, as I said, we talked a lot with the colleagues from the RIRs. We read also all the articles, and we came up with this summarized table over here. In the table, we grade out APNIC by purpose, because APNIC a few years ago conducted a research, conducted a big campaign to claim back all the legacy space they had. So they did a multi-year project. They chased down people, owners, and so on, claimed back the space, and then they kept some space for themselves, and the rest they gave it back to IANA for distribution. That means that they solved the problem by 99%, as far as I know. And that was confirmed also by Jeff Houston during a private discussion. But for the rest of the databases, we can see that in most of the databases, you can have IRR access. You can put your objects, and they can be visible in IRR and WHOIS, except ARIN, because they require a service level agreement in order to give you your visibility to the IRR and to the WHOIS. However, as we can see here for RPKI, the things are different. Almost everybody needs some type of service level agreement, because RPKI is the premium product, let's say, of the RR databases. So it means that you have to do service level agreement. When we say service level agreement, we mean that you have to sign papers and you have to accept the terms and conditions of the databases. However, the most important is that all of them, as you can see here, they do due diligence. So if you go and say, I am Stavros and I have a /16 and I want to put it into the RIPE database, they will definitely hunt you to find out who you are, where did you find the space. You have to prove documents that belongs to you, and they have to do all this due diligence procedure to give you the final yes or no. That's very important, because they can verify who has the space and what belongs to whom, which is not the case for third-party databases. You can go and with your credit card, you can register whatever you want. So then the question was if we can this space be moved? So we took this knowledge and we put it in a flow chart. I will not go to this flowchart in detail because I don't have much time, but this flowchart actually depicts the knowledge we gained from the legacy space handling, and actually tries to answer the question if the space is movable. And we can say that all legacy space except the RN is movable to authoritative IRRs without a new service level agreement. The RN legacy space, of course, requires a service level agreement and becomes the big problem here. But in any case, you have to convince the RR that the space is yours. So where does this legacy space live? That's a big question. Of course, yeah, we talk about the legacy space of the big RRs. However, as we can see in this graph, we based our data analysis with RN, LACNIC, and RIPE because, as I said, APNIC has done the job, so they don't have the problem. But for Afrinic, we couldn't find a reliable way to identify the legacy space, unfortunately. And Afrinic people didn't help us a lot to identify the legacy space in their database. So we took it out to not pollute the results. So as we can see from the rest, however, from the rest of the data, around 4.9% of the legacy space actually lives in RADB. If we take this green space and we zoom in, we take it and we zoom in, and we take a distribution of legacy route objects in third party, we can see that for RADB, for example, a good portion of 20% is movable but doesn't belong to ARIN. And then there's a huge portion of the space that is not movable because belongs to the ARIN. But there's also a good portion of the data that is actually orphan objects, means that we cannot find them. So what about the legacy space again? We would say that 3 out of 4 relevant RRs provide RR services to non-member legacy space holders. Who is services, and ARIN remains a big problem with a share of 3.27% of all global route objects in third-party RRs. And these route objects actually need a new service level agreement. So conclusions. Do authoritative RRs represent operators better than third-party RRs? We say they do, because we have more frequent updates and more coherence with the DFZ. Is the juice worth the squeeze? We would say yes, because 80%, more than 80% of low-quality objects exist in third-party RRs, like RADB. And then we found that more than 230 objects are injectable and vulnerable. So they can become a huge issue to us as network operators every day. And when it comes to legacy space, we know that ARIN becomes a big problem because for other RRs members, you don't need a service level agreement. And we found 3.27% of legacy route objects exist in third party, mostly in RADB. The outlook of our work, because we are not done yet, so the study continues. We still do the job together as the 2 IXPs. So what we are doing now, we're going to extract the vulnerable prefixes that exist in AMP6 and DKIX route servers, and which we already did that one. We're going to identify the ones that might be lost and map them to organizations. This is already done. And what we're going to do as well is we're going to measure the amount of traffic flowing into those lost prefixes. Therefore, we can find out if we lose these prefixes, how much traffic we're going to lose. So this is a very critical question we're trying to answer. And I'm happy to give you some sneak peek of the ongoing research and what we're going to present in the next RIPE meeting. About the major question is if we can have RPKI replacing the missing Route 6 objects. Okay, we're going to lose objects. Can RPKI replace them? To do that, to be able to answer this question, we created a full emulation of the AMP6 and DKIX route server ecosystem, where actually all peers and their advertised prefixes have been emulated against production replica route servers. And then we utilize tools like RRDV4 to create the pseudo route and Route 6 objects based on ROAS. And then we started creating configurations for route servers following different scenarios. For example, one scenario is we can use the outnum and ASH from everywhere, but route and Route 6 objects can be only from authoritative and RPKI. Or another scenario that we are applying is you don't use anything else except authoritative databases for all the objects like outnum, ASH, route, and Route 6. And then we can play those scenarios in our in our emulations, and then we can really see the export tables before and after applying the scenario, and then we can compare results. Some final takeaways before I close this presentation. As you can see, leading IXPs are investigating ways to abandon third-party databases. That's something that we're looking into that. I know that other IXPs are doing similar research internally. Maybe they don't expose it, or they applied similar policies. We know that RIPE has initiated discussions to ditch the RIPE non-auth database. ARIN has done it already. And now RIPE has initiated discussions with the community to follow the similar path. ITF community is introducing drafts that actually try to have scoped members in those drafts. With the scoped members, you minimize the need for storing databases, for storing objects in third-party databases, because those objects comes from different RIRs and regions. With the scoped members, you can refer directly to the official database without having this need. And last, there are discussions in PNDB to include fields like supported RR databases, where actually you say to your community, to your clients, that this is me and I'm supporting these databases, so we need to have your objects in one of those databases for creating filters. I would like to thank you for attending this tough presentation and rather complicated one. And if you want to read more, we have published our results. The first 2 articles are in the RIPE Labs, and a third article is coming soon, also in the RIPE Labs. So if you want to read more, feel free to follow the links. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavro. We have a time for one question, I think. Is there any question? Stavros?
If there is no one else, I can ask. Of course, this is a ton of excellent work, a ton of research into there. Yeah. One practical question. Do you have a timeline on when you will actually apply your filters on your route servers or not?
That's a good question. I can tell you that AM6 is already following part of the BCOP, means that we do filter generation based on the official databases, plus RADB, Level 3, and NTT. And Digix wants to do a similar approach. I know that once we're gonna do the final results, we're gonna do a call on the Connect working group and the RIPE community to start doing the adoption. So there's no, to answer your question, we do part of the job. I know some other IXPs, they already do similar ways, like Links, for example, they only support one extra database, third-party database, and nothing else. For the rest of the IXPs, there's still discussions. We have Flavio here, he can talk later about Namex approach. But in general, there's no clear deadline, I would say, but yeah, there are discussions.
I think in any case, the problem is RADB. That's a problem, if you manage to get rid of it.
Mostly, I would say mostly legacy space, because as we saw in the graph, a lot of the objects that exist in RADB can be moved to official databases. That's not an issue. The problem is the legacy space, because in order to move that space, you have to force somebody to sign a service level agreement. And this is paperwork that takes ages, and there are, of course, some costs involved. There are some good news, however, on this approach. Just before Joe Biden, the previous president of US, gets out of administration, the last paper he signed as president of the United States was actually in the rules, was forcing US authorities and US public services to move their space, because they hold a lot of space, to move the space into ARIN. Yes, and I know this work started already. Of course, takes some age, but we could see already in our graphs internally with AM6 and Digix that the shift happened, because in the beginning of our research we had more of this administration space in ARIN legacy. Now we have less and less, so things are changing over there.
Okay, thank you, Stavros.
Yep. You're welcome.
And moving forward to the last presentation prior to the coffee break, I would like to welcome Paulina and Valentin to present us an network infrastructure project that's happening in the region. Okay. Whatever you want.
Okay, thank you.
Kalimera σας. Good morning, everyone. My name is Valentin. I'm CEO of Vestito. With me is Paulina.
Yes.
She's our head of business development.
Yes. Hello.
Dare I say, Vestito is a Bulgarian-Greek operator established 2003 Bulgaria, and in Greece, Vestito Alas is established 2004 with full license in EETT. Vestito is a part of Overgas Group, the biggest gas utility company in Bulgaria, control more than 50% of the gas license territory in the country. Currently, we operate more than 3,000 kilometers of DWDM network and 1,200 kilometers of metro telecommunication ducts. As you see, mostly we are infrastructure telecom operator, but what is the importance that all the upper layers are laying on the down layers. It means that the services we are providing is very important for all the IP routing and above layers. From 2003, the market was controlled by government-owned monopoles like OTI in Greece and BTC, or as known in Bulgaria like BTK. Vestito was a game changer then. The first private line between Bulgaria and Greece. As you know, Sofia is the main hub in the region, so you can imagine the importance of that line for Greece. Now 1/3 of the Greek traffic is passing through our infrastructure. There is no Greek operator which do not use it. But still, 10 years ago, Greece was at the edge. Now, we are again one of the game changers with the project Balkans Digital Gateway, aiming to interconnect Bucharest, Sofia, Thessaloniki and Athens, Black Sea and Aegean Sea, all the Turkish borders on the Greek-Turkish and Bulgarian-Turkish side, in a way to bring neutral telecom infrastructure and to fight with the subnormal pricing in Greek telecom market in the sake of the digital and AI disruption on the Balkans. So a little bit about the project. It's split on 3 phases. The first phase is the dark blue line, where we are doing a major upgrade on our existing route Sofia Thessaloniki, recabling with 144 fiber cable. The red lines is the new DWDM we are establishing, planning to finish all the process next year in 2027. The green line between Alexandroupolis and Achevoi. Why Achevoi? Achevoi is where the project Cardesa by Vodafone and Azer Telecom is bringing the new link to China through Black Sea and Caspian Sea. So from that line, this year we are starting construction of a route between Achevoi and Alexandroupolis in Greece, and between that point here, Frinio and Ceres, connecting to our existing infrastructure. On phase 2, we are preparing a submarine system connecting Thessaloniki and Athens, which will be shorter at least by 15% than all the existing terrestrial networks, and one of the highest availability as a telecom infrastructure. And for the second phase also, we are preparing another link between Rus and Dunap River to Bucharest. The third phase of the project is the long-term development, aiming to interconnect Achevoi with Constanta and Odessa in Ukraine, and to bring this connectivity also to Heraklion. On that way, we are connecting the south-north digital corridor from the Mediterranean through Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, Poland, Baltics, and Nordics. So, few figures. Just it's deploying of 1,500 kilometers of new infrastructure, upgrade of 500 kilometers existing routes, total investment of 70 million euro. A little bit about the drivers behind it is the geopolitics. The war situation in Russia stopped all the routes, the fastest routes on east. The current traffic is passing mainly by 2 points. This is Red Sea and the Gulf. Both are bottlenecks. The cuts in Red Sea and the war in Iran show these cases how vulnerable is the telecom infrastructure, and the only solution for this is more links, more services, and to have better resilience through diversity. So this is what is driving all the projects in the area, and this is what is also driving the support by the European Union. And now Paulina will continue from here. Paulina?
Yes. Eventually, I'm working in this region, I mean, for Greece, Turkey, Mediterranean for more than 15 years. And many pieces of the infrastructure and the development, so I really know almost by heart. So it is, and I'm very happy that this project really bringing more neutral connectivity because, let's say, some time ago, the main networks were constructed by the carrier. So the carrier constructing, then the carrier using, the carrier is selling. So now, finally, European Union decided to help us, I mean, the operators, and to invest as well a lot in the infrastructure in such project like ours that is going to bring a lot of neutral connectivity. So we are not here representing only our company, but this, let's say, European concept of making more and more Greece as Mediterranean hub. You know, now Italy as well is pushing a lot for this role, but I believe that one point is not contradicting the other because there are many different cable systems developing now as well as the Mediterranean Sea. And Greece, let's say, particular position is as well, for example, bordering with Turkey, which is as well now expect to have more both its own and transit traffic. There, as Valentin said, due to the war between Ukraine and Russia, Chinese traffic as well looking for the new routes. And I was not even believing it that the Caspian Sea project will happen, but it is happening. And it means that the new Chinese traffic will arrive from Turkey exactly to the, let's say, to the Greek borders. If we succeed, so to make this as a great transit. A part of Middle East, there is as well African cables because Africa now is a new, let's say, continent again where Europe trying to improve its position. And many of the systems are going to come to Greece. So here we tried to make the picture how our system is connecting with the rest. And exactly, for example, this is one of the corridors that Chinese traffic can use then to cross Greece and to go wherever. Then what... probably Syria as well will have another submarine cable.
Yes, most important here is to show a few things. This is the Medusa project here, with connection to Attica, bringing all the connectivity in the Mediterranean between Europe, Africa, and Greece also become a very important part of this. Second one is the soccer fiber project through the Anadolu pipeline system, a huge infrastructure crossing Turkey and disrupting the Turkish market, connecting Turkey with Greece exactly on the Greek border. Here, of course, at Preveza, you can see the Ionian Eastwelling project, connecting Greece to Italy. Of course, all the connectivity currently from Frankfurt is going to Sofia. Easily you can find that way. And more than 11 systems are disembarking here in Crete, connecting also Crete with Attica area, create a big symbiosis and synergy. Maybe we could come back a little bit.
Here we can move to the next slide, I believe. Where? Yes. So we can talk. So with this, again, since the aim of the project, so to make Athens is the international hub, so at least according to us, what is needed more and more neutral infrastructure. So for example, Ionian is as well another example of the neutral infrastructure. Then probably from the Greek companies, we can name Grid as a neutral, let's say partially neutral infrastructure. And then we believe that our, let's say, European project is as well as a good example of neutral infrastructure. So we are going, now we are opening the POP in the digital reality with all these services available there. So as you see, we are going to utilize exactly the network that we are building with the possibilities of the different DWDM services connecting protected and unprotected, connecting Athens with any, let's say, Western European pop. And as well, layer 3 services giving the access. So we are not, let's say, pushing very detailed particular services. We want, through this POP, to give the access to wherever services the Greek operators can need outside of Greece. So using exactly one port for the multiple services that will be more competitive and more comfortable.
And save money on cross connects.
Exactly.
Okay, let's finish with this. Few seconds for advertisement of the European Union. This project won't be possible without the European financing of the current 2 stages. The study phase finished last year, and the current works project awarded with a grant of 10 million euro. So we will keep you updated on the development of our project, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paulina, and thank you, Valentin. I think it's always nice to find out new developments that are happening on infrastructure level in the region. I think that telecoms, data centers, and are the heart and spine of our business. So everything that, in that respect, that is happening in the region is always nice, and I think GRNOG is the right forum for such conversation. So I would like to ask if there are any questions, comments, or thoughts about for Valentin and Paulina from the audience. And if not, let's take a couple. Sorry. Yes, Andreas.
Just a quick comment that from our point of view, Digital Realty data center operator, I completely agree to what you mentioned about the changes in the geopolitical landscape and the advanced, the new role of Greece and the surrounding Greece, Bulgaria, Turkey, Italy. Generally, we see a lot of traction around Mediterranean, and this is why all our new markets are around Mediterranean, because we see this transforming to a big connectivity hub that will play a very significant role in the future. So it's very significant to have this kind of infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. Thank you, Valentin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So, διάλειμμα για καφέ.
We're getting started with the next session now, which has three very interesting talks. The first one is by Adonis Hariton, who is, of course, no stranger to GRNOGs. And he's here to talk to us about RPKI, ASPA, and related concepts. So please welcome Adonis.
Thank you all. We're going to talk about RPKI in this presentation. And in the previous GRNOG, it was great to see so many IXP talks. Now it's great to see so many PKI talks. This is an awesome event. So let's start with the first thing that most of you are probably familiar with. And this is the ROA, the Route Origin Authorization. So let's go quickly over what that is. Basically, we have three example objects here. Every prefix has an object that says which AS is allowed to originate that prefix. So the owners of the IP space, they go and publish these objects for everyone to see, and they authorize one or more ASs about what is the allowed origin. And these are cryptographically signed with certificates, and everyone can validate that only the legitimate owner of the IP space has been able to issue this object. And all of the network operators around the world, they download this and they feed them into the routers. And the next part that happens is route origin validation. In this one, you receive a route over a BGP session, and it has the prefix, of course, right here, and it also has the AS path. And the AS path, you read them from left to right. The leftmost one is your neighbor, and the final one on the right is the origin of that prefix. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 1 is your neighbor, 2 is an intermediary, and 3 is the origin. And what the router will do is it will take this prefix, and then it will search in its database, and it will find that this can only be originated from this AS, and because these don't match, it will reject this route. And it has protected the operator of this network against a BGP hijacking. This is what this attack is called. And it will seek alternative paths to this destination. However, the attacker can see that the legitimate AS is 4601 in this case, and because AS path is just an integer array, there's nothing more to it, they can add a fake 4601 at the end. And because now everything matches, they manage to bypass route origin validation. So just like that, the attack can now proceed, and they have control over the traffic that they are able to attract through this route. In order to fix this issue, there is a new part of RPKI that's called ASPA, the AS Path Authorization. So just like before, we have certain objects here where every AS lists the providers that it has. So in this case, you can have from 0 to however many providers you want. And these are your upstream, your transit providers. And similarly, you publish these objects. They're cryptographically signed and protected by certificates and validated by every network operator to make sure that this is only signed from the legitimate owner and operator of this AS. So what happens now is, in this case, that the attacker managed to successfully perform a BGP hijack, the router also has another table that says who the providers of this AS are. And in this case, let's say the provider is 8298, the next hop here is incorrect, so this route will be rejected. So with this new system, with ASPA, where you list your providers, we're able to offer enhanced hijack protection that builds on top of the existing ROAS and offers protection in even more cases. If you want to issue your ASPA objects, it's fairly quick. There are 3 RIRs right now, RIPE and TARIN, and a few days ago APNIC as well. and you go to the LIR portal that you have with them, to the RPKI dashboard. This is the RIPE instructions, and you're going to see a list of all of the ASs in your account there. And then you just click Create or Edit. In this case, you enter the ASs of your providers. It's a list. You have enter however many providers you have. You click Review for the changes, and then you can publish them for everyone to see. And if you remember from many years ago that you issued your ROAS, this is even easier because now you have hopefully one AS, while you may have had multiple prefixes in the past. The question then is, who are my providers? And as a rule of thumb, basically everyone who provides you with transits, like if you receive a default route or a full table, so your upstreams like your tier 1s, your tier 2s, and if you have any DDoS mitigation providers, some of them, the way they work, basically they put their AS between you and the attacks, and they send you, they scrub the traffic, and then they pass the clean traffic back to you. So just because during an attack they appear as an upstream on these paths, you have to add them as a provider in that list. And finally, if you use cloud or CDN providers with bring your own IP and bring your own AS services, then you need to add them as a provider because your AS appears behind them for the rest of the internet. And now you do not have to add your peers. If you are in an IXP, you don't have to add the route servers or the other peers you have bilateral sessions with. That's something that you do not have to do. And this saves a lot of time because it could be, you know, like a changing number of peers. And of course, do not add your customers because this is a list of providers. Again. Now, there are some corner cases, specifically for DDoS mitigation. You may say that, you know, I get one DDoS attack a year. I don't want to add my provider there for the entire year. I'm going to add them only during an attack. Now, RPKI is a distributed database, so it may take seconds or minutes, or maybe even to some providers hours for these objects to propagate. So it's not really viable to issue these ASPA objects or, you know, add more providers during an attack. It's something that you should do before. And some IXPs, just because they have IX in the name, doesn't mean they're actual IXPs. So some of them are not transparent. You connect to the route servers. Normally the AS should not appear in the path, but in some IXPs it does. Some other IXs, they provide actually transit. They're not IXPs at all, and they just delete their AS with BGP. And in reality, this is a transit provider. You need to add it as well. And then you may have seen, some of you at least, you join a new IXP, and maybe an hour later you get an email, hey, we have an IXP in common. Do you want to peer over this IXP? And by the way, we offer free IPv6 transit to you. Do you want to accept this offer? In this case, because they're going to propagate your prefixes further, they are your provider, like they're literally offering you transit. So although it happens over an IXP, and you have IXP IP addresses, because they carry your prefixes elsewhere, they are a provider. And there are websites like BGP Tools or Hurricane Electric's BGP Toolkit, where you can find a list of your providers, but you build these networks, you operate them, you know them better than anyone else. Maybe your backup provider will not show up there just because you don't use them right now. Or if you're not under a DDoS attack, your mitigation provider will not be visible. So try to collect the list of your providers, add them there, and this should be enough. So, it takes less than 5 minutes to publish an ASPA object and benefit from enhanced hijack protection. It's very easy, and it's, as I said, faster, at least on these 3 RIRs, than doing ROAS, and soon, hopefully, in the other 2. Then, over 2,200 ASs have signed ASPA objects already. This is almost 2% of the internet. And there are a lot of really big ASs there, like major IXPs, tier 1 providers that have already done that. This number was by the slide deadline submission. And the largest AS in terms of providers is Cloudflare. They have 200 providers as of this morning, 197 by the time I had to submit the slides, and they keep adding more every day. So they are doing great work to support a very strong ASPA object there. These are the international networks, let's say, but I said, okay, we're here in GRNOG 20, and this is a very nice event. It has 184 participants, again, by the slide submission date, and some of you here work at companies, and some of these companies have one or more ASs. So yes, some of you already realize where this is going. Unfortunately, this was the largest GRNOG by far, so it was the most difficult one for me to complete. But here is a mostly complete list of ASs of participants here. And we have the local ones from Greece, we have the international ones, it's everything that I managed to find manually. So have you spotted your AS? Are you ready to see who has signed an ASPA object? Here are the results. I hope you can see them. The good news is that we're doing better than 2%. We already have a lot of networks here. So we beat the statistics, and we start with two major networks, AM6 and myself. So, so good job, Stavro, for that. And then we have Butler, Deutsche Telekom, Gamma, Placetel, Hack the Box, Lancome, and Namex. These are the ASs that have ASPA objects. If you're in the red, don't worry, it's not a bad thing. ASPA basically started effectively, let's say, December, January. So it's a 6-month-old system, practically speaking. So there is still time. You can go home, maybe tomorrow if you want to wait, and issue your ASPA objects for your ASs, and you can contribute to this slide and become green. With that, let's move to the next part, which is about roles, because we need to take this a step further. Issuing ASPA objects helps everyone else protect your AS, but we can do even further to protect against these types of attacks, as well as more like route leaks. So let's consider the previous scenario. We have an attack, and we managed to use ASPA to mitigate this. And I'm going to show this a little bit differently here. Basically, we have the AS, that's allegedly the origin, and then this AS path arrives to you. And because we have the ASPA object, we're able to tell that this relationship is not correct. But the problem is, what if it was the other way around? What if all of these people were not my downstreams, and instead I was the downstream and all of them were my upstreams? In this case, the provider of 4601 is somewhere outside this graph, and we have to apply the algorithm in the reverse order of validating providers. And what if it is completely different? Like, what if the topology is like that? Because the algorithm that validates everything accepts an integer array, the AS path, and then it also accepts all of the ASPA objects. So how do you know what happens? Because if it's something like that, then you need to validate normally. Then this is a peering session in the middle. You don't have to do anything. Then you're going down again, so you have to validate the other way around. How do you know what the topology is like from just an integer array? And we're going to talk about the value-free principle here, which is the answer to that. And I'm going to start with a hard truth, that the internet is unfortunately hierarchical. It is not this distributed mesh of networks like the news will have you believe. And you may ask why that is the case. Well, the answer is money. And just like with any good thing, right? And let's see what this means. there are certain business relationships, and someone pays someone else, and this dictates how the traffic flows. So we need, as internet engineers, as IP engineers, our job is to take the contracts and the money that's being exchanged and convert it to filters and route maps. And that way, we don't exchange routes for everyone else. We don't provide free services to everyone. We only provide services to those that pay us. So there are basically three major types. Someone can be your peer if you're at an internet exchange or you have private interconnection. Someone can be your customer if they pay you money to connect them to the internet. And someone can be your upstream if you pay them money. And this is basically it. Customers should never give you connectivity because they're paying you after all. Why should they also give you a service? Peers should only move your traffic to their customers, and upstreams should be the only ones that are carrying you to the internet. And now there is a mathematical way to express this, and there is basically one rule that says that your routes may go up to one or more upstreams, then they can go sideways to a peer, up to one peer, they cannot go multiple times sideways, and then it can go down again as many times as it wants. But you have to follow this curve, basically. You have to start going up, optionally have one step to the right, and then you have to go down optionally as many steps as you want. And this makes sense. If you think about it, one step sideways means that if my peer, if I'm in GRX and I peer with a network that's also on FreeIX, then they should not carry my traffic from GRX to FreeIX because I'm not paying them to do that. They are my peer. They should only carry it to their customers. And also, if I send traffic to this peer on GRX, they should not send it to their upstream because they pay their upstream for their customers, not for my traffic as well. So, because this was too complicated, let's see a quick example here of a hierarchical internet. Let's say the tier 1 is at the top, and so on and so forth. So here we start with E. Let's say we go to our upstream because we don't have any other connections. And now there are three options. They can either send it to their upstream, they can either send it to their peer, in AMS6 for example, or to a downstream customer that pays them money. In this case, let's say they choose to send it to a peer because this is the cheapest connection for this route. Now, they cannot go up again. Because we stepped sideways, we cannot go up to their transit provider. We cannot go to another peer again because they are leaking my traffic through them to other IXPs. They can only go to their customers. And this is basically forming, if you take the E, B, C, G path, this is forming kind of the curve. And why is this called valley free? Like this is something that should not happen here. See, we're going up, we're forming a hill or a mountain peak. We're going down then. And if we go up again, we form a valley because it's between two hills. And this is why it's called the valley free principle. Because we are not allowed to create valleys. We're only allowed to create basically this type of curve. And let's see, enough with the graph theory. Let's see what that means in practice. How can you benefit from all of that? Because you're interested a bit in how it works, but you mostly care about how it applies to your network. So first of all, you're going to receive a software update in your routers in this or the next year, depends on your vendor, maybe never. And they're going to add supports for something called roles. And in this feature, on every BGP session that you have, or a group or a template or whatever it's called, you have to set a role. And the roles are either provider or customer or peer or route server client. These are the 5 options that you have. And you tell your router what the person on the other side is, what the network on the other side is. And there are some checks. Like if you say, oh, on the other side it's my provider, and they also say, oh, on the other side it's my provider, the session will not establish because you probably misconfigured something. Something is wrong there. So if you set provider, they must set customer. There are some checks to ensure that this is happening correctly. And now your BGP software, your routers, can prevent all sorts of misconfigurations without you having to write any filters. For example, if you had two providers before, you were receiving routes from one of them, and you should not send them to the other provider. Like this required filtering, this may have required tagging with communities and then checking communities at every router. It required complicated setup. Now, if both of them are tagged as providers, a lot of this can be automated and done correctly by your software. And if you have a peer, you're not going to send the prefixes you learned from this peer, from this IXP, for example, to other providers or other peers. So all of this complexity, all of these possible cases of who can send traffic to whom will be automated by roles in RFC 9234. So some software has already support for it. Hardware vendors are adding support for that too. And how it works is there is this OTC, or only to customer attribute. Basically, this is a tag where all of the routes are marked. And if your router sends routes to a customer or a peer, it will tag them with this property. And if it's detected by them, they know that in this curve where you go up, sideways, and down, they know that you started going down that curve. And you should never go again sideways or up, basically. This is what it means. The presence of that signifies how they should do the filtering without knowing your relationships with everyone else. And this community, this attribute is transitive, which means that it moves across ASs, and it helps your routers it helps other routers in other ASs protect your network from these types of leaks as well. So, to summarize, we spoke about ASPA, which helps you in less than 5 minutes provide better hijack protection for your AS and improved route leak protection. We spoke about BGP roles that automate the ability for your network to filter against route leaks and a few other types of misconfigurations, and the OTC attribute that makes it all happen by ensuring that everyone is aware of the current state of this particular route. And with that, I'd like to thank you and accept any questions you may have.
Ερωτήσεις παρακαλώ. Questions?
Thank you. Hello. So you mentioned the OTC attribute. Should I assume there's some kind of cryptographic verification or signing going on there to prevent someone malicious from dropping that attribute before propagating that route to peers or anyone else?
Yes, so this attribute does not have any cryptographic signatures or anything like that, mainly because we don't have a PKI that's suitable to do this. This is added on every route, the same way, for example, communities are added or removed. And if you remove it, you're causing problems for you and your downstreams usually. So there is no... I mean, you can have legitimate use cases, but it's not as important, I would say, personally. So right now, it's just 4 bytes, the AS number that's relevant to this action. Okay. Maybe in BGP-SEC or no, just kidding.
Okay, thank you.
If there is
Anyone
no
else?
one else, I have a question. It could be that in second or third slide, where you showed the AS numbers of the participants here, some of them might stay red forever. Could it not be the case?
You mean that there could be an RPKI invalid prefix or AES forever?
No, in ASPA, they cannot declare their upstreams because they don't have upstreams.
So if you don't have an ASPA object issued, that means it's an unknown, same as the ROAS, and this should not be applied. Like this algorithm cannot be applied as well. If you say that you don't have any providers, you need to do an AS0.
Okay.
Exactly. But some people will still misconfigure it. Like AMSIX, for example, they still have customers that have added them as a provider, even though it's the route servers and they shouldn't do that. But they have issued an AS0 ASPA, so that's correct.
Cool.
Yeah, I wanted to reply to the AS0. The AS0 is the answer for that, and that's actually what we also did with the AMSIX route servers. They have AS0 as a transit provider, means they don't have anything. Just a comment on ASPA. The draft is still not stable. It's reaching maturity right now, but keep in mind that 19th of June was the last update of the draft. So I wouldn't bet much into a draft. There is still a lot of war. The war is worse than what we have now in other parts of the world. So this draft is not stable. They did some effort in RIPE and ARIN to adopt it, but they also state that things might change because the draft is not stable. So let's put also, okay, yes, this exists, but guys, keep in mind that, things might change in 2 years or 3 years.
And this is the unfortunate reality that, as these things evolve, they can change. So RPKI is still the new thing, but it's so much better than IRR, speaking of your talk.
Speaking of my talk, this is the connection, because you cannot use these services if you don't have your resources in official databases. You don't have access to ASPA, you don't have access to RPKI if you don't have your resources in official databases.
This sounds like your problem, so I'm Team RPKI here.
But you need me to do your job, so that's the thing. It's one step after the other step.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Suppose not. So thank you, Adonis. Thank you again for... next up is Mr. Kostas Gerakaris and Ioannis Kaminaras to talk to us about agentic AI in networking. Please welcome them.
Καλημέρα σε όλους, αν και είναι μετά τις 12. Προτιμάμε να λέμε καλημέρα. Είμαι ο Γιάννης ο Καμιναράς, είμαι ο επικεφαλής της ομάδας των δικτύων στη Unisystems και είναι μαζί μας και ο Κώστας.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Κώστας Γερακάρης, είμαι μηχανικός δικτύων. Τα τελευταία περίπου 3 χρόνια είμαι supervisor της senior ομάδας μηχανικών δικτύων της εταιρείας και έχουμε μια παρουσίαση σήμερα ετοιμάσει όσον αφορά το AI, που έχουμε ακούσει πολλά πράγματα, έχουμε δει πολλά πράγματα. Η ερώτηση είναι τι μπορεί να βοηθήσει τη δική μας τη δουλειά, πού μπορεί να μας κάνει καλύτερους και τι νέο μας ανοίγει. Ελπίζω όταν τελειώσει η παρουσίαση...
Λίγο πιο κοντά στο μικρόφωνο ή ακούτε όλοι.
Είμαι και ψηλός. Ελπίζω όταν τελειώσει η παρουσίαση να είναι λίγο πιο ξεκάθαρο στο πώς το AI μπορεί να μας κάνει πολύ διαφορετικά τον τρόπο με τον οποίο μέχρι τώρα δουλεύαμε και κάναμε operate τα δίκτυά μας. Ξεκινάει ο Γιάννης.
Από τη στιγμή που μπήκε το AI στη ζωή μας, δεν νομίζω να πιστεύει κάποιος ότι θα φύγει. Μπήκαμε στη διαδικασία στην εταιρεία να αρχίσουμε να ψάχνουμε τρόπους πώς θα καταφέρουμε να το αξιοποιήσουμε και να το χρησιμοποιήσουμε στην καθημερινότητά μας σε όλα τα επίπεδα και σίγουρα ξεφεύγοντας από τη λογική, την κλασική που όλοι μας έχουμε συνηθίσει, ένα chat GPT, να κάνουμε ερωτήσεις, απαντήσεις, να μας κάνει ένα summary σε ένα document κλπ. Θέλαμε να βγάλουμε αυτό και τα θεωρούμε δεδομένα ότι όλοι μας μέσα στις άκρες με κάποιο τρόπο τα χρησιμοποιούμε. Αν κάνουμε λίγο μια ιστορική αναδρομή, θα δούμε ότι πριν κάμποσα χρόνια το μόνο που δουλεύαμε για να κάνουμε παραμετροποίηση σε εξοπλισμό ήταν χρήση CLI commands. το UI που μπορεί να έχει οποιοδήποτε εξοπλισμός. Μετά περάσαμε στην εποχή των software-defined networks. Εκεί αρχίσαμε να χρησιμοποιούμε όλο και περισσότερο το κομμάτι του API και το infrastructure as code. Πλέον όμως είμαστε σε μια εποχή όπου έχουμε το AI και μας δίνει πολλαπλές δυνατότητες και ευκαιρίες και περισσότερα εργαλεία. Μια ιστορική αναδρομή πολύ σύντομη στο κομμάτι του AI. Δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι πρωτόγνωρο. Υπήρχε πάντα στον χώρο της πληροφορικής. Σε εμάς απλά έφτασε να γίνει πιο εύκολα προσβάσιμο στο 2021 και 2022, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, που πλέον αρχίσαμε να έχουμε το Generative AI και να είναι πάρα πολύ προσιτό στον απλό χρήστη. Στην όλη διαδικασία που ξεκινήσαμε να ψάχνουμε τις δυνατότητες που έχουμε, δεν σας κρύβουμε ότι δυσκολευτήκαμε, διότι δεν ήταν τόσο απλό το να πεις ότι θα καταφέρω να κάνω integrate μια οποιαδήποτε AI εφαρμογή ή ένα LLM μοντέλο με τις υποδομές μας, με τις εφαρμογές μας, με το οτιδήποτε σχετικό. Εκεί λοιπόν, περίπου τέτοια εποχή πέρσι το καλοκαίρι, ανακαλύψαμε το MCP πρωτόκολλο. Model Context Protocol, το οποίο το έφερε στην επιφάνεια η Anthropic, το δημιούργησε και πλέον έχει καθιερωθεί, θα λέγαμε, και χρησιμοποιείται σχεδόν από όλους τους κατασκευαστές. Δεν ξέρω πόσοι από εδώ πέρα έχετε ήδη χρησιμοποιήσει το MCP πρωτόκολλο ή το χρησιμοποιείτε με κάποιο τρόπο στην καθημερινότητά σας. Πολύ επιγραμματικά, τι είναι το MCP πρωτόκολλο? Ουσιαστικά κάνει standardize τον τρόπο και τον μηχανισμό με τον οποίο θα επικοινωνήσει ένα LLM με μία υποδομή, με μία εφαρμογή. Δίνεις πρόσβαση μέσω του MCP πρωτοκόλλου, δίνεις πρόσβαση σε data τα οποία μέχρι πρότινος δεν μπορούσε με κανένα τρόπο να έχει πρόσβαση ένα LLM μοντέλο. Είναι ένα πρωτόκολλο client-server, όπως όλα αυτά που γνωρίζουμε, και έχει τρία βασικά components: MCP host, MCP client, MCP server. Ο MCP host πρακτικά είναι η εφαρμογή, το user interface, αυτό που έχουμε μπροστά μας, ένα ChatGPT, ένα Cloud Desktop, ένα GitHub Copilot. Εμείς πάρα πολύ έντονα χρησιμοποιούμε το GitHub Copilot και το Cloud Desktop γιατί είναι πάρα πολύ εύκολο να του ορίσεις MCP server. Έχεις τον MCP host. Ο MCP host έχει μέσα του τη δυνατότητα, το component του MCP client. Άρα λοιπόν μπορεί να ξεκινήσει μια client server, μια επικοινωνία προς τον MCP server. Τι είναι ο MCP server? Ο MCP server δεν είναι τίποτα παραπάνω από ένα πολύ light πρόγραμμα, γραμμένο σε μια οποιαδήποτε γλώσσα μπορείτε να φανταστείτε. Εμείς έχουμε χρησιμοποιήσει κατά κόρον Python και ουσιαστικά τι περιγράφει ο MCP server? Είναι μια πολύ light εφαρμογή η οποία μέσα της περιγράφει εργαλεία. Αυτά τα εργαλεία, με το που θα γίνει το connection του MCP client με τον MCP server, έρχεται το MCP server και ανακοινώνει προς τον MCP client ότι έχω 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 110 εργαλεία. Τι είναι αυτά τα εργαλεία? Αυτά τα εργαλεία μπορεί να είναι specific API εντολές, μπορεί να είναι SSH commands, μπορεί να είναι GraphQL, μπορεί να είναι οτιδήποτε σε επίπεδο, οτιδήποτε από αυτά που ξέραμε και γνωρίζαμε και που κάναμε νωρίτερα μόνοι μας. Απλά πλέον τα προδιαγράφουμε μέσα στον MCP server και παρουσιάζονται προς τον MCP client σαν διαθέσιμα εργαλεία. Άρα λοιπόν τι πετυχαίνουμε με αυτό το πράγμα? Πετυχαίνουμε ότι ο χρήστης που κάθεται μπροστά στην οθόνη του και έχει μπροστά του ένα user interface, ένα application σαν το Cloud Desktop, ας πούμε, ή σαν το GitHub Copilot, έχει τη δυνατότητα να αξιοποιήσει το δικό του το μυαλό, αλλά και το LLM. Άρα αρχίζει και ανταλλάσσει πληροφορία με το LLM. Όταν χρειάζεται πληροφορία, πραγματική live πληροφορία από τις υποδομές ή τις εφαρμογές, χρησιμοποιεί τα MCP tools, ζητάει την πληροφορία, η πληροφορία γυρνάει προς το LLM, επεξεργάζεται κλπ. Και θα το δούμε και λίγο πιο αναλυτικά παρακάτω. Πού τρέχει ο MCP server? Ο MCP server μπορεί να τρέξει είτε local στο PC μας, είτε σε έναν server ξεχωριστό, σε ένα Docker, σαν container. Μπορεί να το έχουμε public στο internet ή να το έχουμε on-premise. Εξαρτάται κάθε φορά το πώς θέλουμε να το χρησιμοποιήσουμε. Αν πρόκειται να έχω έναν MCP server το οποίο θα τον αξιοποιήσω μόνος μου εγώ σαν μηχανικός, μπορώ να τον τρέχω local στο PC μου. Αν θέλω να έχω έναν MCP server τον οποίο θα τον έχω διαθέσιμο σε μια ομάδα ανθρώπων, χρήσιμο είναι να τον έχω σε ένα container και να είναι προσβάσιμο από όλους. Δύο βασικοί τρόποι στο transport, standard input-output, όταν τρέχει local στο PC μας, streamable HTTP, όταν τρέχει κεντρικά σε κάποιο σημείο. Εμείς έχουμε δοκιμάσει και τα δύο σενάρια και προσπαθούμε να το εξελίξουμε ώστε να το βάλουμε, να το χρησιμοποιούμε, να δίνουμε την πρόσβαση σε περισσότερους του ενός ανθρώπου. Ένα από τα βασικά θέματα που αντιμετωπίσαμε με τη χρήση των MCP servers είναι το εξής. Όταν το τρέχεις local στο PC σου, αυτό αρχίζει, επειδή είναι ένα προγραμματάκι, αρχίζει και καταναλώνει resources. Το ένα είναι σημείο αυτό. Αν τρέχεις έναν MCP server, OK, λες, δεν τρέχει και τίποτα. Αλλά αν αρχίσεις και έχεις παραπάνω από έναν MCP servers, αρχίζεις και έχεις μεγάλη κατανάλωση resources στο μηχάνημα. Πέρα από αυτό, ένα πολύ βασικό κομμάτι στη χρήση του πώς δουλεύει το AI είναι το window context. Το window context, φανταστείτε το σαν ένα λευκό πίνακα, ο οποίος για κάθε chat session το οποίο ανοίγουμε εμείς σε μια AI εφαρμογή και αρχίσουμε και ανταλλάσσουμε πληροφορίες με το LLM, υπάρχει ένας λευκός πίνακας και εκεί καταγράφεται πληροφορία. Τα εργαλεία, τα tools, τα οποία διαφημίζει ένας MCP server προς τον MCP client, είναι κομμάτι του λευκού αυτού πίνακα. Άρα, στην πράξη, όταν έχεις πολλούς MCP servers, δεν θέλεις να αναλώνεις τόσο τα resources του μηχανήματος, όσο και το window context του κάθε session. Γιατί όσο ανεβαίνει η χρήση του window context, τόσο αρχίζεις και έχεις λάθος αποτελέσματα. Αρχίζεις και έχεις περισσότερο hallucinations. Εκεί μπαίνει λοιπόν το κομμάτι του MCP Gateway. Το MCP Gateway ουσιαστικά τι είναι? Είναι άλλο ένα layer ανάμεσα στον MCP client και στον MCP server. Τι πετυχαίνεις με αυτό? Πετυχαίνεις να έχεις στον MCP host να έχεις ορίσει πλέον ένα σημείο το οποίο εκπροσωπεί όλους τους MCP servers. Όταν ζητάω το εργαλείο, το MCP Gateway αναλαμβάνει το ρόλο είτε να σηκώσει το MCP service αν το τρέχουμε τοπικά στο PC μας, είτε να διαλέξει, να βρει το κατάλληλο εργαλείο το οποίο θα χρησιμοποιηθεί από το LLM, είτε μπορεί πετυχαίνεις να έχεις και ένα κεντρικοποιημένο σημείο στο οποίο να έχεις authentication, να έχεις logging, αρχίζεις και το κάνεις πιο οργανωμένα και μπορείς να το βάλεις πιο εύκολα και πιο σίγουρα σε μια enterprise αρχιτεκτονική. Μια πολύ επιγραμματική εικόνα μιας αρχιτεκτονικής στην οποία έχουμε δουλέψει. Είναι ο μηχανικός στο σημείο 1 και έχει μπροστά του το VS Code με το Copilot σαν εργαλείο. Έχει κάνει connect με το MCP Gateway. Το MCP Gateway έχει από πίσω του τον MCP Server για iOS XE devices και όχι μόνο, μπορεί να έχει πίσω του και άλλους MCP servers. Ζητάει την πληροφορία, ο MCP server επικοινωνεί με τα devices, επικοινωνεί με την υποδομή, γυρνάει τα αποτελέσματα, φτάνουν στο LLM, γίνεται ανάλυση, reasoning και ό,τι χρειάζεται και πλέον γυρνάει το αποτέλεσμα προς τον τελικό χρήστη για να έρθει να το κάνει verify, να το ανακατευθύνει, να ζητήσει επιπλέον πληροφορία, να διαχειριστεί ο άνθρωπος τα όλα βήματα τα οποία τρέχουν. Για μας είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ότι δεν τρέχουμε όλο αυτό το πράγμα γιατί θέλουμε να βγάλουμε τον άνθρωπο από τη μέση. Ο άνθρωπος είναι εκεί, το expertise του οποιοδήποτε μηχανικού απαιτείται και χρειάζεται και θα το δούμε πολύ έντονα και στο παράδειγμα που θα μας δείξει ο Κώστας.
Έχουμε κάνει πολλές δοκιμές. Έχουμε τρέξει πάρα πολλά πράγματα. Έχουμε φέρει μόνο 2 γιατί δεν μας έφτανε ο χρόνος. Το ένα νομίζω ότι ταιριάζει πάρα πολύ στο ακροατέριο που έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή και στην ουσία είναι ένας μικρός provider, MPLS VPN provider, που θελήσαμε να τον στήσουμε με αυτή τη λογική που περιέγραψε τώρα ο Γιάννης. Το πρώτο case study είναι αυτό. Το δεύτερο, επίτηδες το βάλαμε γιατί δεν θέλαμε να είναι μόνο δικτυακό. Θέλαμε να δείξουμε ότι αυτό ακουμπάει τα πάντα. Δεν ακουμπάει μόνο τα δίκτυα. Φτιάξαμε λοιπόν σε ένα lab μια πολύ απλή αρχιτεκτονική. Στο κέντρο ένας iOS XR στημένος provider με τους PE routers του, τους PE, τους RR, ό,τι ξέρουμε, σε πολύ μικρό scale προφανώς, γιατί τα resources που είχαμε στο VM ήταν αυτά. Δύο εικονικοί πελάτες, customer Α, customer Β, με δύο sites ο καθένας και θέλαμε να προσομοιώσουμε ένα τυπικό MPLS Layer 3 VPN, όπου ο κάθε πελάτης μιλάει με τα sites του, δεν υπάρχει cross-customer route leakage κτλ. Τα services που θέλαμε να δώσουμε, είπαμε, ας πούμε, θεωρητικά στον customer Α θα παίξουμε eBGP. Ο πελάτης με τον PE router, τα prefix τα οποία θα θέλαμε να ανακοινώσει από τα δύο site του, το AES του πελάτη, και από τον customer Β λέγαμε θα παίξουμε SPF με authentication και ποια είναι τα prefix τα οποία θα είχαμε στα δύο sites του πελάτη. Για το κομμάτι του service provider θέλαμε ένα resilient core, όπως είπαμε, με τους PE routers στα άκρα, τους PE στο κέντρο, έναν RR ο οποίος θα έκανε όλο το MPBGP peering για τα routes των πελατών και στο underlay χρησιμοποίησαμε ASIS και προφανώς και LDP για να μπορεί να υπάρχει το labeling, το distribution των labels. Ο σκοπός μας ήταν ο εξής. Να το στήσουμε όλο χωρίς να ακουμπήσουμε καμία συσκευή. Σε εισαγωγικά. Θα δείτε στην ουσία τι κάναμε μόνο για να μπορεί το ίδιο το LLM, ο MCP server που λέει και ο Γιάννης, να μπορεί να φτάσει μέχρι τον εξοπλισμό. Θέλαμε να γίνει όλη η τοπολογία Discover μέσω CDP. Δεν του δώσαμε καμία πληροφορία ποιος είναι συνδεδεμένος πού. Του δώσαμε ένα prefix από το οποίο θα πάρει όλα τα /30 δίκτυα για να κάνει τα peering μεταξύ των routers. Ένα άλλο για να φτιάξει loopback για router ID σε SPF, σε BGP, σε ό,τι άλλο χρησιμοποιήσει. Και στο τέλος ζητήσαμε να το κάνει configure, verify, validate και document. Όλα σε ένα session. Εδώ είναι το που είπα πριν, ακουμπήσαμε λίγο. Το μόνο που κάναμε στους routers ήταν αυτό. Βάλαμε μία management IP, μία στον καθένα, και default route από το VRF management που τους είχαμε δώσει για να πιάνει τους routers. Τίποτα παραπάνω. Το μόνο input που είχαμε λοιπόν για το LLM ήταν αυτό. Και ένα JSON αρχείο που φτιάξαμε εκεί πέρα στην ουσία το hosting name των routers, την IP τους και τα credentials, τα οποία βέβαια δεν ήταν hard-coded μέσα σε text αρχεία, ήταν φυλαγμένα σε key vault. Και πώς το στήσαμε όλο αυτό? Με ένα prompt. Φαίνεται μεγάλο, ήταν μεγάλο και καταναλώνει και πολλά tokens, όπως καταλαβαίνετε. Στην πορεία θα δείτε ότι βρήκαμε τρόπο και το μειώσαμε ακόμα περισσότερο. Κάτι σημαντικό. Θέλαμε να αποφύγουμε τα πολύ έτσι γνωστά hallucinations που κάνουν τα AI. Γι' αυτό και προσπαθήσαμε να φτιάξουμε όσο πιο structured γινόταν το prompt. Ακόμα και έτσι έκανε λάθη. Και εδώ είναι το κομμάτι που έλεγε πριν ο Γιάννης. Ο μηχανικός δικτύου, ο εκάστοτε μηχανικός, δεν μπορεί να βγει από το παιχνίδι με όλο αυτό το πράγμα. Είναι εκεί για να κάνει καλύτερα τη δουλειά του, να την κάνει πιο στοχευμένα, αλλά παραμένει στο παιχνίδι. Γιατί? Παρότι του είχαμε δώσει πολύ ξεκάθαρες οδηγίες, το LLM έκανε τα δικά του. Του είχα πει αρχικά, ας πούμε, να φτιάξει τα peerings με βάση τα CDP που θα βρει από τους routers. Το έκανε, με τη διαφορά ότι βρήκε CDPs και από το management interface που είχα συνδέσει τους routers και μου έφτιαξε AIS πάνω από αυτό. Γιατί ήταν όλοι πελάτες, core, PE routers, ήταν όλοι συνδεδεμένοι στο ίδιο management δίκτυο, οπότε έφτιαξε AIS με όλους αυτούς. Πήγα λοιπόν και του είπα, κάνει ignore το management interface. Στο OSPF έφτιαξε μία loopback και έβαλε εκεί πέρα /24 δίκτυο και το ανακοίνωσε στο OSPF. Με τη διαφορά ότι δεν έβαλε σωστό network type, με αποτέλεσμα το δίκτυο να είναι /32 και όχι /24 ανακοινωμένο από τους πελάτες και να μην παίζει τίποτα. Στο κομμάτι του δεύτερου πελάτη που είχε BGP, ξέχασε το AES override. Και τα δύο routers του πελάτη είχαν το ίδιο AES number, με αποτέλεσμα, επειδή δεν είχε βάλει το AES override, δεν ανακοινωνόταν κανένα prefix μεταξύ των πελατών. Αυτά λοιπόν χρειάζεται μηχανικός με εμπειρία να τα πιάσει. Ναι, μεν έκανε όλη τη βρώμικη δουλειά, το έφτασε σε ένα πολύ καλό σημείο, αλλά δεν υπήρχε ένας άνθρωπος ο οποίος έχει εμπειρία να καταλάβει τι στείνει, δεν θα είχε στηθεί μόνο του. Οπότε θέλω να πω ότι ο μηχανικός παραμένει, είναι στο παιχνίδι και κοιτάει και έχει τον overall έλεγχο του τι στείνεται. Τρέχοντας το deployment λοιπόν, αριστερά βλέπετε τα διάφορα outputs που μας έβγαζε την ώρα που το τρέχαμε. Θα πάω μέσω CDP να βρω τα adjacencies. Είμαι έτοιμος, τα έχω βρει, πάω να σηκώσω τα interfaces, να βάλω IPs, να βάλω descriptions, του είχαμε πει θέλουμε clear descriptions παντού, να σηκώσω τα δυναμικά πρωτόκολλα, να φτιάξω τον RR, να κάνω τα peerings, να κάνω confirm ότι υπάρχει exchange routes κτλ. Δεξιά είναι το output που έβγαλε όταν τελείωσε. Που στην ουσία τα είχε φτιάξει όλα. Είχε στήσει όλο το δίκτυο, του πήρε περίπου μισή ώρα, 40 λεπτά, με τα διαφορετικά iterations που κάναμε, που έβγαζε, του διορθώναμε, μην κάνεις αυτό, μην κάνεις εκείνο, περίπου μισή ώρα με 40 λεπτά πήρε και το έφτιαξε όλο. Και δεν το έφτιαξε απλά, το έκανε και validate. Μπήκε μέσα στους routers, τσέκαρε ότι υπάρχει ανακοίνωση των routes από τον ένα site του πελάτη Α στο άλλο, από του Β στο Β, μέσα το MPBGP στον provider, μπήκε στους routers του πελάτη, έκανε ping validation, έκανε ping από τον ένα router στον άλλον, τσέκαρε ότι δεν έχει customer route leakage. Τα τσέκαρε όλα αυτά και στο τέλος μας έφτιαξε και documentation και διάγραμμα. Και το μέρος αυτής της παρουσίασης. Δεν το λέω για πλάκα. Η παρουσίαση φτιάχτηκε σε εκείνο το prompt, απλά εμείς τι πήγαμε μετά, εντάξει, την βελτιώσαμε πάρα πολύ με τον Γιάννη, βάλαμε το logo της εταιρείας, βάλαμε κάποια πράγματα, βάλαμε πιο ωραία σχεδιαγράμματα, animations κτλ. Αλλά μεγάλο κομμάτι φτιάχτηκε από εκείνο το prompt. Για να μπορέσουμε λίγο να γλιτώσουμε με το prompt το τεράστιο, υπάρχουν τουλάχιστον στο VS Code τα instructions, τα prompts και τα skills, τα οποία δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να βάλεις κάποιους κανόνες στο πώς το LLM θα κινείται και θα λειτουργεί, για να είναι πολύ πιο μικρό το prompt που θα δώσεις και τα tokens τα οποία θα καταναλώσεις, γιατί αυτό έχει και κόστος στο τέλος της ημέρας. Το δεύτερο case study δεν έχει να κάνει με δίκτυα, έχει να κάνει με συστήματα. Και συγκεκριμένα με vCenter. Είχαμε φτιάξει έναν MCP για vCenter. Θέλαμε να κάνουμε deploy ένα VM. Τι κάναμε παλιά? Λέγαμε σε αυτόν για τον οποίο σηκώναμε το VM, δώσε μου τα specs, να πάω να φτιάξω ένα VM στο vCenter, να βρω αυτά τα specs, να τα κάνω assign στο VM, δώσε μου τώρα το ISO, κάνω boot το VM και όταν έχει μπουτάρει, στο δίνει έτοιμο, μπορείς να το παραμετροποιήσεις. Ο καινούριος τρόπος. Φτιάχνουμε ένα prompt και του λέμε βρες online, εδώ πήραμε για παράδειγμα τα VMs για ένα Cisco ICE appliance. Βρες online τα specs, φτιάξε το VM, ψάξε το data store, βρες το ISO, κάνε boot το VM από αυτό το ISO και όταν είναι έτοιμο φώναξε με να το σετάρω. Και το έκανε. Πήγε online, βρήκε όλα τα specs που απαιτεί για το ICE VM, σήκωσε το VM στον ESXi, μάλιστα μου βρήκε και το Data LAN network, το οποίο είχα και με ρώτησε, μου λέει είναι αυτό το network στο οποίο θέλει να πατήσει το VM σου. Και του είπα ναι. Έψαξε στο Data Store, βρήκε το ISO αρχείο, το έκανε mount στο VM, έκανε boot το VM και γύρισε και μου είπε είναι έτοιμο. Και μπήκα στην κονσόλα και περίμενε το setup script το VM. Αυτό πήρε περίπου 5 λεπτά. Δεν πήρε παραπάνω να το κάνει. Γιατί όλα αυτά έχουν σημασία? Γιατί καταλαβαίνετε ότι αυτό μας ανοίγει μια τρομακτική πόρτα στον τρόπο με τον οποίο δουλεύαμε μέχρι τώρα. Αλλάζει τα δεδομένα, φέρνει κυριολεκτικά το τραπέζι τούμπα σε ό,τι ξέραμε μέχρι τώρα. Μας δίνει έναν τρόπο να κάνουμε πολύ πιο γρήγορα κάποια πράγματα, πάντα με τον έλεγχο ότι είμαστε από πάνω και τσεκάρουμε τι κάνει. Με την διαδικασία όλη του MCP και του MCP Gateway έχουμε λίγο πιο όρια στα hallucinations που κάνει το LLM, γιατί κάνει hallucinations, αλλά τουλάχιστον όταν του δίνουμε πρόσβαση σε live δεδομένα, είναι πολύ πιο εύκολο να περιορίσουμε αυτά τα hallucinations. Δεν τα εξαλείφουμε, τα περιορίζουμε όμως σε ένα βαθμό που πλέον τα ελέγχουμε, καταλαβαίνουμε πότε κάνει λάθη. Και το security. Τεράστιος τομέας στο κομμάτι των LLM. Τι κάνουμε με το security? Και αν γίνει expose τα δεδομένα μου, εδώ υπάρχουν guardrails τα οποία μας βάζουν οι διάφοροι providers με Microsoft με το VS Code. Λέει ότι από τη στιγμή που έχεις ένα GitHub Copilot subscription, τα δεδομένα σου δεν κάνουν 3 άλλα μοντέλα. Οπότε μπορείς εύκολα να το χρησιμοποιήσεις για να μπορέσεις να διαχειριστείς ακόμα και περιβάλλοντα πελατών. Τα guardrails είναι πολύ σημαντικά. Να έχουμε δηλαδή κάτι το οποίο θα ελέγχει το LLM και το τι κάνει. Γιατί αν δεν το κάνουμε αυτό, θα έχουμε αυτά τα φαινόμενα. Και αυτά. Και αυτά. εταιρεία στην Αμερική έχασε όλη της την παραγωγική βάση και όλα τα backup που είχε, γιατί το LLM νόμιζε ότι έπρεπε να το κάνει. Η εταιρεία έχασε όλη της τη δουλειά, μέσα σε μία στιγμή, κυριολεκτικά. Στη δικιά μας λοιπόν την υλοποίηση έχουμε φτιάξει στα instructions που λέγαμε νωρίτερα του VS Code, έχουμε φτιάξει ξεκάθαρα instruction, έχουμε βάλει ένα distraction gate που λέει ότι δεν σβήνεις τίποτα αν δεν πάρεις ρητό confirmation από το χρήστη. Και αυτό το ακούει. Δηλαδή, τρέχαμε ένα Azure deployment και κάποια φάση, αφού κάναμε το lab, θέλαμε να το σβήσουμε. Και γυρνάει και μου λέει: ναι, αλλά εγώ δεν μπορώ να το σβήσω. Πρέπει να μου δώσεις εσύ πρώτα το εκεί, γιατί έχεις βάλει αυτό το instruction στο Copilot. Και το έκανε. Δηλαδή, υπάρχουν τρόποι να το περιορίσεις και να μην το αφήσεις να κάνει ό,τι γουστάρει. Πώς ξεκινάμε να χτίζουμε κάτι τέτοιο? Κάποιος ο οποίος δεν θέλει να βασιστεί σε public μοντέλα μπορεί να το κάνει με το PC του, κατεβάζοντας LM Studio, Olama, ένα local LLM και να το τρέξει στο PC του. Υπάρχει βέβαια το κάτσο ότι εδώ πέρα θέλεις ένα πολύ δυνατό τερματικό με πολύ καλή GPU. Χωρίς αυτό δουλεύει, είναι τραγικά αργό. Δηλαδή θα το κάνεις μια ερώτηση, θα πηγαίνεις να φτιάξεις ένα καφέ και θα γυρίσεις και ακόμα θα σου γράφει reasoning. Το LM Studio έχει υποστηρίξει πλέον τη δυνατότητα του MCP για κάποιον ο οποίος έχει ένα δυνατό τερματικό και θέλει να το δοκιμάσει. Δηλαδή μπορεί πλέον να εισάγει MCPs μέσα και να παίξει με υποδομές. Και φυσικά όταν κάνει κάτι τέτοιο δεν βγαίνει κάτι live στο ίντερνετ. Είναι όλο τοπικό. Το LLM που έχεις είναι τοπικό. Οπότε δεν φοβάσαι να διαρρεύσει πληροφορία σου έξω. Κάποιος ο οποίος θέλει να πάει σε public LLMs, εμείς χρησιμοποιούμε πάρα πολύ το VS Code με το GitHub Copilot, το οποίο σου δίνει όλα τα γνωστά LLMs διαθέσιμα και το Cloudopus και της OpenAI δίνει, ανάλογα ποιο θέλεις να χρησιμοποιήσεις και βέβαια πόσο θες να πληρώσεις. Git. Όλα αυτά τα έχουμε σε Git, γιατί ακριβώς έχουμε πλέον φτάσει σε επίπεδο να σκεφτόμαστε και λίγο σαν developers. Οπότε, Git is your friend.
Να προσθέσω σε αυτό ότι και ο Κώστας και εγώ δεν είμαστε developers σε καμία περίπτωση. Ούτε software architects είμαστε, ούτε τίποτα. Μηχανικοί δικτύων είμαστε. Απλά μπήκαμε στη λογική να χτίσουμε κάποια πράγματα που θα αξιοποιούσαμε το AI. Θα πει κάποιος, ωραία, και πώς φτιάχνεις έναν MCP, πού τον βρίσκεις, τι κάνεις κλπ. MCP servers βγάζουν πλέον και οι vendors. Άρα, σαν πρώτο σημείο, όταν ξεκινάμε και έχουμε μια ανάγκη, λέμε πάμε να δούμε τι υπάρχει διαθέσιμο από τους vendors. Αν δεν υπάρχει κάτι διαθέσιμο, πλέον με τη χρήση πάλι του AI έρχεσαι και χτίζεις έναν MCP. Να καταλαβαίνεις κάποια πράγματα σε επίπεδο coding, ναι, OK, παίζει μια σημασία, μπορείς να βλέπεις, να διαβάζεις κάποια πράγματα. Αλλά δεν είναι ότι είμαστε οι developers που καθίσαμε και πιάσαμε την Python και αρχίσαμε και χτίσαμε όλο τον MCP server από το μηδέν. Όλα τα φτιάχνουμε με το AI. Έχει σημασία να αρχίσεις να σκέφτεσαι σε μια λογική σαν developer. Δεν θα γίνουμε developer, δεν έχουμε σκοπό να γίνουμε developer, αλλά έχει μια σημασία γιατί καταγράφεις τα errors, κάνεις bug fixing, σημειώνεις τι θέματα υπάρχουν, πρέπει να τα έχεις κάπου σε κάποιο κεντρικό ρέπο, πώς θα το μοιράσεις με κάποιον άλλο συνάδελφο ο οποίος θα το εξελίξει, να το πάει παρακάτω. Έχει μια διαφορετική φιλοσοφία προσέγγισης. Ερωτήσεις.
Μπράβο, παιδιά, ωραία δουλειά. Μια γρήγορη ερώτηση. Αφού έχετε κρατήσει τα prompt, έχετε δοκιμάσει να δείτε πώς αλλάζει η συμπεριφορά το μοντέλο? Ή με καινούριο μοντέλο, αν σκέφτεται κάτι καινούριο ή χειρότερο ή καλύτερο?
Καλή ερώτηση. Λοιπόν, προχθές έτρεχα ένα EVPN VXLAN Lab με τον ίδιο ακριβώς σκοπό που κάνουμε αυτή την παρουσίαση. Το ξεκίνησα και κατά λάθος το άφησα σε auto στο VS Code, που το auto σημαίνει επέλεξε ποιο μοντέλο θέλεις. Μου τα έκανε, θα φανώ ευγενικός, χάλια. Δεν δούλευε τίποτα, δεν έφτιαχνε τίποτα. Όταν το πήρα χαμπάρι, του είπα, Scratch, σταματάς, αλλάζω μοντέλο, πάω σε Opus και του λέω, φτιάξε μου πρώτα το πλάνο και μετά χρησιμοποίησα Sonnet για να μου κάνει την υλοποίηση. Σε 2 ώρες ήταν έτοιμο. Οπότε η απάντηση είναι ναι, το μοντέλο παίζει τεράστια διαφορά.
Παίζει ρόλο το μοντέλο, δεν το συζητάμε. Έχει σημασία.
Καλησπέρα, παιδιά. Πάρα πολύ ωραία παρουσίαση. Ευχαριστούμε. Στην αρχή μιλήσατε πάρα πολύ για τον experienced μηχανικό που είστε εσείς και αντίστοιχα φαντάζομαι πολλοί κόσμοι μέσα σε αυτό το δωμάτιο, ο οποίος μπορεί να πιάσει όλα αυτά τα λάθη. Αλλά ο τρόπος με τον οποίο μάθατε να πιάνετε όλα αυτά τα λάθη είναι ακριβώς επειδή φάγατε τα μούτρα σας στα προβλήματα που είδατε. Και η ερώτηση με οποία νομίζω δεν έχει πάρα πολύ εύκολη απάντηση, δηλαδή εγώ δεν έχω καταφέρει να την απαντήσω ακόμα, είναι τη νέα γενιά. Πώς θα την αναπτύξουμε όταν λείπει αυτό?
Είναι ένα από τα θέματα, γιατί εμάς όλη η ομάδα έχει από junior μηχανικούς μέχρι αρκετά senior μηχανικούς. Είναι όντως ένα μεγάλο challenge. Δεν το συζητάμε αυτό το πράγμα. Είναι ένα πολύ μεγάλο challenge. Εγώ, η οπτική γωνία που το βλέπω είναι ότι πρέπει να μάθουμε να χρησιμοποιούμε το AI και σαν τρόπο που θα εξελίξουμε και τις γνώσεις μας. Να μην είναι σε μια λογική copy-paste ή το αναθέτω αυτό, το αφήνω, κάνει τη δουλειά του και δεν ασχολούμαι καθόλου. Αν μπει στη φιλοσοφία και στο mentality ότι χρησιμοποιώ το AI και για να επιταχύνω κάποια πράγματα και για να βελτιώσω κάποια πράγματα και για να υλοποιήσω κάποια πράγματα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα και για να μάθω μέσα από αυτό το πράγμα, ναι, θα βοηθήσει και τον junior το μηχανικό και θα καταλήξεις και ένας junior μηχανικός να αποκτήσει ίσως και ταχύτερα τη γνώση. Φέρω ένα παράδειγμα απλό. Όταν ξεκινήσαμε κι εμείς πριν κάποια χρόνια, ήμασταν με τα dial-up, το λέγαμε, κάποιος το ανέφερε νωρίτερα. Πρόσβαση στην πληροφορία δεν είχαμε. Εντάξει, μας δυσκόλεψε το ότι είχαμε ταχύτερο ίντερνετ? Όχι. Μας βοήθησε. Μετά άρχισες να έχεις παντού public πληροφορία και να αρχίσεις να βλέπεις documentation. Έπρεπε να κάτσεις να το διαβάσεις. Το ίδιο πρέπει να κάνεις και εδώ. Ναι, η λύση δεν είναι το αναθέτω και τελείωσα. Πρέπει να μπει στο mentality αυτό το πράγμα. Δεν ξέρω αν σε κάλυψα. Είναι challenge.
Καλησπέρα. Πολύ ωραία παρουσίαση. Από περιέργεια, τι σας έκανε να στραφείτε στο AI σε σχέση με πιο παραδοσιακές λύσεις, Ansible, Terraform, Nornir, Notabot κτλ?
Δεν αναιρεί το ένα το άλλο. Καταρχάς, να το πούμε σωστά. Δεν σημαίνει ότι το AI θα μου καταργήσει το κομμάτι του. Εμείς το βλέπουμε και από την οπτική γωνία. Η εταιρεία, δεν ξέρω όσοι τη γνωρίζετε, είμαστε ένας integrator. Εντάξει. Δεν έχουμε μπροστά μας μια συγκεκριμένη αρχιτεκτονική και ένας provider όπου διαχειριζόμαστε αυτή την υποδομή κατ' επανάληψη και έχουμε repeatable actions κάθε φορά στη συγκεκριμένη τεχνολογία. Εμείς καλούμαστε να ασχοληθούμε με ένα πολύ μεγάλο εύρος τεχνολογιών, vendors, κατασκευαστών, όπως θέλετε πείτε το. Άρα, το AI πολλές φορές σε βοηθάει να τρέξεις κάποιες υλοποιήσεις που υπό άλλες συνθήκες μπορεί να χρειαζόσουν 10-15 ανθρώπους.
Σε ανάλυση discovery κτλ.
Σε ανάλυση, σε discovery, σε να βρεις καινούργια features, να σκεφτείς και να σου δώσει μια άλλη ιδέα στην αρχιτεκτονική σου, να το πας λίγο διαφορετικά. Το infrastructure as code, το Ansible, Python, automation, όλα αυτά τα πράγματα συνεχίζουμε και τα έχουμε, απλά κοιτάμε να τα χρησιμοποιούμε στο σημείο το οποίο έχουν αξία μεγάλη, στα repeatable actions, και ταυτόχρονα πάλι χρησιμοποιούμε και το AI ώστε και να παράγουμε, παράδειγμα, το IAC, τον κώδικα. Να μην χρειάζεσαι from scratch να τα πιάνεις όλα από την αρχή, να εντοπίσεις λάθη ή να πιάσεις έναν κώδικα που έχεις σε infrastructure as code και να τον βελτιστοποιήσεις. Το σίγουρο πάντως δεν αναιρεί το ένα το άλλο. Πάνε μαζί.
Συγχαρητήρια για την παρουσίαση και από μένα. Πολύ ωραία, πολύ ενδιαφέρον και πολύ επίκαιρο θέμα. Δύο ερωτήσεις, η μία είναι σύντομη. Τα μοντέλα που χρησιμοποιήσατε, τα AI μοντέλα, ήταν vanilla μοντέλα, δηλαδή as is from the internet, ή...
Ναι, είναι τα μοντέλα, ήταν ανάλογα το version που χρησιμοποίησαμε, τα μοντέλα που είχε η Anthropic, η
Μπράβο, όπως το... ωραία, πάμε τώρα στο δεύτερο κομμάτι. Γνωρίζω ότι πάρα πολλοί vendors έχουν και internal documentation που δεν είναι exposed στο internet και δεν τα δίνουν και πρέπει να έχεις να είσαι customer και να έχεις credentials για να μπορέσεις να αποκτήσεις πρόσβαση. Και αν δώσεις αυτά, πιστεύω, τα documentation μέσα στο μοντέλο και το κάνεις train, πολύ πιθανό να βελτιστοποιηθεί πάρα πολύ.
Το μοντέλο δεν θα το κάνεις.
Δεν μπορείς να κάνεις train.
Το μοντέλο train δεν το κάνεις. Αυτό που μπορείς να πας είναι στη λογική RAG.
Ναι.
Δηλαδή να έχεις μια βιβλιοθήκη, την οποία την έχεις πάντα προσβάσιμη από το AI, ώστε να την αξιοποιεί. Το μοντέλο εκπαιδεύτηκε, βγήκε publish και αυτό είναι. Δεν θα επανεκπαιδευτεί.
Μπορεί όμως να διαβάσει το documentation. Μπορεί να του δώσεις, διάβασέ μου το documentation της Juniper, της Cisco και γίνει retrain ουσιαστικά.
Το ίδιο και έχεις κάνει και εδώ με το MCP. Σκέψου ότι αντί να λέμε για documentation, συζητάμε για την live κατάσταση μιας υποδομής. Το ίδιο πράγμα είναι. Λες, το LLM δεν είναι εκπαιδευμένο με το τι ισχύει στην υποδομή σου. Τραβάει την πληροφορία live από την υποδομή. κατά τη στοιχεία μπορεί να τραβήξει live την πληροφορία από έναν φάκελο που έχεις latest documentation.
Ναι, αλλά ας πούμε features, restrictions,
να σου δώσω ένα παράδειγμα.
PRs, bugs.
Να σου δώσω ένα παράδειγμα.
Ναι.
Αυτό ακριβώς που ρώτησες. Ναι. Έχουμε ένα case με ένα vendor συγκεκριμένο, το οποίο το documentation είναι πολλές φορές κλειδωμένο πίσω από credentials, δεν μπορούσε το AI να το κάνει access.
Μπράβο.
Και εγώ το ίδιο πρόβλημα είχα. Γιατί ήθελα να φτιάξω MCP για αυτό το συγκεκριμένο προϊόν, τον οποίο το χρησιμοποιώ αυτή τη στιγμή live. Και τι έκανε. Μέσα στο VS Code έχουν βάλει εδώ και καιρό έναν interactive browser feature. Μου άνοιξε μέσα στο VS Code interactive browser, του έδωσα τα credential, του είπα ακριβώς ποια είναι τα αρχεία στο documentation του vendor που με ενδιαφέρει για το συγκεκριμένο μοντέλο, τα διάβασε, τα ανέλυσε, μου έφτιαξε MCP, ο οποίος δούλεψε.
Μπράβο.
Χωρίς αυτό δεν μπορούσε να το φτιάξει.
Μπράβο. Αυτό είναι.
Τώρα, Κώστας, όσους δεν χρησιμοποιείτε το VS Code, ξεκινήστε να το χρησιμοποιείτε και αν το ξεκινήσετε να το χρησιμοποιείτε, θα διαπιστώσετε ότι με την ταχύτητα με την οποία τρέχουν οι εξελίξεις, στο VS Code σχεδόν κάθε 2 μέρες έχει καινούριο feature. Το πατσάρουν συνέχεια. Το βελτιώνουν συνέχεια. Το feature που ανέφερε τώρα πριν 6 μήνες δεν υπήρχε. Πριν 3 μήνες δεν υπήρχε. Πλέον σου δίνει τη δυνατότητα απευθείας, του λες κάνε connect κλπ. Ή ψάχνω latest documentation. Γυρνάς και του λες, θέλω να μου βρεις το latest documentation για το τάδε version, για τον τάδε εξοπλισμό που βρίσκεται εκεί. Θα κάνει connect, θα σου κάνει fetch και στο φέρει.
Όπως και οι vendors βγάζουν καινούργια versions, iOS, Junos και πρέπει να ξέρεις, να έχεις πρόσβαση για να ξέρεις και να μάθει και το μοντέλο για αυτά.
Εκείνο όμως και αυτό που λέγαμε πριν, το expertise του μηχανικού.
Ναι.
Πρέπει να ξέρει τι να καθοδηγήσει. Εντάξει, ένας junior μπορεί να μην ξέρει ότι υπάρχει ένα documentation specific για το τάδε πράγμα.
Μπράβο. Ναι.
Ο expert το ξέρει.
Για το version που λες, όταν έτρεχα το VPN Lab και τελείωσε το Lab, μου είπε σε κάποια φάση ότι δεν μπορώ να σου κάνω το multi-site VPN γιατί το NXOS release που τρέχει είναι κάτω από το 9.3. Τα έκανα upgrade και το έφτιαξα. Οπότε το βλέπει και αυτό.
Είμαστε εκτός χρόνου. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Γιάννη και Κώστα.
Η παρουσίαση ήταν πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα.
Περισσότερες ερωτήσεις φυσικά στο διάλειμμα. And now we welcome Luca Deri, the project founder and leader of the NTOP project, prominent open source software developer and hacker, I believe. So thank you, Luca.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, and thanks for inviting me here. Today I'm going to talk about network monitoring, visualization, and of course LLM. After this introduction, I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm Italian. I developed this software, started 25 years ago. I'm a contributor in open source. I develop open source software since I was born, basically. If you're using Wireshark, Suricata, NTOP tools, if some of you know, some of my time has been put in there. So there is a GitHub repository. You will see the code at the end. I'm here to talk about something I've done recently that might be of interest for you. And it's definitely interesting for me to share this opinion with you. Network visibility. It is something many times very optional because there is not a law that requires it. So therefore, people are using visibility, whenever it's necessary, whenever they have a problem, data breach or something like that, and they usually dismantle or, let's say, stop using it when the problem is solved. However, the main problem here, and talking today, is clear to me that the metrics that you have every day are very basic. So you're talking about a gigabyte, you're talking about autonomous system, you're not going too deep. Okay, I know that your business does not require you to go too deep. Actually, it is probably a problem. But in a way, if you don't know your network, you cannot improve it. This is the main thing. Okay, and I believe that this is a good thing. And in particular, I've seen that there are many non-European companies that are somehow taking your data and moving to some cloud, doing whatever, I don't know. And it's important to change this. It's important that everybody from a point of view should have its own visualization system because I'm going to show you that this is possible today and that stays local. So you don't have to share your data. I'm not here to ask your data. I'm just here to present what is possible to do. And my question here was 1 year ago if it was possible to change it. And the source of data that you have usually is NetFlow or SFlow in general. Is a flow. And this is what is inside a flow. Basically, you have basic things such as bytes and packet counters. so nothing very sophisticated. And you have some contextual information that is in red. So you know the interface from which the traffic is coming from and is going out. And you have information about the autonomous system, mostly for transit information. So the question is, how can we exploit this data to improve your network, to see what is happening in your network before the customer is calling you, okay? Because it's very bad when a customer calls you because it means that you have not been able to react fast enough. So it would be nice to be able to understand when the network is changing and the direction that a certain network is taking and act before it's too late. As I've said, in my life, I always look at the packets, okay? But packets for you is not a good idea because you should not look at packets, you should look at flows. And I have developed this tooling in the middle that is called NTOPNG that can collect packets or flows. Today here we're talking about flows. Flows are the data you have seen before, and also there is SNMP. That is basically the information that you can read from a router or from a switch, okay? That is give you an idea of how the network is made, how the traffic is moving inside your network, what is the topology. So this is the architecture. Starting from here, you need to collect data. Okay, at NTOP we produce various tools, including mProbe, that it's a collector, but there are other open source tools. For instance, this one that is called NetFlow2NG. You can go to GitHub, you can use it. So the idea is that you have to transform this proprietary, let's say, format that many vendors, if not all, produce into something that another application can understand and visualize. Okay. So the goal is to make this one a gateway towards visualization system and a smarter system. Last year, okay, I was in Naples. I talked with a friend, Federico Santulli, and he said, Luca, you need to change your tools, to adapt your tools to a network operator, because a network operator has different needs from a packet-based company, okay? So this is the result. So after 1 year, okay, so we have announced NTOPNG, and this is what NTOPNG can show you. I'm going to give you a quick demo, not a live demo, because I don't have the chance to do it today, but I'm definitely interested if you want to know more. So this is the thing. So this is a typical example. In the middle, you see a certain autonomous system. You take an autonomous system from your network that is monitoring your network. And you see this autonomous system on the left side, the traffic is receiving what path is taking, okay, so the transit. And when it has to reply, okay, what other path is taking, so where is passing through, okay. This is a typical example. So this is possible only if you look at data. It is not possible if you look at static information, okay. And the principle of this development was that the creation that we made was supposed to be open source. Open source does not mean just the source code, because I don't know how many of you are able to code. But open source means, from my point of view, also the ability of having data that is open for analysis with other tools. It's not something closed, okay? So we have developed a community edition that is free. You can download. There is download here at the bottom. And of course, for those that need an enterprise edition with support, this is also available as an option. But again, let's focus on the open source one. So it's possible to monitor hundreds of routers, okay, terabit of traffic, because the traffic analysis is done on the router with NetFlow. So we just have to collect the data and to analyze it, okay? So the principle has to be open and on-premise. So data that should not leave your network. As Flavio said, data should stay local. We have integrated BGP and BMP, okay? BGP, everybody knows. BMP is the equivalent for monitoring, BGP monitoring protocol, okay? So I have created a tool called BGP Server that can speak both BMP and BGP. So if you have your router, okay, you can create a peering session with a private IS with the BGP server, or if you have a BMP implementation in your router, Juniper, Huawei, many of them are supporting, you can send this data directly to the BGP server. Let's talk about BGP. In case of BGP, because people are scared of doing this sort of peering, they want to make sure that we don't inject invalid routes or we don't inject things that are not supposed to be injected. And in order to avoid that completely, when we have coded the BGP server, we have omitted the code for injecting data. So it's technically not possible because the source code is not there to send you data that is invalid. We just read, okay? So we basically establish a session and receive BGP updates and create in memory basically the network representation. And this one is possible to query. The BGP server can be queried as a Redis server. So I think most of you know Redis, okay? So it looks like a database. You can query data dynamically from it, okay? And multiple routers can attach to it, okay? It's a service. Now, let's start from the configuration. Again, I wanted to show you a demo, but it's not really possible. So when you start in TopNG, you have a user interface. Okay, the first thing you have to configure are the list of autonomous systems. So you have to tell what are your autonomous systems, or your autonomous system, if you have one or multiple, so that the autonomous system you want to monitor. Okay? Then you have to specify the customer autonomous system. So the customers start connecting to the internet through you. Okay? So these are the important ones. And then you have another list of relevant autonomous systems that are not your autonomous system or your customer autonomous system, but are very important for you. Let's say Cloudflare, Google, these big guys, okay? So you want to monitor because if they go down or if you have connectivity problems with these guys, okay, you are in trouble, okay? But they are not your AS, okay? So your AS, your customer AS that access the internet through you, and then the relevant ones that are not belonging to you but are important. And then you have SNMP, I told you. NTopNG can monitor your network. You have to specify the list of router and switches, mostly router in your case. And for the relevant interface, you have to specify the role of the interface. Okay, we can learn it automatically from the alias. So if in the alias you have written something like peering whatever or transit whatever, we assume this is a transit or a peering interface. But otherwise, through a drop-down menu, you can specify the role of the interface in your network. Okay? So we know exactly at the very beginning who you are and how you connect to the internet. Done that, we show you in real time what is happening. So this is a typical example. So NTopNG receives flows, okay, and the flows are put in memory, okay, and the flows are represented in this page. You see the top autonomous system. You can sort them. This is like Excel. You can click, sort up, down, whatever, and you can see what is happening. For every autonomous system, you have the ability to know how you're receiving data from this autonomous system and how you're talking with this autonomous system. So for instance, you have the visibility in terms of routing interfaces, so you know how you are contacting it. So for instance, from this AS, you have to pass to this router and this interface, and the largest is the link, the more traffic you're sending to. This can be live or historical. Okay, so you can see in real time what is happening, or you can go back in time at the top and see what was happening 2 days ago. Okay, so this is for routing. And then you have BGP information. Like I've said, if you have enabled this optional component, this BGP server, you have the ability for every flow to know exactly how you see these guys on the internet through BGP. Okay. So what is the, for instance, peering information, IGP, the AS path, MED, things that you know very well, okay? Live, okay? And we saw this one with the flow. So you can see how flow are changing over time when BGP changes. Of course, we have implemented RPKI support. So you see if a certain route is supported and then the looking glass. And when you have multiple routes, okay, we show you there is a green icon, best, the best route, okay, you have to take, and what are the other options, okay, you have received for a certain destination, okay. This is very important, this is live on your network, so you're not going to see a looking glass somewhere on the internet, but this is your data, okay, that we have read from your infrastructure. And of course, you can see per network interfaces, the role, okay, that you have just set, and what are the traffic that are sent on that interface. Okay, so for instance, on the first interface, the peering interface, you can click on it, you can see the flows that are live happening on that interface and how this interface is used. So you know in real time what is going on, or you can go back in time and see that. So whenever there is a traffic spike, you can diagnose the problem doing that. So what we have implemented? So as I said, we have implemented passive session BGP analysis, AS path visualization. If you have multiple routers, okay, in your network, if you enable NetFlow not just at the edge, but also at the center of your network, you can see the path a certain flow is taking your network. You can see, SNMP to NetFlow correlation, and we have something called light deep packet inspection. Here we don't have packets, okay? So DPI works with packets, but we have IP addresses. For big guys, okay, they publish, so for instance, Microsoft is publishing the list of servers used for Office 365, the same for WhatsApp, the same for Google, okay? So we know indirectly the type of traffic for certain type of traffic, okay, without going deep at the packet level, okay? I forgot to say that if you want, you can hide the last byte of your network address, So therefore, you can be totally anonymous. So whenever you collect data, not even by mistake, you can see the host. You can see the network, but you can see the host, okay? And of course, we can scale at 100 gigabit because processing is done on the server. So what are the next challenges? So we would like to analyze this data that is becoming more and more every day, okay, because you have more traffic. And we would like to improve the correlation between BGP and flows. And at the end of the story, the main question is the following. I've seen many people that have set up the system. Initially, they're very happy. Okay, wow, I can see what's happening on my network. And they leave it at the side simply because they don't have time to look at it, okay? So the only way of allowing them to use it is to give them an incentive. So either to give them alerts, okay, that is the system is producing, for instance, whenever a route is changing, or a toy, okay, to play with. Okay, this is what I'm going to talk now. Let's talk about LLM. You heard this interesting introduction about LLM, so I don't want to go too deep. Now, what I'm going to say is the following. You know what is an LLM, okay? You know what is network monitoring, okay? You have the data, okay? Now, let's map this to your infrastructure, okay? I'm going to show you how to do that. NTOPNG is not a company that is doing artificial intelligence. It's a company that is using artificial intelligence because we have done for all our life, 25 years, data analysis, okay? So we look at the network traffic, we have created some data, and then you have to use your data. We can give you alerts, but you have to do that. So let's show you how to use an LLM to monitor your data, okay? So in network traffic analysis, in essence, we have the MCP. You heard this before, right? So inside NTOPNG, we have embedded an MCP server, so you don't have to install anything. So as soon as you install NTOPNG, you're done. Nothing more to do, okay? So you can use an AI assistant, so this is the first use case, that can talk to NTOPNG, and NTOPNG can do whatever it has to do, okay, in order to receive the answer to your question. So in essence, what you have to do is, this is an example for Claude. So you specify, you configure the MCP server of NTOPNG, and that's it. Since that time, okay, Claude is aware of NTOPNG. And NTOPNG knows your network because you have configured your network, as shown you before, right? So you have put the interfaces, you have put NetFlow and everything. Now you can start using Claude. So as soon as Claude is connected to NTOPNG, Claude code, okay, knows your network. Okay, you can use Claude with paying a subscription to Anthropic, or you can put an LLM local. For instance, we use QN, okay, and everything stays on site, free. Okay, you don't have to pay anything. Again, open source, NTOPNG is open source. Claude code is free. You put your own open source model, QN, on your system if you have a GPU. Okay, and you can start asking questions. Let's ask a question. What are the top hosts that triggered alerts on transit interfaces in the last 24 hours? Transit, last 24 hours. Thanks to the information that we have provided to Claude through MCP, okay, he knows what is a transit interface. You have configured the transit interfaces inside NTOPNG. He can extract the data. He can show the alert that we can report in NTOPNG. I can show you the data. Okay, this is a typical example. So in human language, okay, you specify what you want to do, and the system is retrieving the data from NTOPNG, okay, through Claude. This is an example of Claude code, okay? You can use even Claude code to create your own application for your mobile phone that can read this data and can create an app for your phone that will show you, in real time what is happening, for instance, now. Let's take another example, an assistant. So we have implemented inside NTOPNG an assistant, an AI assistant. Okay, this NTOPNG is using LLM. In this case, I show you that we use QN, okay, a local LLM, but you can use Anthropic, you can use OpenAI. That doesn't matter. Just a configuration. It's a URL, okay, and a token. And let's ask a question. What are the top 10 ASN on transit interfaces in the last hour? So it's going to query NTOPNG and receive the data. This is a chatbot. And it explains you what are the next steps, yeah, and the analysis. So the idea is not to give you something by magic, but also to let you understand how the system is working, so you can replicate it. You can ask for a complicated question, you can see the reasoning. And the reasoning is explained here. So we want to show you not just the answer, but we want to show how the system is thinking, okay? And so this is the internal reasoning. So the map your question to something more meaningful, how this can be mapped to a query, and then the query. So you can take the query for your database and replicate it, okay? Or you can let the assistant replicate it for you. We support multi-language. I don't speak Greek, so I hope this is Greek or something like that looks Greek to me, at least. So if you write it, it can answer in your own language. So it's the LLM that has to know your language, not you, okay? For instance, you can ask in Italian, say answer in Greek or answer in German, doesn't matter. Okay, this is what the system does. You can see he understands, okay? He understands the mapping. You can also show you a line chart, okay? So probably we have to improve the legenda, but it is there. So you can also query the data and say represent it as a chart and send it to somebody, okay? And you can also do an expert analysis. So you can ask questions about your traffic and ask the LLM to tell you what it thinks is happening on your network with your data, okay? And again, if you use a local LLM, everything stays local. No byte is moved, from your network. And of course, you can create a playbook. So if you have some action that you have to repeat over and over, okay, so you can specify in plain English or in plain Greek, whatever you want to do. You can click on generate. Okay, the system is translating this into some actions, okay, and records the action into the system. So this is the playbook that's being generated that turns into a step, okay, into SQL, and then you can execute it. So for instance, if you have to do something complicated, you have to do something, and then with the result of it, do something else, and then something else. And you can click here on the various steps, okay, you can see what is happening, okay. As you can see, it is reading information from your system. Okay, we have not configured anything into the LLM. The LLM is pure, let's say. It's the monitoring system that knows your network because you have configured your network. And it is fed with live data, okay? Continuously reading live data. And with the playbook, you can run the playbook, for instance, continuously. So for instance, a typical example today say, how much traffic is going to AI system. So that means how much traffic is going to the Anthropic, ASN, to OpenAI ASN, these kind of things. So if you have questions like this, that you're not a coder, but you're a network operator, you simply write it in plain English or in plain Greek, say, run the playbook, say, run it every day, and send to me the output of your response. Say, draw a pie chart, okay? It can draw you a pie chart, for instance, if you want. Conclusion, that's it. So telemetry is something we have done for our life, but that is not sufficient today because probably people want to go to the next step. Okay, so take your data and analyze it. The analysis is probably done today at best with an LLM. Okay, but we are not an AI company. So we are a company that produces monitoring data. Okay, but we use AI to combine this data and to produce the answer for your application. And our tools are building blocks. So it's something you can develop on top of it, okay? So I believe that in the future, the collaboration between humans and LLM is becoming more and more interesting, okay? Because you have very little time, you have more data, so the data is increasing every day, and you want to analyze that, you want to act, okay? So this is very important. So I think these two things together, are very important. So let's conclude here. I'm here today to show you this system. Again, it's a system we have developed, but we are not network operators. So we are looking for people that are interested to deploy it, to provide us feedback, to provide us new ideas, because we would like to improve it. We would like it to be available for everybody at no cost, because visibility, I believe, is very important. Okay? So this is the goal of being here today in Athens. So if you are interested, come, stop me. I would like to speak with you. I would like to assist you deploying that and learn from your experience what is missing and what we have to implement. Thank you very much. Some questions?
Hi. Great work, and the concept is wonderful, and what you've done is quite very useful. I'm sure in future it can be very useful. But it just feels that you were a bit shy of doing the reverse, that you can have visibility inside the network. Is there any provision of, deploying a certain policy or profile or controlling a network? So it's getting all the information that you want, assessing that information, and then making the network behave in a particular way. Is there provision to do that as well?
So you would like basically out of the data to generate a policies that can be injected into the network?
Exactly, yeah. So like a controller, basically, a software-defined controller kind of thing.
Well, let's say, I think that the world is divided in two groups, right? The small operators, okay, they run probably a system on their own, and they want something completely automated. The big guys, okay, they want to receive an alert, and they want human to decide. At the moment, we focus on visibility, okay? Because we have seen that people are somehow scared to inject the policies. For instance, when they see BGP appearing, so if you inject the wrong policy, so they don't feel too well. So I don't know, probably it's something to explore. I mean, I'm here looking for feedbacks. At the moment, we don't do that. But if you think it makes sense, we can explore that second part, definitely. But we need to make sure that everything is working as expected, because you see, the DOS mitigation is a nice thing to have, but sometimes it's too rude. So we have to make sure that the system is running well. Before we have heard about hallucinations. So how do we know that we are super sure that what we want to do is like that? So I believe that the next step we would like to do is to propose a possible action, but I would like the human to click on execute, but not do it automatically, at least for the next year, let's say. In the future, I don't know.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello. Big fan of your work.
Thank you.
A question similar to the one that I did to the previous guys. Given that you propose, let's say, Quen, do you use the full 22 billion parameters model, or do you use a drill-down quantized version? Have you seen what's the smallest, size of the model that can work? And have you used other models with similar success or not? Is it something maybe particular to Quen that helps you in this work?
Okay, let's be honest. If you don't care about moving the data outside of your network, use Claude or OpenAI. They are very cheap and they work better. But Quen is definitely promising, okay? And somehow it is very close to those models, okay? But you have to use a large model. A small model that doesn't work, honestly. The small models are used for other type of tasks. But here you need at least Quen 3.5, various 25 or plus billion parameters. The small models don't work because they don't have enough context to understand and make decisions. This is my feeling. Maybe in 2 months the situation will change. I don't know because this market is very fast. As of today, this is my answer.
Hello.
Hi.
Great presentation. I'm not sure I understood where your data end up. You ingested data and then they end up on Redis. Am I correct?
No. Redis is the interface that allows you to talk with the BGP server. So to query the BGP server. It is used by our tools, but you can use your own tools. No, the data stays in memory, okay? And then if you want, you can flash the data to a database. We use ClickHouse, okay? Or you can store, time series, okay?
Okay.
But unless you configure a database backend, data stays in memory. As soon as the data is sold, so the flow is over, okay, it is removed from memory. So with a certain amount of memory, you can monitor everything. Let's say for a typical network operator, 4 to 8 gig of RAM at most are enough. Okay, of course, if you're Cloudflare, probably they're not enough, but in general, I think most of you will be happy with this.
Along with the IPFix data and the metrics from that. You mean for everything, right?
Yes, okay. Of course, everything, the whole application. Yeah, you can start as low as with 2 GB of RAM. And also don't forget that many network operators use sampling, okay? So you don't see the full amount of traffic, but you see a subset, mostly because routers don't support it, full packet analysis. So a few gigabytes of RAM will be enough. For certain, no cluster, nothing. So one machine is enough today.
Any other questions for Luca?
I think it's lunchtime.
Right. Thank you so much, Luca.
Thank you.
Luca has prepared everything.
We have lunch served now, and then we'll be back for our afternoon session. So thank you.
Ο κύριος Κυρέτη Κομπέλα θα μας μιλήσει για το Multipath Traffic Engineering. Είναι μια παρουσίαση που είχε ξεκινήσει και στο προηγούμενο GRNOG και θα μας δώσει ένα update ένα χρόνο μετά. Κυρέτη, from Juniper, he is not allowed to say this, but I will always refer to HPE networking as Juniper. So he will give us an update for Multipath Traffic Engineering. Kyreti, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I used to work for HPE Networking, but after that speech from Costas, I think I have been fired immediately. No, I still refer to it as Juniper most of the time, and then I get corrected. So I did, before I start, I should say two things. One is I'm an adopted Greek. And the second is I'm a networker. So GRNOG is the place to be. Okay, so I did give this talk last year, but I have an update. And so the initial part is a little bit of a recap, but I'll start there, and then I'll talk about what we're changing and how we're moving forward. So, okay. So I'll talk about two aspects of multipath TE. TE is typically seen as a single path that you create across the network with the traffic engineering properties that you want. So I'm going to talk about adding multipath to TE. So instead of having a single path, how can you have multiple paths? Why would you want to do it? And then what are the mechanics for that? And then the second thing I'll talk about is you have a multipath network. What's the benefits of adding TE? Is there any benefits? And if so, why would you do it? And then I'll get into some more details about what we're doing right now. So last year, when I gave the talk was a little bit of a theoretical talk. We had, there are some IETF drafts that describe all the things that we're doing. What is the general idea of multipath TE? How do you signal it with RSVP? How do you signal it with PCE? What's the Yang model for it, and so on? And somebody asked the question, okay, that's all nice, but are you going to put this in Junos? And my answer was, Kanenas θυμάται? Βλέποντας και κάνοντας. So now it is κάνοντας. We are doing this, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. Okay, so let's start with this, and like I said, this is a little bit of a recap. So you have this simple network. You start at R1, you want to finish at R12, and if you just say, I want to take one shortest path from R1 to R12, this network, the thick lines you see from R1 to R2, R2 to R3, and R3 to R4 are 800 gig links. The rest of them are 400 gig links. So if you go from R1 to R12 with one path, you can only do 400 gig. If you use ISIS, you get multipath, you get ECMP. So assuming all the metrics are equal, you will actually be able to send 1200 gig. The problem is, if you're not very careful about how much traffic you send on that first link from R2 to R3, and you end up in the wrong place, you could end up with congestion. Now, if you do better and you send the full 800 gig, and you load balance at R4 correctly, then you can actually use the full 1600 gig. So the bandwidth from R1 to R12 is actually 1600 gig. So getting there with shortest path becomes a little bit tricky. If you use conventional TE, then you can get the full 1600 gig, but you have to do it by creating 4 separate LSPs. So you create one LSP along the top, one across the middle, and then 2 across the bottom. But each of them is 400 gig. And the thing is, at the ingress, you load balance and say which of the LSPs you're going to use. So when you get a packet, you put it on one of those 4 LSPs. And when once you're on a given LSP, you don't move off that LSP. You have to be on that single path. So for example, if you go from R1 to R2 on the purple LSP, then you have to go down the purple path. When you hit R4, you can't suddenly say, oh, I decided to go on the green path. So once you pick one of the LSPs, you're stuck on that path. But the good thing is you realize the full bandwidth that's available here, which is 1600 gig. When you do multipath TE, what happens is you don't think in terms of paths. You think in terms of a directed acyclic graph, a DAG. And the DAG construct basically says, in my network, I have all these nodes, and each node has a previous hop or a set of previous hops and a set of next hops. And you also choose what the weighting is for the load balancing. So you don't do equally weighted load balancing. So you have a single construct from R1 to R12, and that construct looks like this. So it's not like there are 4 LSPs or 2 LSPs or something. There's a single LSP that goes from our LSP, I'm going to call it. It's not a path anymore. From R1 to R12. It says when you hit R2, load balance in the ratio 1:1:2, or 25%, 25%, 50%. When you hit R4, load balance in the ratio 1:1. So 50% goes to R5, 50% goes to R6. This is a single construct. And from a signaling point of view, you have one set of signaling messages. You have one thing to think about. And the traffic from R1 to R12 can realize the full 1600 gig that's available from R1 to R12. So this technique, this idea is multipath TE. So it says, when you think about TE, it does not have to be a single path. It does not have to, the full power of TE is available to you in terms of, if you're familiar with TE, having colors, having administrative groups, and saying, use these groups, don't use those groups. All of that power is there, but here you can realize the full bandwidth available in your network. You can do optimal load balancing. So for example, if you look at let's say R9. So there's 400 gig available from R2 to R9. So today, in this network, I say put 25% of the traffic there, 25% to R7, and 50% to R3. But if the R11, R12 link was really only 100 gig, putting 400 gig to R9 will just lead to congestion down the path. So we do the end-to-end computation of what is the available bandwidth, and based on that, we pick the ratios of the load balancing at R2. So it's not a local decision at R2, it's an end-to-end decision based on which we understand what to do at R2. So this is truly multipath, it's truly optimal load balancing, but with the full power of TE. So I'll illustrate that here. If you have a link failure where the R4, R6 link goes down, normally when you have a failure, you have a bypass LSP or a detour LSP, and you say, okay, the failure action, what we call the fast reroute action, is to move the traffic to the detour. But here, the default action when there's a failure is to change the load balancing weights. So at R4, instead of doing 50% to R5 and 50% to R6, you say send everything to R5 because the R6 link is no longer working. That's the immediate action. Then you signal back to R1 saying, I have a failure, please fix my network, please fix the LSP. So when you fix it, R1 says, okay, I have only 1200 gig available now. So even though my R2, R3 link has 800 gig capacity, there's no point sending 800 gig because down the line, I only have 400 gig available. So my load balancing changes to 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And so you send 400 gig to R9, 400 gig to R7, and 400 gig to R3. The immediate action was to do the load balancing here. The longer term action is to reduce the bandwidth available to the LSP from 1600 gig down to 1200 gig. The other thing that we do is we don't remove all these links. Yes, the link from R4 to R6 broke. We leave it in the DAG, in the directed acyclic graph. We want to reduce the churn that is caused by hopefully temporary failures in the network. So we remove, we change the load balancing at R4, but we leave the link and the nodes in the network. So if the link comes back, there's nothing much to do. We just load balance back to 50-50. So this is all to reduce the state and reduce the churn in the network when you're doing the signaling for multipath TE. I said this has all the full TE constraints. So if you're familiar with link colors, suppose you color the top links all purple and you say don't use purple links. Then you look at the DAG and you say, okay, from R1 to R12, I have 400 gig available. The way I'll do it is I'll load balance my traffic 1/3 to R7, 2/3 to R3, and so on. And I'll create a new DAG which avoids all the purple links. So you have the full TE power. So far, it's like TE that you know, but here's where the TE changes, the traffic engineering. If you have two egress points in your network, so in this case, it's R12 and R15. I don't know how many of you use IBGP multipath in Junos? Anyone? So, no geeks here, no Junos, JNCIEs. Oh, not even me? So if you have a VPN that is dual home to R12 and R15, or if you have peering sessions that are dual home to R12 and R15, traffic that's going from R1 to that peering session can either use R12 or R15. In the old days, you'd create an LSP to R12 and a different LSP to R15, and you'd tell R1 load balance across those. With MPT, you say I have a single construct that starts at R1 and goes to both R12 and R15. When you put a packet on that DAG or the tunnel, I don't know what you want to call it, the packet is going to load balance across the network, including at R8, it will say you can go to R12 or you can go to R15. So since they're equal, we will create the DAG. What is interesting about this is if you created two LSPs, one from R1 to R12 and one from R1 to R15, you'd have twice as much state in the network. When you do this with two egresses, the only things that change is the blue nodes, basically. All the blue nodes had one next hop, which was R12. Now they have two next hops, which is R12 and R15. The rest of the DAG stays as is. So you've increased the network state by a small amount, but now you have essentially two egress points. So I think it's a very powerful technique. And I'll give you an example of this. Someone was saying we're all talking about AI now. So here we're talking about AI. You've got an AI cluster on the left, cluster A. You have an AI cluster on the right. You have this DCI network, the data center interconnect network. Training that's happening on cluster A might have to share some data with training that's happening on cluster B. So you say, oh, I can go across this DCI network, but I can construct now a single directed acyclic graph that will allow me to go from cluster A to cluster B. That DAG will have two ingresses, R0, oops, wrong way. So basically, I'm going to have two ingresses from cluster A, R0 and R1. I'm going to have two egresses into cluster B, R12 and R13. And I'm going to then set up my DAG with these split ratios because that's the capacity that's available to me. So my traffic, my AI workload that is working in cluster A that needs to send traffic to cluster B can use this network by essentially injecting traffic either to R0 or R1, and they'll come out and go to R12 or R13 and get into cluster B. So this is a use case that many people, so the people I talked to about MPTE, service providers, of course, neoclouds and cloud providers, hyperscalers, they're very interested in this use case. where you can connect across a data center interconnect, multiple clusters, be aware of the bandwidth that's available, be aware of the lowest latency links, and say, use these lowest latency links for this kind of traffic, use these high bandwidth links for, say, storage interconnect or something. So the idea of using TE with multipathing and multiple ingresses and multiple egresses seems to be very appealing to those customers. Okay, so that was adding multipath to existing traffic engineering. I'm going to talk briefly about adding traffic engineering to multipathing. So a CLO network is the epitome of multipath networks. So you build your network for multipathing. It's all about multipathing. You build your network very symmetrically. The super spines, which are shown in light green, the spines, which are orange maybe, and the leaves, which are blue, are all connected in very, very similar ways. Even the length of the fiber between SS1 and S1 and SS1 and S2 are often measured to be very, very close so that the latency is very similar. So you built a very symmetric network and you want to do perfect load balancing across all this. So you do equally weighted multipath from SS1 to S1, from S1 to all the Ls. So it's it's meant for load balancing. It's meant for ECMP. Why would you add TE to this? Well, the answer is, if your entire cluster is working on one job, you have a symmetric cluster, you have one gigantic job to do, just do it. But the moment you say, I'm going to do multiple workloads in there, so I'm going to do multiple training jobs, I might do some training and some inferencing, or maybe this is my GPU as a service, and I've got a bunch of GPUs hanging off of L1 and L2 and L3 and L4, and I've rented them out to different customers, so I have a blue tenant and a red tenant. My network is still very symmetric, but my workloads are no longer symmetric. So doing TE and allowing people to, so the blue workload paid for 500 GPUs and 300 gig of bandwidth, and the red cluster paid for 800 GPUs and 2 terabits of bandwidth. I need to make sure that they get what they paid for, and the red guy is not eating the blue guy's bandwidth in the middle of the network. So suddenly TE becomes interesting, even inside a data center that's built for multipathing. But you cannot put a single path TE in this. So even a network that's engineered for ECMP can benefit from TE the moment the workloads in the network are no longer symmetric or no longer the same. But non-multipath TE is a non-starter. So if you do TE, it has to be multipath. So MPTE is topology independent. It'll adapt to whatever topology. I mean, if it can adapt to a DCI network or a WAN network, it is multipath independent. What's interesting is inside the data center, people used to build CLO networks. They've built CLO networks for 2 decades, 3 decades. Now they start looking at other topologies. So now they're looking at rail-only or rail-based networks. There's a very new paper that came out 2 weeks ago called RNG from AWS, which is a random network graph or resilient network graph. And that's a very different topology than a CLO network. That paper basically argues that CLO networks are over-engineered and underperforming. So you spend a lot of money and you don't always get the benefit. So they think that RNG topologies are much better. Well, you can run MPTE across all of these. You can run it in a CLO network, you can run it in a rail-only network, and you can run it on RNG. So I would suggest that you go off to this website, this is tedigest.com, where there are blogs about TE, and there's a paper comparing different topologies in the data center and how they can be, how each of them benefits from traffic engineering. Okay, how many of you know Junos? We already said nobody knows Junos. So, no, I'm glad to see that. So we are writing code. Those of you who deploy Junos, be very afraid. After 15 years, I'm writing code that's going into Junos. Be very, very afraid. But this is what the CLI will look like. Set protocols, MPTE, tunnel, and then you give the tunnel name, and then you get a bunch of options. So admin groups to set the colors that you should use or should not use. You can have description, of course. You can have egress, and now you have multiple egresses. So in principle, you would have by default one egress, but you can have multiple egresses. You have a bunch of things, like if you look at this thing that's in the square box, it tells you how many junctions you can use. Junctions are nodes in the DAG. How many next hops you want each junction to have. How many, what's the smallest number and what's the largest number. So if you think lag, for those of you who are familiar with link aggregation groups, often you have a link aggregation group and you say, I want 4 or 5 elements in it. And if one of them breaks, it's still okay, but if 2 of them break, I want the whole lag to go down. What we're doing with min next hops and max next hops is something similar. And then, of course, you can say, like with the hop constraint, what's the minimum bandwidth that you want to put on any next hop? So these are all what we're looking at for the configuration of MPTE. Once you configure it, for those of you who are familiar with Junos, typically most commands have something that says, show something terse, give me a very brief summary of what's happening. So here you see all the tunnels that you have with just a simple thing saying it's up or down. You can have show detail, and you can have show extensive. And the show extensive will go into a lot more detail, including what was the history of this. What was the history of how the tunnel came up and where it is right now. So we are beginning by using RSVP to signal the LSPs. And RSVP is the resource reservation and a protocol. And a big thing about TE is reserving resources in the network. So it makes sense to use RSVP. I'm going to skip most of this. But what we're really doing is to say, you already have RSVP today in your network if you're doing TE. We're going to take that RSVP and extend it to have multipath TE instead of having single path TE. The other thing that we're doing is we're optimizing the signaling. So I showed you that when a link goes down, we don't remove the link and the node from the DAG. So that's just one of the optimizations. So there's a refresh message processing that there's an RFC already on how to reduce this. We're using that technology. We don't signal unnecessary changes if there's something that happens in the network. Of course, if it's necessary, we will signal it. As much as possible, we will handle it locally. The number of signaling notifications has been reduced. The churn in the network has been reduced. So for those of you who are familiar with RSVP, typically you go from the ingress or the head end, hop by hop to the egress, and then you come back hop by hop. Now we do things quite differently. From the ingress, you go directly to every hop saying, hey, you're a part of the DAG. The path message does not go hop by hop. The RSV still comes back hop by hop, but there are these notifications that go directly from a node, from a junction, back to the source. So you have source to junction messages like the path message, you have junction to source messages like the notifies, and then you have junction to junction messages, which are the path RSVs that are coming back. So we have made a lot of changes to RSVP, and some of them are for just improving how RSVP works in this context. I'm not going to go through all this in detail. I'm putting it in the slide, so those of you who have insomnia can bring up the slide, and in no time flat, you'll be asleep. So like I said, we're writing code, and we're thinking about how this is going to work. So we have the notion of a tunnel originator, which is essentially how you say what you want the DAG to look like. So the tunnel originator basically says, I want this DAG to start at these nodes. These are the ingresses. I want it to end at these nodes. And I want you to give me an aggregate of 200 gig across this network, or whatever bandwidth number you want. What we'll also do is have the auto bandwidth. So for those who are familiar with auto bandwidth, that will be part of this. So you can have an auto bandwidth profile. You can also say, use these links, don't use those links. And typically you do that by saying, use red links, don't use blue links, and so on. So the constraints are there. Everything that you know from TE will be in this. The tunnel originator will then hand off to the multipath TE computer, the MC, saying, compute a DAG that satisfies these properties. So the MC will go ahead and compute that DAG. It uses a variant of CSPF, which is what we use today for single path, but this will be for multipath. And then from there, you go to the signaling source, and the signaling source will be given a list of junctions. These are part of the DAG. Go signal it. So it'll go and signal it. Now, for those of you who've been doing TE for a while, there are two things that I said RSVP quite a bit, but in this slide, there is no RSVP. So automatically, when you say TE, traffic engineering, people think MPLS and RSVP. We're actually going to do things a little bit differently. We will, in the WAN and DCI, in the data center interconnect networks, we'll typically use RSVP. We might use PCE, and we'll typically use MPLS, but it might be IP. But if you're in the data center, nobody uses RSVP in the data center. So what we're going to do is, there's a new AFI-SAFI in BGP, and a draft that's been written to explain how to use BGP for signaling MPTE. So in the data center, we'll use BGP to signal the DAG. And we'll use IP tunnels. I mean, you should use MPLS, but nobody does. So I'm not going to go there. So we'll have IP tunnels in the data center. We'll have IP tunnels. I mean, the hyperscalers and the neoclouds typically use IP tunnels in the data center. But in the WAN, we would suggest MPLS because it's a much more efficient. But we're not religious about this. So you can use IP anywhere, or you can use MPLS. And you can use RSVP anywhere. In principle, you can use BGP anywhere. When we get to it, we'll have all these combinations where you can use BGP or RSVP for signaling, and you can use IP or MPLS for the underlying tunnels. The initial prototype is RSVP. So the key differentiators is you get multipathing, and you get optimized load balancing, which is end-to-end aware. We can have multiple ingresses and multiple egresses. And the data center example was a use case for having multiple ingresses going from data center 1 to data center 2. The multipath spread is maximized. We won't insist on using only shortest paths. You can control that by using something called slack, which I think in the CLI we call margin. So you can say the longest path should be within so much of the shortest path. Or you can say the slack is infinite, and then we'll use all possible paths. The amount of state has been reduced, and so we are looking forward to, once we do the implementation, comparing the state in MPTE versus the state in classical RSVP. And the amount of churn has also been reduced. So we think that using MPTE, you will get all the features and more that you have today in TE, but you will get it actually at a lower cost than you do today. So here are some references. Again, if you have insomnia, this is a good. But this, sorry. Oh, I didn't put the reference in here. I started a blog on LinkedIn. I'm supposed to do that every week, and I did one, and then it's been 2 weeks, so capote sta toccando. But meanwhile, you can go to the other blog, which is the TE Digest blog, which I forgot to put here, but it's in the document. So, thank you.
Any questions for Kiretti?
Hello. Very nice presentation. Just a few questions. I understand that MPT is for feeding the beast a little bit. I mean, how we can push more traffic to feed the AI beast in this case, all right?
Yes.
So have you thought how we can combine MPTE in a already existing SP network where we are deploying networks having in mind some principles like 50% load, equal paths, stuff like that, so we have resiliency in case of failures. So now, when we're actually feeding up the network by creating multiple paths to carry the AI traffic, how this coexist one each other? I mean, we should engineer the network in a way that we split traffic, we color traffic. What's the solution?
So it's a really good question, and there are two ways you can do this. One way you can do this is to say, I'm going to build planes in my network. And many of the hyperscalers and many of the neoclouds are actually taking that approach. What's really nice about that approach is you say, I need to build a multi-vendor network, but hey, there's this feature that's really nice that only Juniper HPE has. And then there's this other feature that I really like what is happening with Cisco. So I can have one plane that's all Juniper, one plane that's all Cisco, one plane that's all Nokia or whoever you want, Arista, which is the next one. Oh, it's on my screen, but it's not yet up. So that's one way of doing it. And what's really nice about that is you can then say, I have a second plane that is only about MPTE. And then I will do experimentation. So it's like I have a plane that is for technology. And so I want to compare how MPTE does with my existing way of doing things. The other thing, of course, is to say I have one network and I have to do everything in that network. So there is a draft that talks about capabilities. There's an IGP extension that tells you what are the capabilities of these different devices. And there's an extension there that says, I am MPTE capable. So you can say, run my network as is, or I want to add, I upgrade these 5 routers or these 20 routers. Now I have some MPTE capabilities, create an MPTE DAG across those only. And MPTE can say, I know which ones are MPTE capable, so I'll use that. So I think you can do a mix of those two technologies. Now, the last part of your question is, at the ingress, when I can say, okay, from where I am to where I want to go, I can use no TE, just IGP or LDP or whatever I want. I can use TE or I can use MPTE. The way you do that is typically you do that by BGP-CT, classful transport. And so you can say, resolve, this is a term we use in Junos, resolve this route or this VPN or whatever over this type of underlay. So then you can choose the underlay that you want to use. So I want to use regular TE, I want to use MPT, or I want no TE at all. And so there's this thing called service mapping, where you can say, for this service, I want to resolve onto this underlay. So if you have a mixed network that's doing both regular TE and MPTE, and maybe also no TE, just IGP or LDP, you can use that to do that.
MPLS, sorry, BGP-CD.
Yes, BGP-CD, exactly, yeah. There are other ways, but that's the most straightforward way.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, good question.
Stavros.
Hi, Kireti. Stavros from AMSIX. Great presentation. Would you envision MPT in an SRMPLS network and also coming over to future Junos implementation?
So two things. SRTE and SRv6 basically encode the path in the packet. You're dead, you're done. How do you do multipath? There is a draft on how to do multipath with SRTE by Andrew Stone of Nokia. And what you do there is you introduce binding SIDs, and at each junction, you say, do the load balancing this way. So you can do it, and while his draft primarily talks about using a PCE controller, you can also do it in the network. So there is a way to do that. When it comes to SRv6, we will do it natively without a SID stack. We will take one SRv6 locator and we will program that on every hop and say, when you see this locator, so the egress will say, I'm the egress, use this locator. And then at every hop, it'll say, when you see this locator come in, load balance across these 3 next hops in these ratios. So without a SID stack, we will have SRv6 enabled. But you can do that with SRv6 because you can have a locator, multiple locators at the egress. With SR MPLS, you'd have to do the binding SID trick. But when will we have this in Junos? I cannot say because I've already been fired, so maybe I'm okay. But I will definitely put the last nail in the coffin. But we are working on both. Well, we're working on basic MPTE and we're working on SRv6. SR MPLS might come later. Yeah.
Hi, this is Dimitris from ICCS. So what if you would like to do some packet spraying inside the data center? How can I combine the MPT with the packet spraying? Because we have asymmetric loads on the topology. So is it possible?
Are you saying packet spraying?
Yes.
Yes. So when you set up the MPT, today what we do is we typically do flow-aware load balancing. But that's a choice at every hop. And of course, you want it to be uniform. So we will probably introduce a knob that says, I want to do flow-aware load balancing, in which case you'd look at the 5-tuple and you do the hashing, and then you say, this flow always goes here, this flow always goes here. Or you do packet spraying at every hop. So packet spraying is completely possible. The thing about packet spraying is somebody, a GPU at the end, or somebody has to put things back in order. If you do flow aware, then things work easily, but then you don't get, when you say 50-50, what you get if you do flow aware is 50% of the flows and 50% of the flows. If you're unlucky, this will be 60% of the traffic and 40% of the traffic. When you do packet spraying, you get 50-50 perfect, but somebody has to fix it at the end. So both will be possible.
One last question.
Thank you. Thank you for your exciting presentation. I'm Dimitris from Nokia. Just wonder how this works in order to fix the conflicts you may have when you have multiple LSPs, you say. You have multiple egresses, and so now most of the functionality is about the load for the percentages, right? So when you have prioritized multiple multipaths, if I can describe it like that, so we do not have binary, or when an LSP does not fit at all. So you have to create the new DAG from the beginning. You have to just justify somehow the load percentages.
So when you do regular CSPF and you say, I want a 200 gig LSP, you look on every hop and say, do you have 200 gig available? And that's part of the criteria. You might say, don't use red links. Oh, is this link red? And then you say, oh, you want 200 gig. Do you have 200 gig? When you do multipath TE, you do everything else except the bandwidth. So you say, this link, oh, you have the right color, fine. You're in. When you finish, then you compute what the bandwidth will be. And so you might find that on this link, I only have 10 meg. Hopefully not, but So you can do the load balancing in any ratio. You do the load balancing afterwards. Now, when you do the computation, you say from this ingress to this egress, given the constraint that you have, is the bandwidth that you wanted even possible? And so you might say, I want to go from here to here with 200 gig. And you say, nope, 200 gig is not possible. So one of the things we're thinking is that we will give you a limit. So in the old days, an LSP is single path, single ingress, and one state, up or down. In the new world, multiple ingresses, multiple egresses, multiple paths, and the LSP is 70% up or 85% up. So you ask for 200 gig, I give you 170 gig, I say it's 85% up. So the new world is more difficult, is more complex. And you can say, here's my lower bound. If it is less than 60%, don't even bring it up. So these are all things that happen in this new world. So I will make a plug. For those of you who have an MCP server, use it. You will need it for MPTE. Thank you.
Thank you, Kireti. As Kireti suggested, the next presentation comes from Marista. Patrick, he will give a very nice presentation about EVPN. Is it one control plane to rule them all?
Yes, Kalispera. I hope I got it right. So unfortunately, I have two bad news. First thing is I can't quote anything in Greek. The second thing is I haven't invented anything what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about EVPN, one control plane, kind of to unify everything. And I want to start with a question. Who is using EVPN today in any part of the network? Okay, at least it's not zero. Good. So when I was starting in the service provider environment like years ago, there were a ton of different protocols, right? For example, if you wanted to have an ELAN service, many people were using VPLS. And that was fine, but it had some drawbacks. For example, when you wanted to redundantly interconnect to another network, and the other network was another operator, and you wanted to have geo-redundant interconnection. So what we did like 10 years ago was like someone had to disable a port, or you had to rely on spanning tree, which was not the best option in many cases. So I'm not saying that everything on, I don't call it legacy, because the last time I said this, people were really getting angry. But let's say the traditional protocols you're using, be it VPN v4, VPN v6, VPLS, they have drawbacks, of course, because they were developed in a different kind of time. So EVPN has now reached a state where you can do most of the stuff we have done in the past, be it ELAN with flexible cross-connect, ELAN services, multi-point services, layer 3 VPN services, and now also multicast over EVPN. The cool thing about EVPN is that the redundancy, when we talk about access circuit redundancy, is already built in with EVPN multi-homing. Right? Which is great because this does operate between vendors. And I will speak later a bit about the experience I had this year at participating at the ENTC. That's the European interop testing, where every major vendor is taking place, including HP or Juniper. That was also a big discussion there. Cisco, Nokia, all the other guys, the Chinese vendors like Huawei, ZTE, and so on. And that does interoperate, right? Which gives you greater flexibility in case you do transitions or you have just multiple vendors. Now the cool thing about EVPN is it's the control plane. So it doesn't matter what you use beneath it. It could be MPLS, SR, SRv6, or VXLAN, or even IPsec. So some are using EVPN over IPsec for some reason. So when we compare it to the traditional world, we have all the things on the right side. As I said, the EVPN multicast, it's not brand new, but it's getting more and more implemented. And this year at ENTC, we did test a lot of EVPN multicast stuff, especially with the gateway functions I will talk about later on. So why EVPN? It's a reduction in protocols, basically. So you have one control plane protocol for point-to-point services, multi-point services, layer 3 services, or multicast services. It's repeatable, which is very important for automation. You have just one protocol to automate, right? Resiliency, that's basically the multi-homing part, right, which is built into the protocol. So you don't need to rely on any multi-chassis kind of stuff, which is then hard to scale across different regions. It comes built in with type 1 and type 4 routes. And again, it's pretty flexible because you can choose the data plane. And I think, how many of you think as EVPN being something related to VXLAN? Okay, also no one? Maybe everyone is sleeping. No, basically many people tell me, yeah, EVPN, that's coming from the data center side. And actually the truth is, no. The first implementation I did was with provider backbone bridging on an ASR 9K, right? So that was the first thing, and of course it got adopted more and more in data center use cases. But there are many providers who are now kind of going EVPN for the service provider network part. Because we are talking a lot of AI, I have an AI-generated image to waste some tokens. And that basically should show that EVPN is unifying all the different control plane, data plane protocols under one control plane, which is awesome because you can also transition between them, right? So if you're using VXLAN in the data center, you're running, I don't know, MPLS, RSVP, SRVC, whatever in the core backbone, you can basically swap the data plane encapsulation while still maintaining a consistent control plane. So this is what I already talked about. Of course, the VXLAN or IP tunnels are more data center or campus focused. So yes, we do EVPN VXLAN also in the campus. It does work very well. Of course, any MPLS everywhere is more used into the kind of backbone thing. And yes, there is also IPsec used as a secure communication for more the SD-WAN-ish kind of things. And we see more and more providers kind of adopting to that. Again, why it's easier to automate, right? What I also see with the younger vendors, those tend to go with the kind of more, let's say, recent protocol implementations. That is basically EVPN, so you have much more support on those platforms. You can choose between ISS or OSPF when talking about segment routing. And of course, something is missing on the right kind of side, and I will reveal that in 2 slides. Something everyone is now talking next to AI, that is also there to solve some new problems. Differences, of course, if you wanted to have LFA, there was LDP capable of doing that. You had fast reroute capabilities with RSVP. Yes, it has its advantages, but I also did some implementations in the past, in my past, where RSVP, for example, one-hop or auto-hop tunnels for FRR gets pretty complex to troubleshoot, right? It's always kind of nice if something is working, but you always have to remember you need to fix it at 3 a.m. in the morning when someone rings you out, right? And with EVPN, it's, in my opinion, much more straightforward. So 2 classical implementations with the on the left side, we have classic segment routing without any traffic engineering capabilities. And on the right side, you have segment routing with traffic engineering built in, be it static, flex, algo, dynamic policies, or BGP signaled SRT policies. And everything is basically mature. It was tested between different vendors at ENTC, and it does work very well. And of course, there is also the possibility to have either an off-box controller, right, or you do it basically as a function in the network. That depends on your preference and use case. So now I get asked a lot, what about SRv6, right? SRv6 is not new, I would say. Basically, people speak about it since ages, I would say, but still there are not that many implementations, right? So I was attending the SRv6 interop testing this year a bit. And yes, I mean, what is out there, it does work, but you kind of feel that it's not like a very mature technology, right? It hasn't been there for ages. There are still some kind of very early problems which need to be solved. So what I'm basically saying is SR-MPLS is fine for most of the customers I'm talking to, right? If you want to migrate to IPv6, there is something called SR-MPLS v6. I think many people don't know that this is basically existing. It's still SR-MPLS, so label-based forwarding, but the control plane is running on IPv6, right? So ISS or OSPF is running on IPv6, but forwarding is still label-based. And then, of course, you have the alternative SRv6. Again, it's not a bad protocol, but keep in mind it's very, very early, right? Especially if you kind of think about the services part, traffic engineering part, there are a lot of things kind of still being developed currently. What kind of advantages do I see with SRv6, especially if you're a mobile operator? right? You have large access domains and you need to do summarization, because what happens in a classical MPLS network, if you do a summary route, it will fuck up your network because the LSP will break. With SRv6, it doesn't kill your network because basically it's built into the protocol that you can do summarization. One thing to keep in mind is when you think about SRv6, does the hardware support it? So now you might talk to your favorite vendor and they will tell you yes. Then the next question you should ask is how much of SRv6 do you support? Because I have seen people claiming we can do SRv6 and then it was like, yeah, but only microseeds, or we can only do kind of this part, but the other kind of summarization we can't do in hardware because the chip doesn't support it, right? So also ask kind of what in SRv6 is supported on the platform. So in my opinion, if you're aiming for SRv6 in the future and you want to go one step towards it, think about SR MPLS v6, put the control plane to IPv6, still be label based in forwarding, and then you can do kind of the migration in the future to SRv6. Yeah, the general use cases I see nowadays is again, AI. So we see a lot of traction in AI fabrics, especially from the hyperscalers. Why they are going with SRv6 is basically because of the load balancing or spraying issues they can solve. And yes, of course, they do it with a controller, because typically the AI kind of orchestration layer does then program also the networking path, because those guys know best which collectives to run, which GPUs need to talk to each other, and so on. I see most customers now, when talking about greenfield and you're a mobile operator or you have specific use cases like summarization because of large access domains, you can go with SRv6. Most people still go with MPLS SR and then either the way to MPLS SR v6, or you stay. And I will talk about EVPN gateways in a minute, which might be another kind of option to migrate, that you basically stitch both data planes together at a kind of translation node. So why do we need EVPN gateways? Basically, there are multiple reasons why you could use an EVPN gateway. I think the most well-known use case is scaling. So EVPN has advantages, but it also has disadvantages, especially the scaling, especially when you use multi-homing, because for every Ethernet segment you multi-home, you have additional type 1 routes and type 4 routes. And those are not relevant maybe to other parts of the network. So to scale your network, you can run, for example, one data center as its own EVPN domain, because you only need certain prefixes being translated to the other kind of domains. The second use case, of course, is stitching between data planes. So having VXLAN in the data center, having segment routing in the WAN, and then VXLAN again on the other side. So you have one control plane, EVPN, and then on each of the gateway nodes, it's basically swapping the encapsulation method. Another option, or a use case for EVPN gateway is basically interop, right? I'm not saying that you can't interop in a classic way. It might be much more pain. If you mix, for example, leaf spines from a different vendor in a data center or whatever. With EVPN gateways, you have a well-defined boundary, right? So you have basically vendor A on one side and vendor B on the other side. And what we see from ENTC, the interoping between the major vendors on EVPN gateway does work very well. And if you don't believe me, the ENTC report is publicly available, so you can download it, you can check it out. It's documented, right? So I'm not making up stuff. There were like a few drafts, right? So the first one was the best draft EVPN IPVPN internetworking, which was just a layer 3 interconnect, which basically meant only the type 5 routes were supported. Currently, we go with RFC 9014, which is the kind of standard the whole industry adopted to, except there is one exception, which I won't name, which are going with something else called multi-site. But most of the vendors go with that one. And the later one does support both layer 2, So translation of type 2, type 3s, and type 5 routes for layer 3 interconnects. As I already said, one was the intra-DC pod, a kind of use case where we take each, for example, pod. You have maybe hundreds of leaf switches or PEs in one pod, and then you place a gateway on top of it. Because think about that, like not every part of the network needs all the MAC IP routes from every other part of the network, right? So why should I basically exchange them? And if I need to exchange them, think about that. Like if I'm a leaf or a PE router and I'm sending a type 2 route, it's myself as a next hop, right? So from data center 2 perspective, I have, I don't know, 1,000 routes with X next hops. But in reality, if I have an interconnect, how many interconnect boxes do I have? 2, 3, maybe 4, not 100. Right? So I can shrink my TCAM utilization by just decreasing the next hops I need to program to the amount of gateways I have. So those are basically the use cases we typically see. And how does it work? So basically, if you look at the diagram, you have the domain 1 and domain 2. In that case, both are EVPN VXLAN domains. And in the middle, we have an EVPN MPLS domain, and the gateways 1 and 2 are basically changing the next hop to themselves. So everything side 2 sees is routes originated from gateway 1 and vice versa. So it's only in that case one next hop for the other kind of side. In reality, of course, you might have 2 for redundancy, but again, better 2 next hops than having 100 next hops. And how basically that works is you have, for example, a type 5 route, could be a type 2 route or a type 3 route as well, where the next hop is my local leaf or PE, and the gateway just changes the gateway, the next hop to himself or kind of to itself, and sends that kind of type 5 route to the other side. And then the next gateway just does the same, because the local PEs or VTAPs or leaves, they might not know the gateway from the other side. They just only know their own local gateway, so the next hop is replaced to the kind of local gateway. So there is not much magic happening on a high level. For VXLAN and VXLAN, it's the same, right? So this use case is just to increase the scale because the data plane is the same. Basically, we are stitching the VXLAN tunnels in that kind of example. So the gateway 1 is terminating the VXLAN tunnel from the leaf, building up a next VXLAN tunnel to the other gateway side, and the other gateway side is also terminating that tunnel and initiating a new kind of local one. What also gets optimized here is the flooding, right? Because on the gateways, I just need to flood in case of, for example, any BAM traffic between the gateways, and not think about you have 4 data centers, 100 leaves each. You don't need to flood across all the kind of participants, you just flood within the kind of gateway interconnect. And there are no crazy requirements on the IP interconnect you see there. It's just an IP routed network. In case of VXLAN, you need to have jumbo MTU, and that's it. No multicast craziness or whatever, it's just a plain IP routed network. So I also want to talk about some gateway enhancements, which I think are pretty cool, because if you think about a gateway, and you have 2 boxes being a gateway for a remote site, there might be a possibility, I think like we know this from route redistribution or anything like ages, if I redistribute kind of, or ascend a route from my local domain to the remote domain, I need to prevent it from coming back, right? So if I say I'm route A and I'm originated in domain 1, and I send it to domain 2, I don't want to have domain 2 sending me my own route back, just saying, hey, it's now from kind of domain 2. So what we use is something called dpath. That's for loop avoidance. So if I send the route from domain 1 to domain 2, I just add my dpath kind of attribute, and when I see the same dpath attribute coming back, I know that I can drop it because it's my own kind of originated route. And something I really like is the next one. I think we know default routes since ages, right? But no one really thought about the default MAC route. And that's exactly what UMR is, an unknown MAC route. So think about that. In case you have an access network, your mobile provider, right? So where is your traffic going? Most of the traffic is going to the north, kind of bound of the network, where you aggregate your access sites. So do I need to know all the other routes of all the other domains? No, I just need to know if something is not local, I send it to my aggregation nodes. And that's basically possible on the routing side with the default route, and now with UMR is also possible with MAC addresses. So I don't need to have all the type 2 routes in my kind of own domain. I just get a UMR route, and I send that UMR route into my domain, and then everyone who doesn't have a type 2 for the destination, so the MAC address basically is not known in my domain, I send it to the originator of an UMR, which is obviously a gateway node. And then I know many people don't like multicast, but I need to talk a bit about multicast as well. So there is something called a MAC. I'm not sure who came up with the naming, but everything is called MAC, EC, PEC. I'm not sure what's going on with the X. But basically, if you have a gateway to scale and swap kind of stuff between two EVPN domains, you need to do the same for multicast. And now for a long time, there was no support to translate between EVPN multicast domains. So the gateway node didn't support the translation of multicast routes, being, for example, type 6 for joins, or type 7, type 8 routes. So 6, 7, 8 are the most basic one for EVPN multicast. And the MAC is the MVPN EVPN gateway. That's one function when you are running your your well-established multicast in your MPLS network. Then you need something to translate from your MVPN network to the EVPN domain, because as a provider, right, you're running your network since ages, so you have something, and most providers run MVPN because that's basically what we all used to run, and you need something to migrate to EVPN, and that's the MAC function, which is translating basically your MVPN, so it's terminating the LDP-based kind of LSPs, and then it translates the routes received from the MVPN domain, signaled via BGP, it translated it correctly into the EVPN domain, right? That's basically what EVPN OSM stands for. So that's for MVPN to EVPN. There is, of course, now the X continue, there is the PIM EVPN gateway if you have an external PIM routed domain, right? So pure PIM multicast, so no MVPN, no EVPN, and you go from PIM to EVPN, then of course we need to translate the joins and leaves into the EVPN domain. That's called PEC. And then there is the PEC gateway in case you're just a transit, meaning you have two PIM domains and you have an EVPN interconnect, right? Then basically you need to translate like from PIM to EVPN and from EVPN to PIM, and that's basically what we do with the PEC gateway for transit. Especially important if the RP, the rendezvous point, is outside of your EVPN fabric, which of course in most cases it is, because that's where it was supposed to be. And then there is the last thing I want to talk about, which is the EEG, or EG, how I call it. That's basically EVPN multicast to EVPN multicast. So that's the classic kind of gateway function I was talking previously about when mentioning type 2, type 3, and type 5. So now, if you want to scale your EVPN multicast domain, that's EG, and that's basically also what was tested this year the first time in ENTC, and it was working. Of course, it was a bit of a pain because multicast, but nevertheless, it was working. So you now can also scale your EVPN multicast domains. So I think I saved a bit of time, which is unusual. Typically, I go over. So what is basically what we call, or what we call our routing strategy? So from my point of view, if you are kind of starting being a service provider, so you have a greenfield scenario, consider EVPN with SR-MPLS. I think most of the people do that, but of course there are not that many greenfield kind of environments, most are brownfield. EVPN gives you many advantages. I'm not saying everything else is bad and that's the best kind of stuff, but it gives you some advantages in automation. It's repeatable, it's one control plane, you can easily scale it, you can easily translate, which is important for migrations, interop scenarios, etc., etc. And again, it's transport agnostic. So whatever you're running today, right? If you're running MPLS and you migrate to EVPN, then you have it easier migrating to everything else in the future because the control plane is already the same and you just switch the transport by either using a gateway or stitch it in the classical way. And I know that's a bit unusual that a vendor speaks about avoiding vendor login, but actually that's what it is, right? With EVPN, you avoid the vendor login because that's supported by, I don't know, like all the major vendors. It does interoperate. Go to the ENTC site, check it out. There are all the use cases documented, who was interoperating with whom, in which role and which test scenario. And I think that's, I just wanted to talk about it because I think most of the network operators still are not that aware of EVPN. And that's just why I want to give you a brief overview. EVPN is not a data center technology by itself. It's very mature. We have all the use cases, so maybe just go and try it in your lab and play around with it. Yeah, thanks for your attention, and that's it.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions for Patrick? I will ask a question. Don't run. So you mentioned several times SRv6, and I see a ton of vendors talk about that. I always pose a single question to every technical forum I attend. Do you know of any real production SRv6 deployments out there? Are there any?
In AI networking, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You don't have to disclose, of course, customers or anything.
No, I can't disclose. I mean, those guys are disclosing it on their own, on their websites. In AI networking, yes, there are definitely SRv6 implementations, and it is mostly with the hyperscalers. I think I have one or two customers who want to go with SRv6 because of the summarization feature, because they have large access domains and they have currently really a hard time in kind of scaling the network. So that's really a legit kind of, I would say, use case for SRv6. Most customers I'm talking to and they ask about SRv6, when I ask them what's your use case for SRv6, it's just because it's new and cool, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, it is new and cool, but have you experienced running IPv6? And then most of the guys say, oh, no, we don't even run dual stack. Well, yeah. So, but I know that other vendors have some SRv6 kind of production or kind of customers who run SRv6 in production, but what they have told me, that's very in very specific parts of the network. So, yeah.
No other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Το πρόγραμμα είχε άλλη μία παρουσίαση, η οποία ακυρώθηκε την τελευταία στιγμή. Αυτό νομίζω ότι είναι πλεονέκτημα, γιατί έχουμε χρόνο για καφέ. Μετά από τις παρουσιάσεις που είχαμε, νομίζω ότι είναι ότι πρέπει για ένα διάλειμμα καφέ. Ευχαριστούμε.
Take a seat. Αυτό το ηχείο μετά πρέπει να έχουμε λίγο πιο... Έχεις παρουσίαση. Όχι. Όχι, θα το φτιάξω τα παιδιά. Δεν έχουμε... Υπάρχει κάποιο κλικέρ. Fourth and the last session of GRNOG 20 with more focus on systems. And for the next presentation, I would like to invite my old good friend and colleague, Dimitris Zaharopoulos, to speak about, about automation on WebPKI.
Okay. So first of all, thanks for the invitation. It was an unexpected invite I received from an old colleague, Fedon, and members of the GRNOG committee. I'm very excited to be here in a networkers conference meeting to share some of my experience in the WebPKI space. My name is Dimitris Zaharopoulos. I'm the PKI manager of Harika. I also happen to be the chair of the Server Certificate Working Group in the CA Browser Forum, which is a standards defining organization for standards related to WebPKI. Okay, let me share a few words about Harika. First of all, Harika is a business activity of GUNet. GUNet is a coalition of Greek universities, and we have managed to set up a publicly trusted CA and an EU qualified trust service provider. So this means we offer secure products, certificates, digital certificates, timestamps, and all kinds of trust services. We are certified for the two trust frameworks of the CA Browser Forum and the IDAS regulation. So if you want certificates, you can find certificates. And from what I understand in various conversations here with people, certificates are not just used for websites, which is the normal way to use them for public websites, but in some cases they are also used for internal systems. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that because there is a clear path to distinguish, to separate the two use cases, the public internet-facing websites and intranet websites. So the agenda for today, we're going to talk about some changes in the reduction of the validity periods of TLS certificates. It's okay. We'll talk about some post-quantum cryptography challenges. I'm sure this group knows pretty well these challenges and we're going to talk about how this affects the web PKI. The need for automation, and in closing, I am going to just speak a few words about identity in web PKI certificates. Right, so let's start with how, so certificates in 2015 were valid for quite some time. Okay, those days are over. We used to manually change certificates, set it and forget it. Sometimes our website's expired. Somebody would let us know that we have a website not working. But it's okay, it's once every 3 years, every 4 years, doesn't matter. Then at some point in 2018, it moved down to 825 days, and it's going gradually shorter and shorter. Now, there are good reasons why the web PKI community decided to go to that path. But it is important to know that we are in 2026. Public certificates are valid for 200 days. It will go down to 100 days next year, and then in 2029, it will go down to 47 days. Now, that's not really a system that you want to change certificates manually every 47 days, and we'll talk more about ways to fix that. Now, you're all networkers. You talk about networks and BGP and IP addresses changing. The same thing happens with domain names. So the shorter lifetimes of certificates are trying to solve a problem with stale domains, certificates that are still valid while domains have changed ownership. So it gives an opportunity for interception attacks to the previous owner. CDN dynamics. A domain owner may change the CDN provider, go to another CDN provider, and the previous CDN provider has access to the private keys of that domain. So we don't want that either. And of course, key exposure, because the keys are still valid after the certificates expire. So we're going down to 47 days in 2029, but at the same time, the rules require that the reuse period of domain names will go down to 10 days. Today, if you validate a domain name, you can reuse that information, the certification authority can reuse that information for almost a year. So you don't need to do any DNS changes, website, these domain validation methods, you don't need to do that. In 2029, you will have to validate your domain name every 10 days. That's it. So again, all of this drives to more automation. Manual validation is no longer viable. Something important that I would like to highlight. Automation doesn't necessarily come from community efforts. Certification authorities have been using proprietary APIs for quite some time. If you wanted automation 10 years ago, you could build it in. But then when you wanted to change to another provider, you would have to implement their API. So this is definitely not scalable and not agile enough. That's why there have been some protocols developed, the ACME protocol to be more specific, which provides a solution that is cross-vendor. So every CA vendor is forced to install and offer an ACME server solution, which means domain owners can easily move from one CA to another. Okay, so we talked about some issues regarding the validity period of certificates, but at the same time, we have another problem that's coming down the road. It is the PQC implementations. So in the web PKI, everything is on the wire. We do authentication in real time. It is totally different than electronic signatures, for example, which you can just download a PDF with a digital signature. It may take I don't know, a few more seconds to open the file, that's okay. But if you want to authenticate to a website, you want this connection to open as you are used to. So imagine switching the signatures of those certificates to MLDSA from ECDSA, which is like 64 bytes right now. The signature is 64 bytes. But by switching to a quantum safe algorithm, it will be way, way bigger. That's going to cause delays, and especially in the TLS handshakes, this is just not viable at the moment. So the PQC signature problem is, you know that it is based on size. But the biggest problem in this particular ecosystem, the WebPKI ecosystem, is the certificate transparency ecosystem. So according to the rules, every certificate that is issued to a subscriber needs to be publicly logged in what is called a certificate transparency ecosystem. So there are some CT log operators that run these CT log servers, and every certificate issued is being logged there. This provides transparency. It provides a lot of statistics for the ecosystem. It can also be the source of incidents, because if a CA misbehaves, this public log is going to show that something wrong happened there. And these CT servers are used to signing things with ECDSA keys, which are relatively small. And if all the CAs in the world start shoving huge certificates, this is going to explode the system. So it's not going to work. And that's why, especially in the WebPKI, the community is trying to re-engineer some of that functionality that we have today in order to support PQC. There is some work in progress. It is becoming pretty mature. And they are based on Merkle tree certificates. So the Merkle tree certificates are a solution where the certification authority doesn't just log the certificates in the CT after issuance. The logging itself is considered the issuance. So don't log what you issue, issue by logging. And it kind of forces the certification authorities to run their own CT log infrastructure. Right now, there are a few vendors, a few certification authorities that also run CT log servers. There's basically no incentive of running a CT log server. It's just cost. Just cost and effort and maintenance effort. There's nothing to gain out of it. So it has been limited to only like 3-4 certification authorities running CT logs. With Merkle tree certificates, it kind of forces the CAs that want to enter this technology to run their own CT. There's already work in IETF. There's a working group called Plants. Can't remember the initials now. But there is a draft. I have the hyperlink here if people want to take a deeper dive. The Chrome root store is also drafting an MTC root store policy. There's already code in the Chrome browser where people can test the Merkle tree certificates with enabling these flags. And there's a lot of industry, well, the current industry effort is done primarily by Cloudflare, Let's Encrypt, and several other CAs. Of course, we're also, Harika is also working in that area, spinning up CT log servers so we can gain some experience with running such complex infrastructures. But this is going to be the future, or at least this is what Chrome is driving in the WebPKI industry to solve the large certificate size certificates. Right, so for the PQ certificate sizes, this is a comparison between the current, let's say, smallest certificate you can get with 1x and with MLDSA 44, which is the smallest PQC certificate size you can get, is 11.7 times bigger. So you can understand how challenging that is. So if you just replace the signatures of the certificate with MLDSA 44, it's going to be big as this. But with Merkle tree certificates, you see in this bar here, the size is kind of manageable. It's only 6 times more. And the technology goes even one step further to introduce what is called a landmark Merkle tree certificate. And with the landmark certificates, this is currently the most efficient solution that the plans working group have thought about. It is basically a hash of the certificate from the Merkle tree, the tree head. And all of these signed objects are being distributed across all the browsers worldwide. There is a delay, of course, so whenever you issue a Merkle tree certificate, it will take a while until this information propagates across the internet. Imagine every client, every browser needs to download this information so that it is efficient. Until that happens, the fallback scenario is the MTC standalone, which is, it's okay, it's like an X509 certificate, but smaller in size. So we're expecting these technologies to be a little more mature as we get closer to 2028. But if people want to start testing this, these playgrounds, the technology is there. So we have shorter certificates and we have algorithms that are coming up. This ecosystem, and based on my experience, considering the electronic signature ecosystems, the code signing, SMIME, all of that, the WebPKI is by far the most agile ecosystem I have seen in terms of industry standardization. The group makes rules and decisions extremely fast. These decisions are being adopted within 2 to 3 months, and it is becoming a standard, and they're implemented not just by the browsers, but also by the certification authorities that issue those certificates. So with that in mind, certification authorities need to prepare customers, subscribers, for more automation. It is not just for crypto agility that, hey, we may have a broken algorithm in a few months, but it's also for policy agility. The rules are becoming stricter. The baseline security is becoming higher and higher. So we can't have certificates that were issued 5 years ago with very bad and relaxed rules compared to the new rules, which are stricter. So this agility is something that we need for at least this particular ecosystem. Right, some things that we need to clarify. How many of you are using publicly trusted certificates that are behind firewalls and not accessible to the public internet? Yeah, plenty of hands. This is a very big, I think this, the use of those services, and we have done that also, okay, internally in Harika, and I come from Arcelor University, where we used to do that a lot. It is becoming clear that the rules of validating domains and renewing certificates as frequently as that, this use case is no longer usable for to use public certificates. It is best to switch to a private PKI. You can do it internally if you have the knowledge, or you can collaborate with a certification authority that offers private PKI solutions. In this case, because you control your internal network, you can distribute a root certification authority in the devices that you control using MDM or any other technology. And this solves a very big problem that current operators have. And the reason is the rules are becoming stricter. We have multi-perspective issuance corroboration. In order for a domain to be validated, it is not enough for the CA to just reach your domain name server and get a random value from a text record. We also need to check this information from 5 different network locations, network perspectives. This is becoming a rule, and by December 2026, every CA must validate things from 6 locations, 1 from their own data center and 5 additional remote locations. Europe, America, Asia, different parts. So we have seen subscribers and customers that are blocking access to their authoritative name servers. They have geolocation protections for denial of service attacks and everything. But this prevents them from getting certificates. So it's a lot of effort to educate this community that some domain names need to be publicly accessible. Their name servers need to be publicly accessible from everywhere, because a CA may decide to have a remote site somewhere in Asia, and there's no time to send a notification to all their customers to check their firewalls, for example. So you need to try to understand, when we talk about web PKI and public certificates, these are truly meant to be accessible by anyone. And the third reason why certificates need to be publicly accessible is DNSSEC. So DNSSEC is a new rule. Since March 2026, if you have a secure zone and there is any problem, any issue with the DNSSEC configuration, the CA must reject the issuance. So they will not issue a certificate unless the domain is insecure. Okay, so you need to be also very mindful. This is a new thing. If there were errors last year, if there were any errors in DNSSEC configurations, the CA could bypass it and issue the certificate, but that's no longer an option. So talking about the automation, there is this RFC 8555 protocol that is called ACME. Yeah, I know what you're thinking about, the Roadrunner and the Coyote. No, it is something like I got a certificate management. Can't even remember that. It's been so long. But anyway, the name is catchy. So there are a number of ACME clients out there. Most commonly used, we see from our support team, is CertBot. CertBot was developed by Let's Encrypt. It's open source, so it's free, anybody can use it. But there are a lot of ACME clients out there, including there are clients for Kubernetes, for Ansible, for Windows, you name it. The problem is integrating those ACME clients into existing systems. And especially in the networking community, getting a network device that was built, I don't know, a couple of years ago, like 5-10 years ago, it's not easy to install an ACME solution in there. Of course, until 2029, I'm sure all vendors are aware about this change. So they will be working on implementing ACME out of the box in all the solutions. I'm sure the big vendors, the big networking vendors are already working on that. Cisco is also a member of the CA Browser Forum, so they know that firsthand. If you also reach out to a certification authority for your certificates, make sure that they support what is called the Acme Renewal Info, ARI. ARI is a technology that is an extension, basically, to the Acme protocol, where the CA can signal back to the subscriber that they need to renew their certificate before it expires for possible upcoming revocation, for example. Another thing to remember, if you are using a public certificate, there is always a rule that you agree to when you get that certificate, that the CA can revoke that certificate within 24 hours if there is a security or a significant issue, or until 5 days. So you must be ready to renew and change these certificates inside your own network at a maximum of 5 days, but at a minimum of 24 hours. There's no way you can do that without automation. ARI is helping with that because the Acme client is polling the Acme server, saying, hey, do you have any information for me, any renewal information for me that I need to know? And this is done automatically through the protocol. But not all clients work the same. So you might want to try different clients and make sure that they work well with your selected CA. If you are using, another tip for automation is to prefer the DNS 01 challenge. This is the change in the DNS server instead of using the HTTP. It is way more secure to demonstrate control of your domain name than with just plugging a file in your web server. And also you might have a web server that is not accessible to the internet, so that doesn't work. But make sure you restrict your DNS. If you give access to your DNS zone to whatever service that is changing your DNS server, make sure you restrict the DNS zone access with some sort of regular expression so that it only touches records that start with _Acme challenge, TXT records. So you can set up rules like that in your DNS server to protect the access that you give to the service API account that you create. It kind of reminds me the AI presentation from the folks from Unisystems, that they added some checkpoints to make sure it doesn't delete all your DNS zones or worse. So that's these are the hints for setting up Acme. And another new method, new domain validation method that was voted in the CA Browser Forum recently is the persistent DCV. It is a method where a domain owner can delegate the DCV, the domain control validation, to their preferred certification authorities. So it's like you set it and forget it. If you trust the certification authority to do the domain validation for you, you can set a record in your DNS server, in your DNS zone, and everything is taken care of. There are also some parameters that you can tweak with this method. Like you can add an expiration date, for example, that you want to delegate until this particular date. But make sure you keep an eye on that and not, otherwise you can get locked out. So with this method, the issuance is continuous without any manual validation. Any customer, basically any subscriber that follows these two paths, these two hints, Acme and persistent DCV, can relax and worry about more important things in life than certificates. Certificates were always meant to be something invisible, something that is just enabling encryption in a web communication. But it has become such a burden lately that we are getting so many support tickets and frustration both in the C browser forum and individually, it's CA, that why are we dealing with this? Why do we have to manually set all these things up? So follow these rules and you will be fine. And before I close my presentation, and this is back. Identity in the Web PKI. Identity is, some people might remember, recall the EV certificates with the browsers with the green bar. You connected to a bank and it was green and that meant something for security. This is not the same. But we did manage in Europe to, in Europe specifically, identity is important. It is important for GDPR reasons. You want to know when you exchange data to know which legal entity you are giving this data to. So we have this notion of qualified web authentication certificates in the European legislation, EIDAS regulation, where, and we call those QACs. QACs are basically TLS certificates, but they include the identity of the legal entity inside the certificate. So when a browser connects to such a website, by clicking the certificate information, they will get this very nice flag that says EU qualified status. And the top right image is from Chrome, and the other one is from Firefox. So both of these browsers have implemented code that checks whether a certificate is qualified, and they will show that to the user, and effectively they know that this has been supervised by the national supervisory body. Here in Greece it is EETT. And also the name of the company is inside the certificate, so they can always trace back if there's a fraud or anything. If they want to go to the police and file a complaint, they have this information ready in hand. It is not enabled by default, so if you want to enable it in Chrome, you will have to set this flag for Chrome and then the same for Firefox. And it is a huge win for the European system, let's say, to say that we, at least in Europe, we want our civilians, we want the people accessing the web to know which entity they're dealing with. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dimitris. Any questions for Dimitris?
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So for the next presentation, I would like to welcome Ulrich Weiser, if I pronounce the name well, from ICANN, to educate us about the DNS best practices.
Okay. Hello, I'm Ulrich from ICANN. I work in the technical engagement team. We start with a raise of hands. Who knows what ICANN does? Okay, not everybody, but a lot of people. Cool. We take care of the unique identifier system of the internet, which means we run the IANA function. We give out all the IP addresses in the world. We run the root zone for the DNS. And we are the, could say, the secretariat for the IETF and write down all the protocol parameters, you know, for all the RFCs. So some of the stuff that we do. And yes, so that's what ICANN does. Another raise of hands, who knows what manners is? Okay, cool. So manners is the mutually agreed norms for routing security. Right? So a best practice collection for routing. They have different things for ISPs and for IXs and whatever, you know. And I would say the DNS people will absolutely deny that we were jealous of the abbreviation, but now we have kindness. Okay, so kindness obviously is a best practice operation for DNS. And what have we done? So for the DNS, first of all, we have two sides of the DNS. One is the one with the authoritative side, where we have all the answers, and then we have the side that asks all the questions with the resolvers, right? So for the authoritative side, we have split them in two groups. So the first group is top-level domains and critical zones. And then the SLDs, the second-level domains, is all the other domain names. And what do we mean by this is, obviously, we mean that, you know, obviously all domain names are important for their owners, but some domain names are a little bit more important. You know, it is more important that the domain name of the police, of the government, of the hospital is running than that of the restaurant. Obviously, the domain name of the restaurant is really important for the restaurant, but if I have to choose which one of those I want to run, I know which one I would choose, right? And so we think that these people of these more critical zones should do extra things to always have their domain names available, okay? So, and then we have the resolver side, and the resolver side, let's say we start with closed and private resolvers. That is something that you run in the office, that you run at home, a resolver that is only for you and is only used in your network, okay? And then we have the public ones. It's also easy to understand. Google Public Resolver, Cloudflare, Quad9, DNS for EU. You know, there's lots of public resolvers that's accessible to everybody. And then there's these resolvers in the middle that we call shared private, and that is, think of a resolver for an ISP. So it is not really public because it's only accessible by customers of the ISP, but it's also not really private because the customers are really different entities from the ISP, right? So these customers don't want their information shared with all the other customers, obviously. And that's why we think there should be some different rules for these groups. And then the last part of obviously is, you know, hardening the core system. Obviously, you need to protect everything that you connect to the internet needs to be, you know, hardened for everything. And you are operators. I don't explain that to you. That's you know that better than I do. Okay, so what are these things that we want to do for these zones? So, and we start with the critical zones. So the first thing that we have must be DNSSEC signed. It is 2026. A protocol without security on the internet, no. So DNSSEC signing. We just heard the CAs use DNSSEC to verify that your DNS information is correct. It protects even your TLS certificates. So, I mean, I hope we don't need to discuss this. Yes, so then transfers between authoritative servers must be limited. Yes, so transfers must be limited. It is not because your DNS information is secret. You should consider your DNS information public, right? But a transfer is a much more expensive operation for a DNS server. So if I wanted to DDoS you, it is much easier to do that with transfers than it is with DNS queries, right? So that's why you should limit that. You know, don't let people do that to you. Yeah. Then zone file integrity must be controlled. You wouldn't be the first one to only publish half a zone file because the disk was full. So, you know, some checks and balances is always good to have. Just saying. Yes, okay, and then we have this authoritative and recursive name servers must be on different infrastructure. And this one is important, especially if you run bind. Because in bind, it is really, really easy to do these in one, you know, because, you know, you just switch it on and it works. But there is some really intricate attacks to this. So queries sent or answers, responses sent to your server can really, mix up your cache, and suddenly you have authoritative data in your cache that you didn't put in there. So that is, so that's why these two should never run on the same infrastructure. They should really be, separated so that they can't interact with each other. So, and then you have probably heard this before, a minimum of 2 distinct name servers must be given for any zone. And we read the next point immediately with this. And there must be diversity in operational infrastructure, in network, geography, and software. And this is obviously for, resiliency, business continuity. You want your servers to be, your zones to be distributed. I would say 2 servers is the bare minimum. The recommendation for a top-level domain is to have at least 2 Anycast networks. Okay, not 2 servers, 2 Anycast networks. And then these geographical and, all the software, software is like, if you're an operator, it's so much easier to have the same software everywhere, right? You have this script, you have the configuration, you just distribute it, it's installed, it works, done. Yes, but what do you do if there's a critical exploit in the software? You can't switch off all your DNS servers. And then, so that's why you should use different software. And then the network and geographical is, I give you an example. One of the largest registrars for .se used to have 2 servers in 2 different ASs in the same rack, in the same basement, in the same house, without backup power. That's not redundancy, okay? Just saying. So, geography, it means very far from each other. Okay, and I want to add another one, and that is organizational redundancy. If you think of, what was it, 2022, the big Facebook outage? Facebook has redundancy in everything. They have like over 100 data centers. Every data center has how many routers, how many switches, how many everything, DNS servers everywhere. You can't have more redundancy than what Facebook has. They made one configuration error. One guy in the office made a configuration error, and everything went down. So if they would have had a second provider for DNS, it is very unlikely that the second provider would have made the exact same error at that time, right? And so the secondary name servers would have stayed online. So that's what is organizational redundancy. It has nothing to do with, there's a second server. Yes, there is, but also all the administration is divided to different organizations so that, not the same errors take everything down. Okay, and then monitoring, again, your operators, I don't explain that. Okay. So, and then for the, if you look at the list is mostly the same for the second level domains, just by the diversity part here, it's, a little bit less diversity required because we think, well, okay, it's important for the restaurant to stay online, but do they really need an Anycast network on all the continents? Probably not, so. Yeah, so, and then we have the resolvers, and I think here is, we start with the private resolver, that's an interesting part. And so they have DNSSEC validation, we said domain names should be assigned, then obviously we need to validate those, so validation must be switched on in your resolvers. And then we have, because this is a private resolver, you should never run open resolvers on the internet. You must have a strict access control that it's only your network that uses this resolver. Then for your own fun, you enable QNAME minimization. And by the way, if you have updated your software in the last 3 years, which you really should have, then this is already enabled because all the resolvers do this by default. And what it does is, if you wanted to send an email to me, right, you would, your mail server would send out a DNS request for the MX record for ICANN.org. And how would that go? Well, it would send the request for an MX record for ICANN.org to the root, and the root would say, well, I don't know, but here's the name servers for .org. And then it would go to the name servers for .org and would say, well, I need the MX record for ICANN.org. And .org would say, well, I don't know, but here's the name servers for ICANN. And then you would ask finally the name servers for ICANN, and you would get the MX record. Yeah. But now you have told the root and .org that you want to send email to us. But we already know that the root doesn't have the answer, right? So what this does is, to the root, it just says, hey, I need the name servers for .org. And then root will answer. And to .org, it will say, I need the name servers for ICANN. And then finally, when I go to ICANN, I will say, hey, from you, I need the MX record. So that we don't spread too much information that we don't need to spread. So it's a privacy thing. It obviously doesn't solve the full privacy stuff for DNS, but it's, you know, a first step in the right direction. Again, we have this, you know, don't run authoritative and resolvers on the same infrastructure. Even for resolvers, you should have at least 2, because, you know, sometimes you need to update software and you still need a resolver running in your network. And then we have the last point is you should enable DOT, also DNS over TLS and DNS over HTTPS. And I think even now there is DNS over QUIC is a standard now too. So there is already some software that supports that. So and these all, you know, depending on what your network is, does this give you an added privacy? Good, and then we go to the public resolvers, and there is not much difference because for public resolvers they really must offer the encrypted transport, and that is obviously for public resolvers extra important because now the traffic doesn't stay in your network, it goes out to the internet and everybody can read it if you don't encrypt it. That's why they really must support this, okay? Again, we have QNAME minimization, and then the different infrastructure. The most interesting point here is the last one, and it says DNS query data must only be retained for as long as necessary for the operation of the service offered. So, you know, it's just like, you know, sometimes a system administrator needs to look at the query data to see what's going wrong. So you maybe need some logs, but obviously we don't want public operators to make profiles of us, right? So they shouldn't do that. That's, for example, it's in stark contrast to your private resolver. So if you have a private resolver and you talk for your company, you talk to your security people, they will tell you, save it all down, as much as you can, you know. Last year, Microsoft had a breach in Outlook.com, and they went back through the DNS data for all Microsoft employees for 6 months and found the one DNS request that made it possible to come into the network. Just think of how much data they must have saved. All DNS requests of all the Microsoft employees for 6 months. You know, somebody has a lot of disk space here somewhere. But, you know, but it's, that stuff is important, but for public resolvers, we especially don't want them to do that. We don't want them to save down everything and put our name to it, right? So that's why it is here in the list. Yeah, so that's our recommendations. This is a program that we run. There's a website, kindness.org, where you can look at these recommendations. You can even make a self-assessment look where your DNS infrastructure stands. Do you follow the recommendations or not? Here's statistics about the participants in the list, which kind of servers they're running. And this is my favorite statistics because it tells us, we also ask people why they do the self-assessment. And as you can see, 40% do it because they want to use the result to convince their boss to invest in DNS infrastructure. Yeah, so it's one of those infrastructures that always work. Don't touch it. But in reality, you really need to touch DNS because DNS, it's still developed, it still changes, and there's a lot of going on in the DNS. So it's important to keep your DNS infrastructure up to date. And yes, good. So now I hope I have convinced you that this stuff is important, that you should follow a few best practices, and one of those is DNSSEC validation in your resolvers. Okay. And here, this is the statistics for Greece from the APNIC labs. They actually make statistics with Google ads. So they book Google ads, and when the Google ad is loaded in your browser, you don't have to click on it. It just loads in your browser, and it makes like 1,000 DNS requests. And then with these requests, they measure what your resolver supports. Does it support DNS validation? Does it support IPv6? And on and on. And so here you can see the validation rate for Greece. The yellow line is the total line. It's 30%. And the blue line is networks that validate almost everything. I can say that Iceland has like 99%. I admit it's a little bit easier in Iceland. They have 3 ISPs on the island. It's much easier to do when you only have to convince 3 people to do it. But there's other countries. Sweden has 90%. Finland went from 0 to over 90% overnight. The local regulator just made a DNSSEC day, and then all the ISPs just joined in. There was no regulation or anything. They just, everybody suddenly decided that, oh, this is a good idea, let's do it, and they switched it on. So it is doable. Well, that's how it looks for Greece. When you go to this webpage of APNIC Labs, you can scroll a little bit down, and then you can see the AS numbers and how much validation there is. So somebody at OTENet here, I would like to talk to you. I know who you are. Somebody has given you up. So yes, but you can see there is networks that do. The force net is like almost 100%. So it's doable, but there's a little bit of effort at least to put in. Yeah, and then we can compare this to other countries. Again, Andorra is a very small country. They probably have only 1 ISP. Okay, so it's easy to do, but you can see that other European countries, have a little bit higher validation rate. Yes. Okay, and then for those of you that already do DNSSEC validation, there's actually an important date coming up. On the 11th of October, the root key will be rolled. We will start signing with the new key. The new key is already in the root. It's already in the DNS. If you're running a resolver that is on automation, it will already be updated. But it is important that you check this. The graphic is not really correct. You see, we are more here, there, here. We are close to the date. And one important thing to have in mind is that the automatic update for the key needs 30 days. Okay? It needs 30 days. So that is usually, your resolvers run for much longer than that. It's not a problem, but some of you probably run resolvers in containers. And that means you either have to update your containers to the new software version so that it contains the new key already, right? Or your container needs to run for more than 30 days before 11th of October. Because if you start a new container after the 11th of September, it will not update. And it will fail. So, just saying, it's an important date. And yes, so 5011 is the automatic update. It needs 30 days. Yes, what else do you need to do? Check your resolver. And if you have updated your software, let's say in the last year, it probably already has the new key. The new key is in a distribution for almost 2 years now. So all the software comes with the new key. There's no question about it. But, I don't know your situation. You know that better than I do. And yes, so I don't go through the rest of my slides. If you're interested, if you're running a DNSSEC-enabled resolver, I have the next 15 slides are actually the command line stuff you can do to check if your resolver has the new key and is updated. So if you're interested, if you want to check your resolver, the commands are in the presentation. Download it from the website and see what software you're running. Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Ulrich?
Hello, Ulrich. It was an excellent presentation because you have all the information somebody needs, a DNS operator, in there. One question is, in the slide that you mentioned the DNS validation status in Greece,
yep.
You mentioned total is 30%.
Yep.
I don't understand. What do you mean total is 30%?
Well, it's a total of all the queries that APNIC got in. And 30% of those queries were went through a validating through a validating resolver.
Okay, this is okay. I understand this. I am talking also here with a very old hat. I used to be responsible for the DNS infrastructure of 6799. I'm not your person anymore. It's been more than 15 years. But I'm not 100% sure if I had implemented validation from there. But we have people in the room from AS 6799 if you want to
come and talk to me. If your resolvers don't validate, come and talk to me. I can tell you how to switch it on. It basically goes DNSSEC validation, yes, but or auto, better if you run bind, it's auto. But
and one last question is, if someone wants, you run something like manners, okay?
Yep.
If someone complies with all these characteristics, does he apply to you to get some sort of stamp, of official stamp?
Yes, you can become a member of the of Kindness and then be featured on the website and stuff. Yes, we do that, and we do actually have, I think, over 1,000 members in Kindness, but I think there's 3 from Europe and the rest is basically mostly from Africa. So. But you're very welcome to become members of Kindness. We would be more than happy to have you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Actually, I have a question and comment myself. So I saw the adoption rate in Greece, which was we didn't rank very high, and that was a bit of surprise to me because usually we're quite good in adapting such framework. For example, we're quite good with manners. We're very good with IPv6. I mean, we have a community, and GRNOG as well is a place where we discuss these things, and usually we're ahead rather than behind of these developments. So I wonder, this is more a question for the people in the room, what is holding us behind? Or if you have any insights, I don't know, but it would be really interesting to hear.
Hello.
Hello.
You know what I think? AppNic, the way it does it, it's really a Google ad. Most technical people have the Google ads turned off. So this statistic is very biased. So they don't even get the technical people, because they usually operate with the ads, they block them.
Yeah, well, it is biased to Google Ads, obviously, and that means it is biased to consumer networks, right? So ISPs, yeah. But usually, so in countries, even if we talk, for example, about Iceland, with 97 or 99% validation rate, in these countries, it's the ISPs that have this high validation rate. Companies, even enterprise companies, usually don't do validation. It's like they have the Microsoft Active Directory. Active Directory is used as a resolver, and nobody goes in and switches on validation in Active Directory.
One more thing, I'm gonna ask you, and maybe you can think about it. It's like I have spent some time in the Middle East, the Emirates. I have spent some time in China. Nothing works there. DNSSEC doesn't work. And if you see Google doesn't use DNSSEC. Even me, I have a little search engine. I don't use DNSSEC because they cannot reach it. I know they do it for other reasons. They're gonna be able, the governments, to get in, to like simple man-in-the-middle attacks. Yeah. But this is another reason why DNSSEC, because if a country like China or like half the Middle East cannot see your website because you are using DNSSEC.
Let me put it that way. The Ukraine requires all government agencies to use DNSSEC. And you can think about the war whatever you want, but the Ukraine doesn't know a bit about defenses.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
All the public resolvers, including Google Public Resolver, do DNSSEC validation. And
I'm saying the Google domain. The Google domain is not shared over DNSSEC.
No, but that has political reasons.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. There's.
Yeah, for sure, Greece is not like these countries where we force the operators to not use DNSSEC.
I hope you're at the social, and then we can talk about these political reasons. I cannot talk about them on the part. But yes, but what I want to say is, the thing is with DNSSEC, people always say, "Oh, why do I need it?" And the thing is, it protects you for cache poisoning, okay? But cache poisoning, on the other hand, is one of the things that are really, really hard to see. Because when did you last look in the cache of your resolver?
It's not only that, it's very easy for someone to get in the middle, for someone to serve your and be over there to
and we know that these attacks happen. We just, there is very little that we can show for it because it's these attacks that you never see. So
there are countries that they force you to not use DNSSEC. So these countries happen to have SSL authorities. So they can easily pretend they are Google or whoever, get in the middle, get your credentials. So I believe like you, DNSSEC is very important.
Yes.
But I'm just discussing the...
Yes.
Thank you very much.
One more question, please. Yes.
So a comment from my side. In my presentation, I mentioned that certification authorities are validating DNSSEC and they're forced to doing that. So we're kind of becoming the global help desk of solving DNSSEC problems. I'm sure you will see an increase in the DNSSEC, at least for those that have enabled DNSSEC, it will be configured properly. Otherwise, there's no certificate issued. But one of the biggest, from experience, one of the biggest obstacles, setbacks, was the mail service. Mail administrators never wanted to enable DNSSEC validation because they were receiving emails from incorrectly configured name servers, and that resulted in losing email, and then the consequences for that. Hopefully, this is going to be improved very quickly.
I can say that there is a lot of movement in the EU, and when you're running an authoritative name server, you automatically fall under NIS2 directive. You are a critical service considered in the EU, just saying. But in the EU, there's a movement going on to require DANE records. Germany actually has a program that requires DANE records for email. And DANE records only work with DNSSEC. So we'll see if it helps and changes things.
So back to the question that Andreas had. You had a slide with a number of operators, and there was an operator that had something like 99%.
Yeah.
We in the room know that this was because at that operator there was a person very much involved in running DNS and running it, and he did it on his own, basically with the protection from his manager, because it's not like they could justify a business case for this. And this is the reason why in the rest of the operators this is not happening, because it is not justifying a business case, or even, to put it more bluntly, a bonus for anyone.
Same story for other success stories like IPv6, right?
Well,
Eventually it's because some people push it rather than some companies.
Well, I can just say it protects your customers. It protects your customers from fraud. And if that is not a business case, I don't know what is. Yeah. But yeah, I know, but it's, I think that, we all want a secure internet, and we are the engineers building it. There is nobody else out there, and we need to build it. If we don't make it secure, it will not be secure. And, well, this is one of the points that we have to do, And, yeah, that's all I have to say to this.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
So, for the last presentation, I would like to welcome Mr. Panagiotis Palias. We're staying on the same subject, and he will present, he will discuss about DNS for you, for EU.
Thank you very much, all. It's a pleasure to be here among friends, colleagues, neighbors. My name is Panagiotis Palias. I'm working in the last 4.5 years in Whalebone as a senior technical consultant. Our line of business is cybersecurity. We are developing a recursive resolver that is meant to protect the users by blocking the malicious domains and allowing the benign ones. Now, how is DNS connected to cybersecurity? Of course, we have a lot of devices nowadays, not just phones and laptops, but IoT devices, smart fridges, smart light bulbs, smart cameras. All of them are connected to the network. They do DNS queries. And the DNS queries can potentially be part of an attack aimed to disrupt our service or to fraud us and steal our money. An example from Luxembourg with a phishing attack from the local post service. The scenario is typical. You get an SMS that you have received some package, but there is some custom fee. Go there to pay the fee, and then your money is gone. So the the principle is that the protected resolver will get DNS query from the customer, will just check if this domain is malicious in some way, and if it is, it will block the access to this domain. It can also possibly redirect you to a blocking page to warn you about it. Then we give you a recommendation not to visit it. You can, eventually the user may be able to bypass it, but this is up to the user. And now getting to the interesting part of the DNS for you. I don't know how many of you had heard of DNS for you before. And okay. Well, this was an initiative by the European Union to set up and operate a network of recursive DNS resolvers, primarily to have a European alternative for the American mostly offered services like Google DNS, Cloudflare, etc. Something that will be sovereign, protective, and also provide anonymity for the users. Yeah, I explained everything in the previous slide. So it's also meant to provide protection to the users by having real-time threat intelligence pushed to the resolver so that they know the domains are considered malicious and to block them. The consortium that handled this project was led by Whalebone in Czech Republic, and we had also a lot of different other organizations, institutions, universities that helped us to accomplish this. The list is long, and we are obviously accepting anyone who would like to contribute in that. And of course, our goal is to protect the European Union citizens on the DNS level, either when they are standalone users who want to change their DNS resolver from the Google DNS or Cloudflare or whatever they are using into the DNS for you, or to provide protection to government entities, or to give an option to telecommunication providers, internet service providers to use the software that we have in order to provide reliable DNS service and to protect their customers, and also to give them an option to monetize with premium services the DNS. So the basic pillar of protection is our threat intelligence data, which consists of our own in-house research, as well as we have the external feeds that we are utilizing from other reputable cybersecurity vendors, as well as the feeds that we receive from other certs that are cooperating with us. And all this is funneled into a mechanism that provides an outcome whether a domain is considered malicious or not, and this helps us protect the users of our service and the organizations, of course. These are the certs that currently contribute to our purpose, as well as we can get information also from other entities like private companies like banks, government, retail, especially the ones who are mostly affected by having phishing attacks. For example, a bank, if it is a victim of a phishing attack, it can have a bad reputation, or the courier services, they are also quite vulnerable to this. So their information, that when they see a new campaign against their name, it will be helpful to be shared and protect the users. And the distribution channels that we have, in the middle we have the public service for all the users who want to use this DNS for EU resolvers. They have different levels of protection. We will check them later. On the left, we have the DNS for EU for telcos and ISPs. In case you are a telco or an ISP and you want to enhance your DNS service and offer some premium service to your users, this is a good opportunity. Also for the governments, if they want to protect their infrastructure, hospitals, public services, everything that can be attacked, this can also be a customer for DNS for EU. And some things now for the public DNS resolvers. There are 14 of them deployed all over Europe. As you can see, we also have one in Greece, hosted in Lambda Helix. The most utilized locations are, of course, Germany, France, and Netherlands. For the advertisement, we are using Anycast with the FRR BGP. The monitoring that we do is in-house. Basically, we check the resolvers, send the health check information to our cloud backend, which is then evaluating and creating alerts if needed. On top of that, we use the PerfOps and the RIPE Atlas for checking the routing and the accessibility, and as well as the response times. And in terms of having some scaling calculation, our estimation is that 2 CPUs and 4 gigabytes of RAM are good enough with some room to spare for 5,000 queries per second. And that is for UDP 53. A few statistics from the first year of the operation. Average latency within the European Union was 13.19 milliseconds. The median was at 7 milliseconds. Now, if you, like me, were not so sure what is the difference of average with median, average is the summary and then divide by the number of values that we had, and median is just which one is in the middle. And the P95 latency, meaning the what was the highest latency of 95% of the queries, was 41 milliseconds. Now, depending on the country, we can have, of course, more latency if there is no server deployed in that country. And on the way of deploying this service, we came across a lot of difficulties, of course, because Anycast and BGP didn't work as we would expect out of the box. One of the problems that we faced was that our infrastructure provider didn't have the proper peerings in local internet exchanges. So, for example, there wasn't any presence in GRX. So we had to come up with an additional effort. We cooperated with Lancome for that. And if you are here, Eftimis, thank you for the help. And we managed at least to boost the percentage of queries that ended up to the resolver in Athens from almost 0.1 to 1.1% from the total DNS4EU traffic. So that was quite a milestone. However, we still see that certain large telcos prefer resolvers which are in other countries like Milan or Frankfurt, basically due to the peerings that they have in the agreements. So we are open to discuss a solution about that in order to provide to the Greek citizens or the residents of Greece a faster resolution from the resolver in Athens. Now, as I mentioned, we have different type of services depending on what you want to have. There is the protective resolution, which will block domains which are considered malicious. We have the protective with child protection. This will also block the other hub domains. Protective resolution without blocking, in case you want to load the page and you don't want to see all these ads. Then protective with child protection and unblocking. And finally, the unfiltered, which is not blocking anything, except a few sites that we have some court order and we have to comply. And from the first 6 months, we had a daily volume of 2.6 billion queries. The peak throughput was at 55,000 queries per second in the peak hour. And with the calculation of 12,550 queries per day per user, we identified about 208,000 users. And some more statistics about the protocol distribution. We can still see that UDP 53 is dominant. However, the DNS over TLS has almost 10%, and DOH another 5%, and almost 1% is for the TCP 53. In terms of IPv4 to IPv6, IPv4 is still dominant in all categories. And a quick look on what's coming up. We are already in the last phase that the project has launched. There is no more funding from the European Union to support this, so the sustainability must continue of the project. So in this aspect, we are open in terms of funding opportunities to expand the service. It can be anything like offering some server to host the service, co-branding. We are open to exchange threat intelligence. And the examples of partners can be any cloud provider. We are obviously looking for some European based in order to have the European sovereignty message, or any security sensitive brands like banks or courier services or financial institutions are very welcome to contribute. Any CDN or anti-DDoS providers, our resolvers have also been target for attacks. VPN providers or browsers or router manufacturers, this can help with having the DNS for EU as an option for the users to select to use alongside with the traditional resolvers that can be offered. I know it was a long day. I hope I didn't take up much of your time and you still have energy for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Any questions for Panagiotis?
Hey, Panagiotis, thank you for the presentation. So you had a slide where you said that you were getting intelligence information from other institutions, like banks and stuff. Any Greek banks cooperate or other Greek institutions in that? Do they give you intelligence?
Not to the best of my knowledge, and I don't know if I could also be in liberty to say for that.
Hi, I have one question. We develop open source software for network monitoring and cybersecurity, and sometimes when we have to validate a website, okay, what we do is we issue a query for the name, the SNI, for example, TLS, to some resolvers that are protective. And if they answer, with a certain way, we believe that this guy is not good. If they answer freely, okay, we believe he's good. But it's not an optimal solution. So you said you're open to collaborate or to share data, for cybersecurity. Is this also an option for people like us that are doing open source, can incorporate some sort of knowledge, even in an anonymous format, into our tools?
Yes, definitely. Even sending us an email in our support, informing us that something is not correct. It can be also either a false positive or a false negative. Is that what you meant? Well, you can verify it against the public resolvers that we have, but all in all, our threat intelligence is our property, let's say, so we cannot just give it all, but we can give you the opportunity if you want to verify some domain, what we think about it, to check against the resolver.
Hello. One question. Apart from the very nice presentation, I have one question regarding compliance. In Greece, we are required by law to follow, for instance, Gaming Commission's requirements to block certain sites. I guess you don't follow the same requirements. Do you have any provision in order to be compliant in every member state with its own local regulations?
Yes, correct. In Greece, we don't have any currently restriction in the same way that no other provider of such service is. However, we have cases of certain countries imposing legal order to block specific, let's be blunt, gaming or illegal streaming services.
Yeah. This is Dimitris from ICCS. So for some time, we were running what was called the naming service for Greek school network. So at that time, when we wanted to collaborate with others which had blacklists of any type, we had what is called cuckoo filters. So that allows you to have your own, let's say, intelligence protected and share information. So with cuckoo filters, you can have totally 100% sure information when there is something not in your in this file, while you might have some errors when there is something in there. So what you can do is we can set up an alliance. We can share cuckoo filters about your lists, and without you fearing that we're going to, let's say, pass them to somewhere else or do a reverse engineering of the names. But we had, and at that time we had proposed to ITF to standardize that, and there's an ITF draft on that. So that might be an option where we can share blacklists and take advantage of that. Because, I mean, we have lists about what is called the malicious site or improper site about K9, K12, K15, and we would like to have similar information from, let's say, Italian school network or Spanish, so that we can have additive results on that. And because it's essential for school networks to have protection, okay? So that could be also extended to malicious sites.
Well, yeah, malicious are one category of its own, and for the K categories, we basically don't have this K9, K12, but it's like adult and above. Okay. So, but in any case, we would like to discuss if you want some kind of threat intel exchange.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, time to wrap up GRNOG. GRNOG 20 is almost 6 o'clock. I hope you found GRNOG 20 as interesting as I did. So, yeah, who has never seen this slide? And I promise you will see more of it, because this is my favorite slide, actually, because it summarizes what we are doing here, what is our goal. We want to be the meeting place for professionals working in the area of internet and networks and the areas around it, of course. And by the result, by the fact that I see 50 people in this room at 6 o'clock and the feedback that we get, I think that we are successful in our goal. Obviously, there's always room for improvement. I think that we did a small improvement this time by coming to this new venue, which gave us the ability to increase our attendees count. I think that in this event we had 185 people registered and about a few more that came without registering. Please don't do this. But yeah, I think it was the biggest turnout so far. A big thank you once more to the companies that support us. And supporting companies is something very, very simple. And all of you can actually be a very easily supporting company, because all we need is a statement in your website saying that you align with the goals of GRNOG and you support the goals of GRNOG. And yeah, practically also would like these companies to allow people working for them to come here and not need to take a day off from work to do this. But practically with zero money and very, very little effort, you can be a supporting company. So please, if you are not in this list, please speak with your company and become a supporting company. Of course, we need to, a very big applause goes to our sponsors and patrons. It is our patrons, Agency Trust, Digital Realty, FlexOptic, GRNet, and Lacom. And our permanent sponsors as well, Entity Data and RIPE NCC. But also the sponsors for this specific event, DECIX as a silver sponsor and Synapscom as a bronze sponsor. It is very, very important to have the support of these companies, because they pay for this venue, for the catering, for the coffee, for the social, and make it for the audiovisual and make eventually this event possible to happen. Also, let me mention again that we're supported by the GRNOG Alliance, and they give us all those tools like Indigo, where the event registration is running, or our website is running. In case you want to become a sponsor, this is a table that summarizes what are the benefits here and the costs. The costs are not very high, and to be honest, for us, the main reason why we want to attract sponsors is not because of the money. The money is obviously important, but we handle it already. But it's more because of the fact that we want the local companies to support us, and actually we have a lot of sponsors from outside Greece, but we would like to see more local companies supporting our activities. That is very, very significant. So if you consider becoming a sponsor, let us know. All the material will be available within the next days, if not already, in our website, including the presentations, photos, video, the videos from the presentations, etc. Once again, please don't forget to fill the survey. This helps us tweak the event and get more presentations that from the kind that you like, and make sure that we have the right time, or we correct any small nuisances that might exist. It's very important for us, and actually this survey is even more simple than the previous time, so it shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. And last but not least, let's continue what we're doing here in our social event. This is something that we have done a couple of times, and I think it's we found it very, very successful. So now, from now on, we're trying to have it after every event. We have a social event later tonight, actually right after we finish here at Felicita Aperitivo and Wine Bar. This is just a few blocks away from here, 5 to 10 minutes walking. So I hope that we will see you there. Thank you very, very much. And see you next time.